Chapter 280 Trends from All Parties. After Chen Ming reconfirmed the president's needs, the president sent him a communication code. This is the communication code of the person in charge of the 5th Army Corps, who I am currently cooperating with. Although the information will eventually be summarized here, they still have the first-hand information. There should be no problem in setting up a discussion group based on the military network. Chen Ming basically understood military things now. So he immediately said, I understand this. The 14th Army Corps also has similar things. The president said no more, but finally said, well, I have other news to tell you later. Please excuse me. Communication ended. Chen Ming's expression was slightly tense after he put down the terminal. After all, he must know that Whooping is really going to enter Kamo. At that time, you still have to look at the situation and decide whether to stop Whooping, to be precise. Stops with Jing, the Chinyan who is with Whooping. Anyway, although Whooping is still Whooping now, his body has been replaced with a new one. And his brain is also new. The old body and brain have been stored in other places by Chen Ming. There is no need to worry about any strange reactions with people who have experienced dimensional infection in Zhujiang. Chen Ming could even help Zhuo Jing send Whooping into the Kamo Star territory when necessary. Of course, it is necessary. How to do it depends on the development in the next few days. The other side. After the president hung up the phone, he picked up the report he had just put down before calling Chen Ming. The content shown in the report was not optimistic, but very bad. What he said before that he needed outside troops to help with the blockade was not at all, because a star field area was too large to be blocked. No matter how large the star field within an empire is, it is still very small for the empire. And it is not an existence that cannot be sealed. And it doesn't mean that you have to avoid suspicion. Under normal circumstances, matters in a star field are handled by the star field itself. It was said that they were avoiding suspicion. But the real reason for avoiding suspicion was that they encountered inexplicable resistance in many places when they were working in the Kamo Star territory. Zhuo Jing's penetration into the Kamo Star territory is somewhat beyond imagination. The psychic didn't know how many people he had transformed for Zhuo Jing. This is the real trouble. Moreover, it has been almost 2 weeks since Chen Ming revealed that he was infected in the left diameter dimension. The situation of dimensional infection has basically been confirmed. And this deformity rate, which is much higher than that of several neighboring star fields, has proved this. But 2 weeks have passed, and there are still a large number of galaxies without enough manpower to investigate in depth. And a lot of energy is still involved by those who don't know whether it is related to the left path. That's why he came to find Chen Ming, hinting at a bad situation both inside and outside his words. I hope Chen Ming can help. At the same time that the president was worried about the Kamo Star territory incident. Next door to the colorful ink starry is the red ink starfield. Wu is still sitting in the same bar as before today. However, Hui is not here, but on the terminal in Wuen's hand, having a video call with Wuen. Looking at the background behind Wuen, he is currently on a sailing spaceship. Wuen clicked on the terminal a few times and said, new clues have just arrived. I have sent you new information about the psyker you are currently tracking who destroyed the left path space station. Hui seemed a little impatient to wait. It seemed that he had been waiting for a long time since the last time he set out to look for traces of Whooping without finding any clues. Come and see. You said his name was Whooping last time. Right? Yes. Whooping. Wuen's tone had a very strange feeling. Even Hui could feel it. What's wrong? It's okay. Remember to pay more attention to this guy. As a person who has experienced dimensional infection, he is actually troubled by getting together with Zhuo Jing. Getting together with Zhuo Jing? Hui asked in confusion, but received no answer from Wuen. He didn't say much, but silently looked at the information Wuen gave him. 10 minutes later, Hui also put down the terminal and said to Wuen, who had been waiting for a long time, that won't be easy. Originally, he didn't hide his whereabouts. He just relied on the idea of Aodon Star territory to pursue him without notifying other star territories. He headed towards Kamo. Now that he is doing this, it is a bit troublesome. Zhuo Jing can't be exposed to the public. So how can we chase him? Is this what you're paying attention to? Wu had asked incomprehensibly. What is important is whether we can pursue him or not. What is important is that after this person has a relationship with Zhuo Jing, it is no longer a matter of pursuing him or not. Wuen said. His tone suddenly slowed down a little, and he still seemed a little confused. But this time his incomprehension was not directed at Hui, but elsewhere. Anyway, don't worry. I'll think of a way. I may be able to help you investigate Whooping's information. I should have the results in 2 days. Do you have people on the left path? I can't say. Who? He asked. What do you mean? Wu waved his hand. It's hard to say. Just mind your own business. Maybe someone will be able to help you soon. Wu hung up the phone directly. After hanging up the phone, he muttered to himself, of course I might beat you up. But don't get beaten to death. He opened the address book and found a few specially marked people. Lao Wu and Chen Ning were both among them. Looking at the 3 words Wu Ping'an on it, Wu's hand moved uncontrollably on the 2 words Chen Ming. How come someone doesn't know how to name someone? So they just changed the order of the names of the people around them and put them on the list. Thon Zerg. New psychic powers. How did you do it? Wu sighed and finally pointed his finger on Chen Ming's name. At the same time, at the edge of the galaxy that Chen Ming had just left the day before, the spacecraft on which Liang Fei and Li Weiqi were riding finally arrived here. However, the moment they arrived, they were stopped at the edge of the galaxy by the local government's fleet. Even if Liang Fei has found connections with his superiors, he can only say a few words to those people from the Bei Niu government who don't seem to want to communicate very much. But it is obviously impossible to achieve a result with the Bei Niu government in just a few words. Liang Fei was also forced to panic. So he asked Li Weiqi to stay where he was and left the captain's cabin alone. As Liang Fei left, 30 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Li Weiqi was left pacing back and forth in the captain's cabin extremely anxiously. Suddenly, the captain's cabin door opened. As soon as Liang Fei came in, he sat down on the sofa, took a big sip of tea to moisten his throat, and said to Li Weiqi, who was already leaning over, there is bad news. According to the Bei government, this space station is an ordinary space station and has nothing to do with Zhujiao. They said that An Wuping carried out a massacre on such an ordinary space station, and then left here with the psychers on the left path. Ordinary space station? Didn't An Wuping say, when he called before, that this was a left path space station? Liang Fei shook his head and said, so I said it was based on what the Bei government said. They said they would be responsible for investigating the destruction of the space station, and they would investigate it strictly, and they would never give any criminals a chance to escape. It's all empty words and nonsense. Liang Fei said angrily, they have decided to completely blockade the galaxy. We can't go through directly. There is no way to determine whether An Wuping is telling the truth or the Bei Niu government is telling the truth. Li Weiqi pushed up his sunglasses and said, I'm still more inclined to believe that An Wuping is telling the truth. Me too. But do you know what that means? The Bei government has been infiltrated by Zhujiao. Yes. So we can't just draw conclusions casually. We must find enough clues. Li Weiqi's eyes under his sunglasses quickly became determined. I feel that there are enough clues. Because An Wuping has really solved the source of the infection in one dimension. And you have also seen the database on the space station. It is not only the experimental data of the space station and the underground laboratory, but also the clues of those people involved in Zhujiao. An Wuping is a psyker. Although he is a physical psyker, his brain is at least more developed than ordinary people. A psyker who can memorize the list of left-right and left-wing elements on the space station, and who can restrain his desire to kill so as not to affect civilians, cannot possibly remember the wrong person whose coordinates he has deliberately erased. The location of the left path space station. He also gave us a list of substitute materials that Zhujiao used to make clones. Can these things be given to Zhujiao? Coupled with the affirmation from the president of the Psychic Association, An Wuping is definitely a good person. Of course Liang Fei knew everything Li Weiqi said. But until there is no real solid evidence, these indirect evidences can only prove that An Wuping was a good person before. This does not prove that An Wuping was a good person when he was in a complete violent attack. Liang Fei just wanted to speak to dissuade young Li Weiqi. But Li Weiqi suddenly clicked on the vibrating terminal and said, wait a moment. My men here sent me some new things from the colony where An Wuping settled before they left for An Wuping. They can also prove that An Wuping is a good person. What? Li Weiqi placed a surveillance video of the port and 2 simple contracts in front of Liang Fei. After An Wuping arrived at the colony, he signed 2 contracts with the port maintenance factory for maintenance and material supply. Then he plans to experience the local customs and customs just like before. Liang Fei took the terminal, took a look at it and said, well, I saw it. It's okay up to this point. He has been missing for many years. He must have never been to the prosperous star field. Since he has passed by, it is normal to go there while the spacecraft is being repaired. But there's a problem right away. Li Weiqi stretched out his finger and slid it on the terminal screen, adjusting the video to the appropriate time and switching to the appropriate angle. It can be clearly seen that An Wuping's expression which was still a bit expectant, suddenly changed drastically. It may be that at this time, his rage disorder was on the verge of breaking out. This isn't right. Liang Fei frowned and said, it seems that Wuping's violent disorder is only in the early stage. Even if it has entered the middle stage in the past few days, it is impossible to reach the point of collapse in a few minutes. It is impossible to say killing desire can rise so quickly. Only in the late stage will sudden violent symptoms appear. In the early and middle stages, it will definitely take a period of accumulation of violent symptoms to have sufficient impact. He was able to restrain himself on the left path space station before. He must be aware of the onset of violent disorder. It is impossible for him to run into a colony at a time when he is already close to violent disorder. There's something wrong here. Whose problem is that? Although Wuping has the problem, I don't think the source of the problem is in Wuping. If we continue, we still need more clues. Li Weiqi shook his head and said, there is no more behind. After Wuping's expression changed, he returned directly to the spacecraft. He left without refunding the deposit and arrived at where we are now. Judging from the time given by the Benia government, it can be said that they rushed all the way here with a very clear purpose and started the massacre as soon as they arrived. Liang Fei thought along Li Weiqi's words. Suddenly he thought of something and said, by the way, I can add another piece of news. The Benia government did not give us the reason why Wuping wanted to destroy the space station. They only said that they are still investigating. The space station database was burned, and only a little bit of evidence related to Wuping remained. But the destruction of the space station is obviously completely different from Wuping's previous behavior. And since we all already suspect that Zhujiao has infiltrated the Benia government, we might as well be bolder in our assumptions. It was Wu Jing who was inducing Wuping's violent attack. Isn't there a rumor recently? There is a person in Zhujiao who has the ability to brainwash from a distance, which is very harmful to ordinary people. Although the effect on psychers seems not ideal, it can interfere with a psycher who suffers from berserk disorder and has a fragile mind. It should be easier. Is it possible that Wuping really chose Wujing space station, and then planned to kill Wujing like last time, leaving ordinary people behind? But Wuping's violent attack this time was not a slow build-up, but a symptom actively induced by the psychic in Zhujiao. So Zhujiao can predict in advance and prepare corresponding measures at several Zhujiao-related strongholds that Wuping may go to. When Wuping was massacring leftist elements, he took the initiative to destroy the entire space station, and also asked people from the Benia government to help cover it up, completely running Wuping's reputation. Liang Fei's series of analyses made Li Weiqi couldn't help but consider the rationality of it. And if this happens to correspond to the facts, the rationality is naturally first class. Before Li Weiqi could give his thoughts, Liang Fei suddenly thought of something else and said, wait a minute. Has he contacted the local anti-cult bureau like last time? Go check it out. Stay hidden and don't get noticed. Li Weiqi quickly followed the order, lowered his head, and gave orders to his men on the terminal. Now that the other problems have basically been solved, I also believe that a person like Wuping will not massacre. And Wuping is definitely a good person. But there is another question. What is the relationship between Wuping and Zhujiao? Although all kinds of evidence could point to Wuping not committing massacre, Liang Fei still raised the issue too calmly. You have also seen the photo. He was talking to Zhujiang's psychic. It should be a certainty that the capable person will leave. Why did he follow Zhujiao? What happened between him and Zhujiao? Li Weiqi raised his head and said, there must be a reason behind it. There must be one. And there may be Bei Niu who is adding fuel to the fire. Liang Fei still didn't want to directly name a star field as Zhujiao, so he just gave a vague hum. Then he picked up the terminal and contacted one of their informants in the local star field. A few minutes later, Li Weiqi finally received a call from his subordinates. It's confirmed. Just over an hour before Wuping called us, the Anti-Cult Bureau in the Benia Star territory had a record of an unknown communication code being dialed in. Liang Fei also hung up the phone of the person he just talked to at this time and said, but the statement from Bei Niu's Anti-Cult Bureau is that they have never received any unknown calls. And they even cooperated to call I have a communication record. A superfluous disguise. Well, there's nothing more to say. There is a problem in the Benia Star territory. But even if there is a problem in the Benia Star territory, we can't tell it directly. We have to leave it to the superiors to arrange the investigation. This is not our mission. Our focus is still on peace and security. In this way, the relationship between Wuping and Zhujiao can be explained. There is a high probability that Zhujiao used the destruction of the space station to coerce Wuping. in order not to be hunted down by us in a legal sense. He can only follow Zhu Jing temporarily. We have to find him. Li Weiqi asked. He has gone with Zhu Jing, and our tracking clues have been cut off. How can we find him? It's very simple. Let me ask you what Zhu Jing is doing now. In the Kamo Star territory. As soon as Li Weiqi said those words, he realized that the only place the leftists who took Enwupiang away could go was there. Zhu Jing's search for Enwupiang at this time must have been to turn a powerful psychic into an enemy. Although the method was a bit harsh. Turning an enemy into a friend had to be a quotation mark. But at least they did achieve part of it. But we can't fight with Kaimo. Kaimo is currently relying on the 5th Legion, Fan Chao, and the Psychic Association to deal with it. It's not easy for us to interfere. Liang Fei waved his hand and said, No. There is still a way to intervene. Any solution? Enwupiang's origin. Li Weiqi didn't understand what Liang Fei meant. Isn't Enwupiang from the Edge Star region next door to us? His origin has nothing to do with us. He can have a relationship with us. Liang Fei had already thought up some slightly dirty methods in his mind. And said, Our actions to track down Enwupiang have only been through the Psychic Association so far. The neighboring star field has not even had a 5-year-old attack on them yet. Even super psychics don't know. Is it not troublesome to move as a civilian? It will take at least 2 or 3 days for the news from the Benia Star territory to spread. We have to take advantage of these 2 or 3 days to transfer Enwupiang's household registration and quietly move it to our Aodon. If the neighbor next door knew that a level 5 psyker was stolen by us, he would definitely jump in. But a level 5 psyker who committed a massacre is different. We assigned him a house and government work. And we used our own safety as an excuse to get involved in the affairs of the Kamo Star territory. In the final analysis, I really don't believe that Enwupiang would really massacre an ordinary person's space station. We are bound to win Enwupiang. 3 days later, Chen Ming controlled Enwupiang, wore clothes that covered him tightly, and boarded a spaceship in a colony closer to the Kamo Star territory. Chen Ming took control of the spaceship smoothly. Anyway, the spaceships prepared by Qianyan were all Zhujia's spaceships. And they would also drive to Zhujia's territory when they turned around. Now that it is under control, it will be easier to clean up the left path in the future. After entering the captain's room, Chen Ming finally couldn't help but threw his thick coat on the sofa and said to Qian Mian beside him, This is already the 4th ship. And we won't have to replace it with a new one next time. The spaceship? Qian Mian said matter-of-factly, Of course we have to change. Concealment is the priority. You don't know how many people in the Empire are watching our movements now. Especially me. What's wrong with you? Aren't you going to Kamo? Don't you know? Chen Ming also said matter-of-factly, I just learned from some places that you have a big one in Kamo. And I'm just going to mess with you. Who knows what the situation is? Oh, you just need to know that most of our high-level powers are gathered there. I am the only psyker who can go out. Of course, many people will be paying attention to me. Qian Mian laid down on another sofa, raised his head, and closed his eyes. He had been busy in the past few days. Although Enwupiang didn't do anything, he had to confirm whether anyone was following them from the clues provided by all parties. It is necessary to choose the appropriate course of action under the tracking of all parties. Choose the appropriate spaceship and time to go to different locations. And also have to go all the way to the Kamo Star territory. If he hadn't been a psyker, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. It can only be said that there are more tracers than he imagined. I am afraid it is not only his problem, but also the problem caused by Enwupiang, who he just abducted. Qian Mian rested for a while, opened his eyes slightly, and looked at Enwupiang next to him. The past 3 days have been enough for him to become familiar with Enwupiang and have some understanding of Enwupiang's character. Even Qian Mian has to say that Enwupiang is indeed a good person. But he is a good person who restrains himself with morality. In other words, Enwupiang's essence is still a neutral person. So as long as he is guided in the right way, Enwupiang can become a villain. This is what Qianyan will do next. So he planned to use the reason of what happened before to try to find out what happened in the space station and the underground laboratory that had been completely destroyed. Chapter 281 The Power of Dimensions. Hours passed quickly. Qian Mian has left the captain's cabin, but Chen Ning was still lying on the sofa doing nothing, closing his eyes and relaxing. After agreeing to help the president a few days ago, he has already begun to be distracted from doing things for the president. He needs to deal with a galaxy in the star field that is highly suspected of being infected by a dimension. Although the Afterglow Core assists him in doing these things, he does not need to really look at every place. But he is still responsible for the tasks assigned to the Afterglow Core, and the tasks of connecting with people from the Fifth Army, And he is still needed. It takes a certain amount of time and effort. It just so happened that Whooping hadn't encountered anything in the past few days. Except for following Zwijia, who was running around like a mouse. And the need to constantly change spaceships. In addition, it would have been a week before he went to Kamo in an open and honest manner. The current situation of running along the left path will only be slower and less efficient. Therefore, Chen Ming planned to appropriately reduce the attention allocated to Whooping, spend less time thinking, and do more other things. For example, put it over the prosthesis of the 14th Legion and study the catalytic core that was delivered in the past 2 days. Chen Ming found this thing very interesting. After use, it can produce some unique special compounds that may not be able to be produced at the current technical level, depending on the external conditions in the experiment. The compounds produced by the catalytic core have all kinds of strange properties. From these many compounds, Chen Ming can see the potential of this thing. So what he is mainly studying now is the properties of these things. However, Chen Ming's idea failed to come true, because Whooping didn't live in peace for long. Qian Mian, who had left, suddenly returned to the captain's room and said to Chen Ming, "Can you help me?" Chen Ming opened his eyes. "What are you doing?" Qian Mian took out a few glass beads of various colors emitting psychic energy fluctuations from his pocket and said, "Look at these." "I saw it." "What next?" "You should have noticed." "Right. My psychic powers can replicate other people's abilities. These glass beads are the embodiment of the engraved spiritual energy. You only need to inject a small amount of spiritual energy fluctuations, and then crush them. You can control other people's spiritual energy as your own spiritual energy, and use your mental power to control it. The black mist before was the ability I copy from other people." Chen Ming looked calm and asked, So I want to trade other people's psychic powers for some of yours." Chen Ming was a little tempted to tell the truth. After all, the psychic fluctuation effects of these glass beads looked very interesting. But he still refused, not interested. These glass beads are derivatives of your psychic energy. You have absolute control over these things. It shouldn't be difficult to recycle them. I don't want to change to something without any guarantee. Let alone the effect may not be better. Qian Mian shrugged and said, "Even if I say that I can't affect the things I give out as long as they are not within the range of my psychic energy fluctuations, you probably won't believe it." He also felt that Chen Ming's answer was normal. Even a psyker would not want his psychic powers to be stolen by others. After all, psionic power is the foundation of a psyker's life. It would be easy for someone to study it thoroughly and specifically target it. Something happened. It always takes time for people to accept his spiritual energy that reproduces the effect. At least, he just saw a hint of heartbeat on Whooping's face. After a while, Whooping will understand the value of his spiritual energy. Besides, it's not necessary to exchange psychic powers with Whooping. As long as Whooping is by his side when he uses his spiritual energy, the escaped spiritual energy fluctuations can be converted into hard-gathering spirit beads, so there is no need to rush. However, he came back to the captain's room not just to obtain Whooping's spiritual energy. He also wanted to find out what happened in the space station and laboratory that Whooping had visited. They had sent out 5 psychers before, and the only one who came back alive was quite vague when speaking. And he disappeared after discovering that the higher-ups had doubts about him. He has not been found yet. How about this? Qian Mian put a handful of glass beads on the coffee table in front of Chen Ming and said, "I will use these to buy information from you. I want to know what you did there. What happened there? Not to pursue you. Just out of curiosity. Look, 3 cruisers outside were sunk by you. And a space station was blown up because of you. We haven't pursued the case yet. Right?" Chen Ming glanced at the front and said, "You guys blew up the space station yourself. And aren't you very well informed? The government can intervene. But you don't know what happened on the space station? What happened in the laboratory that you don't know about? There are always people who are lying to others. So we need some side evidence." Qian Mian picked up a glass bead, flicked it on the coffee table a few times and said, "One piece of information. Exchange it for a hard-gathering bead." Seeing that Whooping didn't seem to be interested, he immediately added, "And a simple question you asked." Only then did Chen Ming finally cheer up and ask, "How can I ensure that what you say is true? I can't guarantee it. And you won't believe it if I guarantee it. So I said it's a simple question. You are our collaborator now. And I hope you will continue to stay in the future. As long as it's something that doesn't involve our fundamental interests. I don't have to lie. Right?" Chen Ming sat upright and asked, "What do you want to ask?" "Let's start with something simple. Let's establish some initial trust between us. Did you destroy our underground laboratory? It's me. Qinming decisively admitted this. Qianmianya simply pointed to the glass beads on the table and said, "Which one do you want?" There are about 20 glass beads on the table, with a total of more than a dozen different types of psychic energy fluctuations. What abilities do these have? Wouldn't you know if you feel it? The spiritual energy fluctuations of the dozen heart-gathering spirit beads on the coffee table were very weak, so there was no conflict with each other. But it did cause some interference to Qinming's choice. Apart from the general perception type, there is no way to figure out the specific effect and intensity. However, the intensity of psychic energy fluctuations in the red and blue glass beads is significantly higher than that of the other glass beads. This is the entropy control mind-gathering spirit bead left behind by Hu. I just don't know whether Hui took the initiative to leave it, or was passively taken away by Qinyan. Qinming himself has the entropy control of Black Mist and Hui, and he is definitely more interested in the others than the ones he already has. However, based on rational analysis, he still chose Black Mist. After all, if this thing is used effectively, it is indeed a top-notch spiritual power integrating attack, survival, and displacement. Qianmian showed a sure look on his face, and signaled in whooping to ask questions. Qinming thought about it for a moment, then asked Qinyan the lion loudly, "What on earth are you doing in the Kamo Star territory?" This is not a simple question. This is certainly not a simple question, because Qinming can be sure that what is happening in Kamo Star territory is definitely not just dimensional infection. But Zhuo Jing is trying to use dimensional infection, and has achieved certain results. This was the basis for his discovery that Zhuijia had conducted dimensional infection experiments. And there was no doubt about it. Is it some kind of object related to dimensional infection? Or someone related to dimensional infection? Or is it purely research data? It's not clear yet. So the key thing Qinming wants to figure out now is what exactly is caused by Zhuijia's dimensional infection. Why didn't Zhuo Jing leave with the results? Instead, he was still in the Kamo Star territory. Even though Kamo had been completely surrounded by the 5th Legion, he still refused to leave, as if he wanted to strangle them. Also send a large number of psychers belonging to the Zhuo path into Kamo. Zhuo Jing has always been a cult that has never been able to get on the stage, although they have never been able to kill them all. And they still discuss the Empire in various places. But they have no possibility of fighting against the Empire for a lifetime in a star field, let alone a star field in the hinterland of the Empire. Therefore, Qinming believed that there was probably some task in the Kamo starfield that required Zhuo Jing to persist for a period of time. A task related to dimensional infection. They had to persist for a period of time before they could leave with this thing. Otherwise, it would not explain why they changed their previous style of hiding in Tibet and chose to conflict with the Empire in Kamo. Although there is no actual conflict yet, with the current situation, it is only a matter of time before a large-scale conflict between psychers occurs. Therefore, what Zhuo Jing is protecting now is the key to Zhuo Jing's plan, and the key that Qinming needs to destroy. Qinming certainly knew that this was not a simple problem, but he had to pretend to be stupid and ask. Maybe he would just tell? It's a pity that Qianmian was not fooled. Then Qinming did not continue to struggle with this issue. Anyway, he already has a general idea, and these conjectures will definitely rot in his stomach. Talking nonsense will do no good except cause unnecessary vigilance. Just keep asking about other things. So Qinming just stared at Qinyan for a few times and asked another question. How are the resources used by the psychers in your left path allocated? And how are they obtained? Oh, the temporary cooperation is also interested in those of us who have to join for a long time to obtain it. What? Do you have an idea? Just asking. Qianmian smiled and said, "We will regularly arrange tasks to the strongholds in different star fields. If the tasks are executed, we will reward the stronghold and the psychers who perform the tasks. That's it. What people who complete tasks can get is fixed. Those extra things allocated to the stronghold should be regarded as funds. How much the people in the stronghold can get depends on their ability." Qinming had already imagined a scene in which the psychers in the left path stronghold were fighting each other for some supplies that had no reasonable distribution plan at all. You are really not afraid of destroying the entire stronghold. If you can't raise them, it means they are all trash. Just look for them again. The most indispensable thing in the world is people who can't restrain their desires even if they have a little bit of ability. Such people are all our potential members. By the way, what I just said is for our ordinary psychers. If it's you, as long as we can confirm that you really want to join us for a long time, then your ability is enough for us to train you specifically. You deserve our nurturing just as much as we entrust you with important medicines. Qinming said with some disdain, drugs are the basis of cooperation. I do things for you. And you give me medicine. This has nothing to do with whether you train me or not. Don't get involved in things you don't want to do. Okay. Next one. Okay. Qian Mian had always been very patient with Wuping. After ignoring Wuping's attitude, he asked, "What happened in the underground laboratory? Although you blocked the space station's external communication methods, we still got some information after all the people on the space station died and some equipment was not maintained. It's a pity that the people over there seem to be very scared. And the tone and order of what they say is hard to understand. They only say that there are terrifying monsters in the laboratory. This Jinming can directly say, one of your psychers has a variety of different psionic properties, and they merge together to become a monster. Then I kill you. It's that simple." Psychic rampage entity. Qian Mian subconsciously recited something in his mind. Following what Jinming said, "I thought about the possibility of this thing appearing. All I can say is that it is indeed possible. They have previously analyzed that the psychers they arranged to deal with dimensional infections and laboratory psychic beasts have conflicts with the psychers in the space station and underground laboratories. If they choose to trick people because of conflicts, they can indeed induce the psychers underground in the laboratory to become mentally violent entities. And Wuping's current performance seems to have the ability to at least solve the midterm mental rampage entity. No problem." After giving Jinmian time to think, Jinming spoke again. "Okay. It's my turn to ask." He had to think carefully about how to ask the second question. His purpose is not really to join Zhuijing, but to solve the trouble caused by Zhuijing. This question must be asked according to his purpose. The first question can be asked about something unrelated, to establish Wuping's character. But the next question must be related to his purpose. How should I ask so that I can connect the topic to the colorful ink starfield without making Qian Mian wary? Jinming thought about the connection between Zhuijing, Kaimo, the Out-on Star space station, and the underground laboratory. He suddenly thought of something that at first glance had nothing to do with Kaimo's star territory. But in fact it was definitely related. What is the Mind Beast Project? Qian Mian knew that Jinming must have come into contact with the psychic beast leak from the underground laboratory. So he didn't think too much and said directly, "Since you have been to the underground laboratory, there is a high probability that you should also be able to see the dimensional infection and the psychic beast. Are the two mutually exclusive? We need psychic beasts to ensure safety when we conduct dimensional infection experiments. The Mind Beast Project works on people. Let people become beasts, and use a controllable madness that belongs to the beast to resist the unknown madness from another dimension." When Jinming heard this sentence, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in his mind. This was what he wanted to hear. And Qian Mian finally gave another piece of valuable information. Jinming did not rush to think about the overall logic, but argued, "But I only see the threat of this thing. And I don't think that this kind of thing that can be swallowed by the monster in reverse can stop the dimensional infection. You have to believe in the results of our long-term experiments. Our use of this thing is much more perfect than you think." As Qian Mian's words fell, thoughts began to surge in Jinming's mind. He has actually discovered in the past few days that Qian Mian is a person who doesn't like lying. It's just that he likes to tell half-truths. And sometimes half-truths can be more misleading than pure lies. However, if Jinming knew the remaining half of the sentence, it would not be a problem. Jinming could connect what Qian Mian said with the information he knew about Zhuijing, and deduce what Zhuijing was doing. The Mind Beast Project can be used to protect people. However, the method of protecting people from dimensional infection has been available before, which is to use materials that block psychic energy for isolation. This is a cheap, efficient, but dangerous method of protection. It doesn't sound wrong at first that the Mind Beast Project can protect people, but Jinming knew the losses that the Mind Beast plan would cause. Even just a few days ago, Zhuijing had caused a large number of civilian casualties because of the Mind Beast plan. Therefore, the results of this thing are absolutely impossible to be mass-produced. It can only affect a few people and protect a few people from dimensional infection. It is absolutely impossible to develop it to protect most of the left path, but to protect some key figures. This is the problem in Thousand Faces of Talk. He was telling the truth, but what was hidden was the key. If you really believed half of what he said, you might have missed the key point of what Zhuiju is doing. The Mental Beast Project. With this understanding, we can start counting from the earliest time. The first was Lu Wei. Such a person, who was brainwashed by Zhuijing's psychic, exploded and died in front of Jinming. Although he didn't know why Zhuijing wanted to kill Lu Wei in front of him. It was this scene of death that made him discover that Zhuijing was undergoing a dimensional infection. Therefore, the dimensional infection is absolutely inseparable from the brainwashing psychers of Zhuidai. And the brainwashing psychers are definitely the key figures of Zhuodai. Then this brainwashed psycher is very likely to be an experiencer of dimensional infection, and also a beneficiary of the Mind Beast project. This way the logic becomes smoother. Zhuo Jing's brainwashed psycher uses psychic beasts to protect himself, and uses dimensional infection to achieve his power. And it has already achieved initial results. Qinming had never seen a psycher whose psychic powers could be used thousands of miles away. And they were able to use their psychic powers on such a large scale without being noticed by others. You must know that for a normal psychic, the place where psychic energy fluctuations act is where psychic energy can be realized. Except himself. As for the source of dimensional infection, that special dimension does not completely correspond to the normal cosmic environment. But it is inextricably linked. Just enough to meet the conditions for transferring psychic energy to every corner of the entire normal universe. Dimensional infection just needs time to expand after it occurs. So as a brainwashing psycher who wants to use dimensional infection to gain power, he naturally needs to stay here. The coordinates of the dimensional infection are locked in this place. And he cannot leave at will. Qinming still remembers the last recorded dimension infection incident experienced by the president. The sequelae of the dimension infection broke out half a year later. This also means that Zhuojia may have started experimenting with dimensional infection half a year ago, which is consistent with Qianmian's statement that they have gone through long-term experiments. At the same time, it can also be used to explain why so many people in the empire have been brainwashed by Zhuo Jing and are secretly helping Zhuo Jing. Although Qinming still does not rule out the possibility that what Qianmian said is false. But if it is false, it usually cannot explain things clearly logically. So Qinming can think that this is the truth. It's no wonder that the president's side has been fruitless in recent times. He has clearly arranged a large number of manpower to sweep across the star field. Even if the number of people is not enough to sweep every corner, there should not be any substantive clues. It all makes sense if that source is a person. People are mobile and can travel to various places. While the dimensional infection is still breaking out and continuing to affect this person, another dimension can always locate him. That's why there are several places with 100% distortion rate in the president's investigation report. That's why, if you find that person and kill that person, you can put an end to Kaimo's matter. This is what Qinming will do next. Qinming has completely clarified the situation. Next, he only needs to follow Qianmian into Kaimo. And maybe there will be a chance to directly contact the brainwashing psycher. No, you can only contact that person through thousands of faces. The president and the 5th Legion have not found anyone for so long. It is most likely not that the person is hiding well, but that he has the ability to hide himself and disguise himself. The best way to reach that person is through 1,000 faces. When the time comes, he can directly use his psychic energy to hold the brainwashed psycher and explode. The destruction caused by excessive plasma is fair to everyone. It's not a loss to exchange and whooping for an important person from Zhuojia. After Qinming thought about Zhuo Jing's matter thoroughly, suddenly he also thought of himself. His spiritual power was determined a long time ago to be able to transport things across hundreds or even thousands of light years. And he only needed to consume a negligible amount of mental power compared to this distance. Qinming had never figured out what it relied on before. It was obviously not phase space, or something similar to the operating principle of a stargate, because enabling both requires a lot of energy. Now, after discovering the source of power of Zhuo Jing's brainwashed psycher that almost covered the Empire's abilities, Qinming finally had a more reasonable suspect: the dimension from which the infection originates. The brainwashed psycher's psionic power will not bring things related to dimensional infection when used. So it is normal that Qinming's psionic power will not bring dimensional infection when transporting things through that dimension. Of course, this is just a guess. Is this true? How do his psychic powers work? Why could his control over and whooping penetrate a closed environment made of silent alloy? These obviously require explanation and time to verify. But now Qinming still doesn't plan to think too much about his spiritual power. He still has to deal with Zhuo Jing first. Chapter 282. Who he arrives. Qinming already had a clear idea in his mind. However, the exchange with Qianmian was not over yet. After Qianmian answered Qinming's question, he pointed to the glass beads on the coffee table again and said, "Come on. Choose one." Qinming hesitated a little when choosing this time. With so many glass beads, there's not much to say about choosing black mist for the first time. I just used Qianmian before, and the effect is very good. For the second choice, a normal person should choose the glass bead whose psychic fluctuations left by who are more obvious than the others. But Qinming is not a normal person. He already has several heart-gathering beads in his hand. It was impossible for Qianyan to doubt anything just because of his choice of a glass bead. Therefore, Qinming's final choice was a heart-gathering bead that exuded warm spiritual energy fluctuations. After Qinming made his choice, Qianmian spoke again, then the third question. Your psychic power is of the physical mutation type. What is the object of the mutation? Seeing and Whooping frowning, Qianmian immediately added, this question does involve some privacy. But you have to know that physical mutation type psychic mutation objects will manifest themselves. And sooner or later they will be analyzed by others. You have to understand this. This is not a complete privacy issue. But in exchange, this time you can ask questions first. Thousand Faces was right this time. The direction of a physical mutation psyker's mutation could indeed be analyzed. Qinming just happened to have learned some relevant knowledge about physical mutation type psykers recently. There is a very obvious difference between mutations with realistic prototypes and mutant psychic powers without realistic prototypes. Mutated mutant forms with realistic prototypes will conform to the logic of biological existence in reality, and should exist in reality. The physical changes of physical mutant psykers without realistic prototypes will have an exaggerated and extreme change, which is very iconic. Therefore, the insect form that Qinming carefully designed based on the combination of thorn zerg and humans just fits the column of realistic prototypes. As long as the appearance of the thorn zerg and the plasma ability of the aurora wind spirit are analyzed, the result will come out. Qinming even knew that the Audon star field that first came into contact with him had analyzed the direction of his psychic mutation. But for the left diameter, their main focus now is on the Kamo star territory. I don't have the ability and energy to investigate the appearance of countless species in the entire empire and their relationship with Qinming's psychic abilities. Although this is indeed not a too important issue, since it is related to Whooping's disguise. Then Qinming still planned to follow Qianmian's initiative and decide whether to speak based on his next answer. If the information given was not enough, forget it. What else can Qianmian do that he can't do? So the question becomes, what question should he ask Qinmian? The only valuable question at the moment is that one. And enough information has been asked. If I ask more questions, I won't be able to find anything new. So Qinming simply asked casually, what benefits will it bring to you if you take the initiative to create dimensional infection? The harm caused by dimensional infection is very complicated. In short, you can think of it as a large-scale weapon that can also pose a threat to the Empire. Such a weapon is worthy of our study. But I also know something about dimensional infection, which requires human cloning technology. All the materials needed for human cloning technology have been blocked by the Empire. Even the raw materials for weapons are blocked. Are your weapons really a deterrent? Qinming once again acted as a bully and questioned a few words, trying to get more words out of Qinmian's mouth. Whether it is a deterrent depends not on what you think, but on what the Empire thinks. Qianmian didn't say much, because this really involved what they were doing, and he couldn't talk nonsense. And Thousand Faces knew that once this thing was over, and it didn't even need to be over, the Empire had already begun to blockade the replacements they had found for their cloning experiments. They really no longer have the ability to replicate the cloning experiment until a suitable new replacement is found. Not to mention that the Empire will definitely increase its efforts to suppress them in the future. That's why they want to use the ability of dimensional infection to strengthen their psykers. At least with the ability to manually create dimensional infection events. But this must not be said to Whooping, a person who has just joined. Qinming would definitely not accept Qianmian's answer. I'm not satisfied with this answer. Qianmian said simply, then you can change the question. I have no objection. Okay. Qinming didn't expect Qianmian to recognize him so simply. And many questions he wanted to ask immediately came to mind. For example, when can Zhujiao start the research on dimensional infection? What other results can be achieved with dimensional infection? And so on. However, Qinming felt that even if these questions were asked, the answers he would get from Qianmian would only be empty words and meaningless, because the questions he wanted to ask were a bit more purposeful. Qianmian would definitely be very restrained, just like the question he just asked. In the absence of more relevant intelligence evidence and deliberate restraint, nothing can be learned. It's useless to ask. In other words, the psychic beast was something that Qinming happened to come into contact with. And Qianmian didn't realize the problem. So he said it. But don't think about more. Qianmian just let Qinming continue to ask questions. He would never answer inappropriate questions anyway. In his opinion, this deal was more of an attempt to open Whooping's heart and allow him to gradually accept further cooperation with him. This kind method is just a way to make peace with Whooping. And other more bad methods will also appear in the future. Just ask now. It's his business to answer or not. Both of them knew each other's thoughts. So Qinming thought about it for a while, and finally asked a somewhat broad question. What is the purpose of Zhuijing's organization? What do you want to do? Even if it is a cult, it must first build its base. Right? But I only see destruction, not construction. Of course there is construction. And what is being built is the hearts of believers. Sure enough, this kind of question can only get such an answer. Although this may indeed be true. Trying to analyze anything from this sentence is a dream. Qinming also completely lost his patience and said directly to Qinyan, the direction of my psychic mutation is the Thorn Zerg and Aurora Wind Spirit. After saying that, he took a glass bead from the table. That's it. I really don't have anything to say to you. It's not interesting at all. Call me when you get there. Good. Qianmian watched with a smile as An Whooping left the captain's room and walked to his room. He was not angry at all and silently collected all the glass beads. It was enough for him to figure out what happened in the space station laboratory using only 3 heart-gathering pearls and actually answering 2 ambiguous questions, as well as to figure out An Whooping's psychic effects. He even told An Whooping, who had just walked out, remember not to crush multiple glass beads at the same time. Otherwise you will become the monster you killed in the laboratory. And Whooping obviously heard these words, but he didn't want to continue talking to Qinyan. So he turned the corner on the spaceship. After confirming that An Whooping had completely left, Qianmian locked the door of the captain's cabin, took out his terminal, and contacted the person he had communicated with before. I haven't contacted you in a few days. How are you doing there? Qianmian's familiar voice came from the terminal. No. We are still hiding with others. The Psychic Association seems to have been cornered. They asked Qinming for help. Several places they visited were surrounded by Qinming's Afterglow spacecraft. One time, if we hadn't run so fast, we might have been intercepted by Qinming. Qianmian's expression turned slightly ugly when he heard Qinming's name. Apparently this name had disgusted them for a long time. Is that guy Qinming? It's really troublesome. Because of his relationship, our development speed in the Gallo Star territory has obviously slowed down. Many people who know him can no longer believe in our teachings. Why? Qianmian said and suddenly sighed. It was also my problem last time. I misjudged Qinming's ability, and the time when the Psyker from the 14th Legion discovered me. Otherwise, there should be a chance. Don't think about the past. Let's talk about our present. I won't be able to hide for too long if I continue. His condition has begun to deteriorate, and he is about to enter the final stage. In the final stage, he is not easy to move. It is time to find a place to stay and prepare for the final stage. As long as we survive, we can still have a place no matter how completely we are surrounded by the Empire. Qianmian's expression finally became a little relieved. Where is the final location? His words had just fallen. At this time, Qinming, who was using his spiritual power to secretly observe the captain's room, only saw a cloud of black mist suddenly burst out from Qianmian's body, completely covering him and the terminal in his hand, not giving anyone a chance to peep. Even on the spaceship, even if there had been no contact for several days, Qinmian was still extremely vigilant about such a critical matter. Qinming clicked his tongue in displeasure. I temporarily gave up observing the 1,000 faces in the black mist and in the dark fog. A voice came from the terminal in Qinmian's hand. We have been to the Lucy Galaxy in Kamo 6 once before, and Qinming's Afterglow fleet has also been there once. It should be dark under the lights. There happens to be an industrial colony over there with an Earth core furnace energy supply tower. I can ask him to help hypnotize the people over there and do regular maintenance on the furnace tower. You can hide while the energy supply tower is undergoing maintenance. During the next period of time, the underground should be safer than the ground. Qinmian nodded and said, I understand, and I will cooperate when the time comes. Good. The other end of the terminal responded. And after a short moment of silence, he suddenly said, now that the battle is so big, I don't know how it will end. Don't worry, Qinmian said. You will win. I hope so. That's basically the case here. What's the situation on your side? Qianmian summarized An Whooping's situation just now in his mind and said, An Whooping's attitude is still the same as before. He didn't show much intention to resist. And he didn't say he had any idea of continuing to cooperate with us. But it's still possible that he still wants to do something. We still can't expect too much from him. At least, he must completely lose confidence in the Empire. For the sake of stability, I haven't stimulated his madness in the past 2 days. If you want to slowly break through his psychological defenses, You won't be able to do it if you don't have time. So there is probably no other way before we really start. Let's treat him as an ordinary psyker for the time being. He has a lot of people's eyes on him. At that time, I will take him to a nearby but unrelated place and use him as bait. I'll be there in about 4 or 5 days. You'll let me know when you're ready. Time flies. 6 days later. 2 days later than Qin Ming's original plan. After changing 5 more spaceships, Qian Miansai finally took Qin Ming to the edge of the border between the Red Ink Star territory and the Kamo Star territory next to Kayamo. A comprehensive colony. As soon as he landed, Qian Mian said he would take Qin Ming to the Zhujiu stronghold here. Qin Ming originally thought it would be some darker place. But after arriving, Qin Ming discovered that Zhujiu's stronghold was an ordinary-looking cafe. It is relatively close to the edge of a few cities, with relatively backward urbanization scale in the colony of this prosperous star field. There are no high-rise buildings or shuttle boats traveling high in the sky. Only the comfortable environment close to the countryside gives people a leisurely feeling. However, the left diameter is always the left diameter. As Qin Ming entered the basement of the cafe, he passed through a closed door. The slogans written by leftist elements suddenly filled everything he could see. Even though the basement is brightly lit, a dark and crazy atmosphere still lingers here. There are no psychic fluctuations here. It is just an ordinary stronghold, not a psyker's stronghold. After confirming this, Qin Ming ignored the people here and followed Qian Mian directly to a room with a glass door in a corner of the basement. The other side can be seen clearly from both inside and outside the room. But there is no one here now. Qian Mian took Qin Ming and sat down here, signaling Qin Ming to wait for a while. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Qin Ming heard heavy footsteps coming from the entrance to the basement. A man in a cloak who was not tall walked down and walked straight towards Qin Ming. The cloak covered most of his body, making it difficult to see his specific appearance. It's hard to tell whether he's a boy or a girl, old or young. But his steps are very heavy. He should be a strong man. Qin Ming could not detect psychic fluctuations from him. But he did pay a lot of attention to the cloaked man. After all, he had just analyzed Zhujiu's dimensional infection a few days ago, and it must have involved a psyker. Maybe it's the one in front of me? It's a pity that Qin Ming couldn't see anything from him. With Qin Mian beside him, it was not easy for Qin Ming to use his spiritual power to release a trace amount of metallic liquid on the spot to track him. The cloaked man pushed the door open and entered the small room, putting down 2 identity cards. At this moment, Qin Ming finally found an opportunity. Taking advantage of the opportunity of touching the card, he reached out and touched the sleeve of the cloaked man. Iron atoms invisible to the naked eye had been contaminated by him on the cloak. This was something he had prepared before. The mental power required to control this level of iron atoms was completely covered up by An Wuping's mental power, and there was no possibility of being discovered. And when Qin Ming did this, the cloaked man's body suddenly shook slightly. But he didn't say anything in the end. Turned around and left here silently. So far, Qin Ming's iron atoms can still clearly locate the cloaked man's whereabouts. The cloaked man can be seen walking out of the cafe, boarding a shuttle boat, and heading into the city. It is still unclear what will happen next to him, and it will take time to confirm. In the basement of the cafe, after confirming that the person had left, Qin Ming rubbed the card in his hand and said to Qin Mian, "This card." Qian Mian finally put down the terminal, took away the card and said, "You need to keep the things you need first. You need more than this to enter the color ink. You have to wait for 2 days. You can wander around here for the next 2 days. You can live here or go to the city with me later. I'll let you know if there's any news. Aren't you worried about being discovered? Can't you be careful not to be exposed? If you are exposed now, the result will be no different than if a left-winger who has carried out massacres is exposed. We are grasshoppers on the same rope." "Okay. Then I'd rather go to the city." Qian Mian nodded and said, "Wait for me for a moment. I have something else to do here." He just wanted to get up and go out. Suddenly, the basement door of the cafe was violently kicked open by something, making a loud noise. Qian Mian hesitated and looked in the direction of the basement door with a frown. Qin Ming's spirit was also slightly lifted, and he looked at the door expectantly. A few seconds later, the person who had just kicked in the door walked into the basement. Qin Ming also saw his appearance clearly. It's Hui. Hui had a dark face, and after scanning An Wuping's body, his eyes locked on Qian Mian. Immediately afterwards, the terrifying psychic energy fluctuations that Qin Ming had only seen in his boss surged throughout the basement. Qian Mian suddenly shouted loudly, "Don't move!" Just when Chen Ming was wondering that the raging spiritual energy fluctuation seemed to be doing nothing, his sense of danger was suddenly triggered. And Wu Ping was in extreme danger at the moment. And the tingling feeling of danger in his mind was desperately sounding the alarm. Chen Ming's expression became serious, because he finally discovered the problem. In a small space that could almost be said to be close to Wu Ping's skin, a huge amount of entropy suddenly appeared out of thin air. The entropy was restrained by the spiritual energy, which was equivalent to a terrifying high fever being restricted around Wu Ping's body. Any violent movement will cause his body to come into contact with surrounding high heat. At this time, the air around Wu Ping had been distorted, and his naked eyes could no longer see clearly what was happening next to him. But from the perspective of the other iron atoms that Chen Ming left in the basement, the entire basement environment was still maintained at the appropriate 24 degrees by the air conditioner. Only near the people in the basement can there be terrifying heat caused by his psychic energy. There was a leftist who didn't seem to want to listen to Qian Mian's words, and didn't realize the danger around him. So he stood up from his seat. However, as soon as he made the move, his whole body was lifted into the air. Not to mention the body, not even a speck of ashes was left. This is Hu Yi's spiritual power. Although the boss said that Hu Yi seemed to be mentally ill, but the fact that he was able to force his boss to confront him there alone proved that he was definitely not a simple psychic. At this moment, Chen Ming also discovered that his road to revenge seemed a little far away. After being caught making the first move, it seemed difficult for him to take action against Hu Yi even if he relied on poor information. Of course, although Chen Ming had temporarily given up his plan of revenge against Hu Yi after his boss came to talk to him a few days ago. After all, Hu Yi did not harm him directly, and he was also ready to compensate. But he still wanted to take revenge as in Wu Ping. If Hu Yi could really resist and survive, then forget it. Anyway, Hu Yi probably couldn't tell that Wu Ping was him. Although he now feels that Wu Ping is really difficult to attack Hu Yi, and there is even the possibility of being killed directly. But even the most powerful psychers have weaknesses. For example, Yin Xiong's weakness is inside his body, and he will be gone if he is blown up. The weakness of the boss and himself is that he is too fragile, and can easily get into trouble if his true form is found. So Hu Yi definitely has some kind of weakness that can be targeted. Chen Ming firmly believed this, so he felt a little more relaxed. But his vigilance against Hu Yi did not diminish at all. Chen Ming had never been in contact with Hu Yi before, so he looked down upon him. But from today on, Chen Ming will deal with Hu Yi with great care. At this moment, Wu Wen, who was also in the Kamo Star territory, but next door to Kamo 1, finally received Hu Yi's message. After confirming that Hu Yi had found Wu Ping and Qian Yan through the news given to him by Chen Ming, he had a slight smile on his face. A smile that looked like fun. He supported Hu Yi in causing trouble for Zhuo Jing, and also supported Chen Ming in using Wu Ping's identity to seek revenge. I support Hu Yi because Zhuo Jing has dared to act like a clown in his face. I support Chen Ming because, after all, Hu Yi is also a psyker of the same level as him. Although there are differences between the same levels, the differences between the same levels are much larger than the direct differences between different levels. So for Chen Ming, fighting a psyker who is one level above him is the best way for him to understand which level of his abilities he is on. So Wu Wen is now looking forward to what will happen next. Of course, Chen Ming also said that he would take action after solving Zhuo Jing's trouble. Wu Wen also told Hu Yi not to attack Wu Ping, so it would not have any impact on the next thing. At this moment, in the left path stronghold, the basement of the cafe, Hu Yi pushed the door open and walked into the room in the corner. He threw a photo on the table and said to Qian Yan, "Here, give me an explanation." Chen Ming glanced at the photo. This photo was exactly what Hu Yi recorded when he assassinated him at the branch of the 14th Army Corps. Now the situation in this scene has been determined. It was Zhuo Jing who conducted the assassination on him, and it was the Qian Yan in front of him who carried out the assassination with his own hands. In the end, the blame was placed on Hu Yi. Qian Mian suddenly exploded into a ball of black mist, bypassing the cage of entropy surrounding him, and appeared at the door of another closed room. "Come in and talk." Hu Yi put the photo away and followed Qian Mian into a small room. Everyone outside, including Chen Ming, was left trapped in the cage. Half an hour later, when the two appeared again, their expressions were very satisfied for some reason. Hu Yi patted his shoulder as if he knew Qian Mian very well and said, Okay, let me see what confidence you have." Chapter 283 Recipient. Hu Yi patted Qian Mian's shoulders a few times and walked out of the basement. After seeing him off with a smile, Qian Mian returned to Chen Ming. As Hu Yi left, The cage of entropy around him was completely unlocked. Chen Ming immediately pretended not to know anything and asked Qin Mian, who had just returned. Who is that person? What happened just now? Hui. A very strong psychic. Some issues left over from history have been dealt with. Don't worry. But you seem to be having a great time chatting. Is there any cooperation? It's not cooperation. It's just asking him not to cause trouble for us. Qian Mian looked like he didn't want to say anything more. After explaining a few words to Chen Ming, he got up again to do the things he had just interrupted by Hu Yi's arrival. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Qian Mian finally finished his work and took Chen Ming onto the shuttle boat to the city. And he was very arrogant and open-minded and found a luxury hotel and opened 2 single rooms. After throwing the room card to Chen Ming, Qian Mian disappeared. And he didn't know where he went. Although Chen Ming tried throwing iron atoms at him, it unfortunately didn't work, because there are no iron atoms left in Qian Mian's body. Even if Tai Atom didn't have psychic energy fluctuations when he was controlled by Chen Ming, he couldn't take the risk of letting Tai Atom come into physical contact with a psyker whose upper limit of ability was temporarily unknown. Therefore, Chen Ming's only chance to leave iron atoms was on Qian Mian's clothes. The iron atoms in clothing are so unreliable that they will be gone when you change clothes. However, Qian Mian has the habit of changing his face to a new one every day, and Chen Ming has seen him several times. Once Qian Mian changes his face, he will change into a new outfit. In addition, when the psychic energy of black mist is transferred, it must be based on the will of the psychic. The iron atoms that Chen Ming stuck on were definitely not part of Qian Mian cognition and would be left in place. There is no way to track 1,000 faces. The only thing that didn't change was that he was missing his little finger on his left hand. Chen Ming shook his head and pulled his thoughts away from Qian Mian back to the present. At least the hotel room Qian Mian booked was pretty good. Standing by the window, you can see a huge park in front of the adjacent colonial government headquarters, as well as the local government department area that occupies a larger area. The view is not bad. It seems that due to the recent situation in the Kamo Star territory next door, the security force deployed in the galaxy government area here is quite strong. So powerful that it seems a little too powerful. However, special situations require special services, and it is not too outrageous that the red ink star system close to the colorful ink star field has such a security force. Chen Ming withdrew his gaze from the window. Qian Mian also said before that it would take time to enter the Kamo Star territory, so he could just wander around and take a rest. Chen Ming could indeed relax a little in the next 2 days. One of the purposes of controlling and whooping was to do this. But this kind of thing is not the first priority. He has more to do now. He was not really traveling. He had to find a way to confirm the specific location of their dimension-infected person through the left path. Qian Mian said, before using black mist to hide his conversation with another person, that the person on the left path was about to enter the final stage and needed to find a place to stay. Although I don't know where it is exactly. It must be somewhere hidden in Kamo. It definitely has something to do with Qian Mian. But Chen Ming hasn't had much contact with Zhu Jing yet. It's too difficult to get clues from here, and Qian Mian has already run away. Or we can only start the investigation with forward methods first, and try to see if we can directly find where the people on the left path will go. Chen Ming's prosthesis in the branch of the 14th Legion took out the terminal, but he did not contact the president immediately. Instead, he first sensed the location of the cloaked man who had been marked by him. He didn't change his clothes. He just boarded a spaceship, and nothing else happened for the time being. Through the analysis of its spacecraft model and flight schedule, it can be concluded that the destination of this spacecraft is not Kamo or any other place related to this incident. Chen Ming did not pay more attention to the cloaked man. After making sure nothing else happened, Chen Ming made a call to the president. Chen Ming? It's me. I want to ask how the situation has been in the past few days. Although the information provided by the Fifth Army is first-hand, it is too mixed and messy. I think there is coordinated information. It's not easy to handle. Just look at the document. The president transferred the work documents of the past few days to Chen Ming. To put it simply, Wu Wen received a piece of information a few days ago. Zhu Jia's purpose of creating dimensional infection is to strengthen a psyker. In a sense, the source of the dimensional infection is a living person, not a clone turned into a piece of flesh. Chen Ming, the instigator of the disguised identity, who was discovered by his boss a few days ago, was shocked and confirmed. Is there such a thing? Yes. So the difficulty for us in tracking the dimensional infection caused by Zhu Jia has gone up to another level. Those galaxies that have been inspected cannot be counted as inspected. and they will all have to be torn down and started over. I originally planned to wait for you to check the remaining highly suspicious places tomorrow and tell you the news. If you asked in advance, you can actually stop now. There is not much difference. Chen Ming accepted the president's suggestion not to continue investigating the information that had been previously suspected, and asked, since I no longer need to investigate, what should I do next? A source of dimensional infection that can move. He's still a psyker. How do we track him? There is still a way. The president's tone was not too anxious. First of all, I have to mention the things I told you 2 days ago about the 100% abnormality rate of newborns. I have an impression of this. What's wrong? The place with a 100% distortion rate is the place on the left path, where the psyker, who was strengthened by dimensional infection, has been. Is there such a thing? Of course. The president emphasized and said, the stores with different 100% distortion rates do not reach 100% distortion rate at the same time. But the time interval for the birth distortion rate in each region to reach 100% is basically the same as the time interval for an ordinary spacecraft to arrive from one place to another. After combining the information said by Wuan, we can confirm that the person on the left path is definitely moving. The information can prove each other. So there will basically be no errors or omissions in this news. Unless you are some special psychics. You must follow the basic rules of our universe when moving in the colorful ink star field. Even the left path can only move through hyperspace or spaceships. If you want to move through psychic energy, the movement will definitely not be small. But it will be easier for us to detect. With the spacecraft's ultimate speed, there is also a rough time point when the distortion rate reaches 100%. Combining the two data, we can circle a rough range of the left path's whereabouts. Finally, based on the galaxy that reached 100% distortion rate about 5 hours ago as the base point, a total of 6 galaxies with colonies are within this range. Next, we will focus on these 6 colonies to search. If a new galaxy with a distortion rate of 100% appears during this process, then we will change new targets at any time until we find the position of the left radius person. Chen Ming thought about the arrest plan that the president and the others had come up with, and found that there seemed to be a real explanation. He had never thought that he could make a fuss about the neonatal abnormality rates in different regions. After Zhu Jing's spiritual energy arrives, the gaze of another dimension will focus on him. Then, when the relative position of the main universe and the other dimension has not changed, and even the source of the dimensional infection has not been cleared, the distortion will the rapid increase in the rate is really a sure thing. There is no problem at all in confirming the approximate range of the left axis movement based on the time points and temporal intervals between the two areas where the distortion rate suddenly surged. Chen Ming also followed this idea and thought of a more advanced operation. If you can calculate where the first ring on the left diameter may go, then you can actually find the second ring. Right? But the range will be very large. But a little preparation should be enough. When the left path really starts to move, we can get to the destination faster to block people. The president was a little surprised that Chen Ming came up with such an arrangement instantly. This is what we are doing. In 3 days at most, we can completely lock Zhujia's whereabouts. What happens after that? The president said 2 short words without mercy. Get rid of it. I hope nothing goes wrong by then. Chen Ming said something casually, and then brought up other topics. The source of Zhu Jing's dimensional infection is a psyker. This news was given by the boss. Right? Did the boss tell him where he got the news? He said he had someone on the left path. But he didn't say anything else. You can ask. He might tell you. Chen Ming was silent for a moment and then asked, what about the others? Is there anything else important? No more. Now we are basically changing the direction of our work and using new methods to track the left path. The whole camo is still the same. It can be clearly felt that the people working below are facing greater resistance than before. There are really brainwashing psychers in the left path. So there is no need to run away. Correct. The president suddenly remembered something and said, someone is complaining about you. Ah? Chen Ming didn't respond. So he asked, complain against me? Yes. Because your afterglow fleet is running around in camo. Some people who know the effects of your psychic powers don't like you. Some people think that your afterglow can help you spread your psychic energy and control camo's various galaxies. It won't be clear whether camo's surname is Kai or Chen. Chen Ming was silent again. After a while, he spoke, to be honest, it's normal to have such doubts. But I've never done anything extraordinary. Right? Besides, my afterglow fleet here also relies on scanning. It doesn't come into contact with colonies or anything like that when it lands. If it has to be said that it comes into contact when it goes to some space stations to resupply, then it can't be replenished, and it won't let me replenish it. Bar? And what do they think of as psychers? People who use psychic energy are mentally burdened. This is a star field. I don't even have the mental power to control it. Of course Chenming likes what you are talking about. In fact, if Yui helps control these things, the mental burden on him will not be great. And he did do some outrageous things. For example, when he helped in Whooping get his identity, he did control the equipment of a sector government and a galaxy government department. But no one knows about in Whooping. If no one knows, it means it didn't happen. At least Chenming would never do anything beyond the limit when acting in his own capacity. The president gave Chenming a reassuring reply, I know. So I also explained it to the person who complained about you. Whether it's at the empire level or at the level of our association, there are regulations and restrictions on psychers. Those people who initially complain to you may have really good intentions. But those who continue to complain after explanation are most likely people with ulterior motives. Instead, we will focus on these people first. So don't worry. That's good. Chenming felt a little relieved. Although he didn't care about the complaints. It would not be good if someone blocked his actions in Kamo because of this kind of thing. Then I would like to ask about the situation in the Red Ink Star territory next to Kamo. It doesn't seem to be mentioned in the document. The president didn't quite understand what Chenming meant. And asked, of course I haven't written anything. So why do you care about this? I heard that the boss went there. So I'm curious to ask. Oh! The president thought for a while, and said, there should be nothing big going on over there in Hongamo. If there is anything, it is the Starfield leader of Kamo Star territory. Their Starfield chief, who is temporarily here in Hongamo, and was captured by the 5th Legion, to protect and avoid suspicion. Where? It's hard to say. It's not that I don't trust you. It's because I don't know either. The situation in the Kamo Star territory is too chaotic. The brainwashed psychers of Zwijia have caused us a lot of trouble. Many people who should not be Zwijia have become Zwijia. No matter if something goes wrong for an important person, like the Star Territory Chief, his safety will definitely be his first priority. The Star Territory Commander is also willing to take the initiative to avoid suspicion and choose to leave temporarily, leaving the command completely to the 5th Legion and our association. Then we must not treat the Star Territory Commander as an enemy. Right. Chenming was a little surprised when he heard this. He just handed over the power like that. At least he has the protection of the Empire. It is the most honorable and stable way for him to do things as a member of the government. There is nothing to say. Okay. Then I have nothing more to ask. Okay. I will update you in real time on the possible locations of galaxies on the left path later. Remember to notify me if you find anything. Communication ends. Chenming put away the terminal. And Whooping, who was currently in the Red Ink Star territory, also stopped leaning against the window in a daze. I got my new ID card, put on a slight disguise, and left the hotel. 2 days later, the president still couldn't completely locate Zwijing's location. However, the approximate location where the left path can be locked has shrunk by nearly half in 2 days. It won't take long to completely lock the left diameter. And Whooping, who was in red ink, was still waiting for Chenming to come over and give him a clear time to enter colored ink. However, Chenming did not wait for Chenming. Instead, he waited for news that he didn't want to hear, which came from his subordinate Yue. In a galaxy where the left path sent by the 5th Army could go, Chenming's Afterglow fleet was stopped by a local patrol, preventing Chenming's fleet from entering the galaxy to investigate. The things that Chenming told the president 2 days ago that he was worried about suddenly appeared in front of him. Although some people have been stumbling in secret before, such as not supplying Chenming's fleet and other small stumbling blocks. These stumbling blocks have been forcibly dealt with by the president. But I didn't expect that someone would go so far as to directly block the road with the fleet. After receiving the report from his subordinate Yui, Chenming didn't bother to talk nonsense with these people who didn't know whether they had brain problems or were brainwashed by Zwijing, and directly dialed the president's phone number. After hearing what Chenming said clearly, the president immediately said, "This is not urgent. Since you called me, I just have to tell you something. Even the red ink 12 next to the color ink has a 100% distortion rate." Chenming was stunned for a moment, and immediately realized what the red ink number 12 meant. Did the people from the left path run out? Probably not. Because after the red ink 12 shows 100%, the next information showing 100% distortion rate is still in the color ink. And they are still going inside the color ink. We can now also identify 4 possible galaxies. Which 4? Some people have already investigated the Lucy Galaxy, Koshi Galaxy, Jinsei Galaxy, and Nanchi Galaxy in the past. It would be best for your fleet to go there as well. I see. After describing the current situation, the president said, so it doesn't matter who is blocking you over there, because it has already entered the next round. Just leave. There is no need to investigate where your fleet is. Yes, but the person who stopped me still needs to be investigated. There is something wrong with their behavior. It will definitely happen. Don't worry. Well, then I will give the order directly. Okay. That's it. Hang up communication. Qin Ming immediately gave the order to his subordinate, Yu Hui, to abandon the investigation of the current galaxy and move to the next location. At the same time, doubts began to appear in his heart. The reason lies in what the president said. Hongma 12 also has a distortion rate of 100%. This proves that the psyker on the left path has been here. The first object of suspicion that appeared in Qin Ming's mind was, of course, the cloaked man in the basement of Zwijing's stronghold. Qin Ming immediately used the iron atoms left on the cloaked man's body to sense. However, unlike the clear perception before, this time his perception was very blurry, as if it was covered with a veil. Qin Ming immediately realized that there was something wrong with the troops. There was something wrong with the cloaked man. Couldn't he be the brainwashed psyker from Zwijia? But it was clear that Qin Ming had no feelings for him when they met before. It was clear that when he encountered the dimensional infection, he would feel at least a little tingling sensation in his head. But there was no response to his sense of danger before. How could it be him? Moreover, the cloaked man came here to deliver the identity card before. Is it really necessary for such an important person from Zwijing to deliver it in person? Qin Ming didn't understand. But the vague perception is not deceptive. Qin Ming cannot accurately locate him. But through the star map, he can roughly determine that the cloaked man's current location is around the several galaxies the president just mentioned. Qin Ming doesn't believe that there are such coincidences in the world. If there are so many coincidences coming together, then it is not a coincidence. But the truth, he had to find the cloaked man. Qin Ming once again issued an urgent order to his Yuhui. And at the same time, he had to go there in person. But when it comes to entering Kamo, and Wuping cannot get in with his current status, he still has to rely on Qinyan. So Qin Ming can't do anything else now. So he should continue to wait. Although Qin Ming was a little anxious, he still sat back on the sofa in the hotel. But the moment his butt touched the sofa, he suddenly realized something. If the cloaked man is really the brainwashed psyker from Zwijia, so had the brainwashed psyker's psychic powers been used before in contact with him? Qian Mian's ability to induce loopholes in his mind is definitely derived from brainwashing psychers. Qian Mian can avoid his perception to a certain extent if he uses this psionic power. If he is the deity, Qin Ming felt a little worried. His mental power was highly concentrated on himself, and he retrieved his own situation, especially the area of his brain theoretically affected by rage disorder. Ah, Qin Ming breathed out. There is good news and bad news. The bad news is that there is something really wrong in Wuping's useless mind. The good news is that he discovered something wrong. After confirming this, Qin Ming left the hotel directly. He came to the outskirts and used his own spiritual power to conduct a thorough examination on himself. Fortunately, nothing was left behind in his consciousness this time. After Qinyan caused trouble last time, Qin Ming took sufficient precautions to protect his consciousness. This time, his consciousness was not affected. The psychic power of that brainwashed psyker is really all-pervasive. A deep murderous intention appeared in Qin Ming's heart. Such a psyker, no matter whether he was infected by the dimension or not, as long as he is still a psyker on the left path, he must die. Just when Qin Ming was walking towards the city again, Qian Mian was currently at the local stronghold, and was in the black mist, trying to contact others. Although there was no expression on his face at this time, his slightly trembling hands still showed his mentality. I can start at any time. No rush. Wait until everyone leaves before starting. The voice in the terminal seemed to be aware of Qinyan's emotions, and comforted. You said we would win, and you have to believe in this yourself. All the bad news he had received in the past few days flashed through Qian Mian's mind. The Empire seemed to have discovered their situation and had changed their hunting strategies. It looked like they might be caught at any time. It was really hard for him not to be nervous. This can be considered the biggest news we have made in the past few decades. Right? The voice in the terminal was a little heavy. Yes. This can delay everyone's actions to a certain extent and distract their energy. Although there may be a more violent counterattack later, it will take a while. We need time to let him master this power. Qianmian took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it for himself. After taking a puff, he said, I heard he has a new code name. Yes. Recipient. Chapter 284 Assassination. Framing. After an hour, only Qianmian was left in the basement of Zhu Jing's stronghold. He checked the time, picked up the terminal, found in Wuping's number and dialed it. Go to the port. We're ready to go. A colony's port is usually on a space station connected to the ground by a space elevator. Qinming took some time and took the elevator to the space station. As soon as he entered the port area of the space station, someone from Zhuijia came over to take Qinming to a civilian destroyer, and also sent Qinming all the way to the captain's cabin of the spacecraft. Qianmian is not here at this time, but there is a lighted terminal on the table next to him, and Qianmian is displayed on it. Qinming picked up the terminal and asked Qianmian, What are you doing? You'll know soon. You stay on the boat first. I'll be there later. What you up to? Go and see the scenery. Call me here. Are you watching the scenery by yourself? Or are you going to broadcast something to me in real time? You'll find out soon enough. Qinming watched the screen dim and the Qianmian figure disappear from the terminal, and his heart suddenly sank. Although you can probably tell from the background that Qianmian is now a place with abundant green plants in the city. But where exactly? And trying to track him down is still impossible. The problem is still the same. Qianmian cannot leave any iron atoms on his body. Therefore, Qinming is not sure yet what Qianmian is doing and what he wants to do. Suddenly, Qinming felt a slight vibration around him. He immediately looked outside alertly. Why did you sail? Qinming immediately rushed to the command room. But all the leftists here just lowered their heads and silently operated the spacecraft. And no one answered his questions. Qinming's eyes swept across the command room. What exactly does Wu Jing want to do? At this time, Qianmian also hung up the video call with the terminal on the spacecraft and stood up from the bench in the park in front of the government department. He contacted another person and said, The person has left. We can start. I hope the news is accurate. The news must be accurate. Kai Mo's Star Territory Chief was placed here by the 5th Legion. Hong Mo1 Star Territory Chief is actually a fake. Good. Qianmian let out a long breath. By the way, I plan to take this opportunity to stimulate in Wuping. Some doubts came from the terminal. You said before that he has been in good condition recently, and it is not a suitable time to influence him. I know that the effect of that medicine is indeed very good. I haven't seen in Wuping affected by violent disorder for a long time. I can't influence him with the recipient's spiritual energy. But because of this, I wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to stimulate him so that his violent disorder can at least show some early symptoms. This will make it easier for me to use the recipient's spiritual energy to induce it. And when the recipient came last time, there should be almost enough seeds left behind. Right? The terminal immediately responded, yes. He said that the seeds have taken root and can sprout at any time. That's okay. In a deserted corner of the park, Qianmian's appearance gradually changed into that of an Wuping, and his height gradually matched in Wuping's. In his pocket, he crushed the gray-green glass beads that had been condensed through the psychic energy fluctuations scattered in daily life in the past few days. Qianmian could feel his physical fitness increasing. When the effect of the psychic energy fluctuations had fully taken effect, he pressed the button of a miniature monitoring device on his shoulder. On the spaceship that had just left the port, the terminal that Qinming had just put aside suddenly lit up. A screen appeared on the terminal, through the slight corner of the government building exposed among the large green plants in front. Qinming finally saw that Qianmian was standing in the large park at the moment. Due to the viewing angle problem, Qinming could not see Qianmian at this time. But from the direction he was facing, he could tell that Qianmian was probably going to do something big next. What do you want to do? Of course Qinming's question will not be answered by Qianmian. Qianmian just remained silent and walked step by step to the door of the government department. Immediately, a security guard came forward and signaled Qianmian to stop. What do you want? The government departments are under martial law recently. If you don't have anything important, please wait until the place is opened again. Qianmian did not respond, but suddenly stretched out his hand and broke the security guard's neck in astonishment. The piercing siren immediately sounded from in front of the government department. At the moment when all the security guards stationed at the gate opened fire on Qianmian without hesitation, Qinming finally saw Qianmian's face at this moment through the surveillance camera that was shot away by the bullet. That was in Wuping's face. Asshole. When Qinming saw the scene, he couldn't help it anymore and wanted to tear up the hull of his spacecraft and land directly from space to the ground. But when he thought about the orbital defense facilities on the planet, he still suppressed this impulsive thought. After a brief thought, he chose to crush the black mist hard-gathering bead he had on hand. Thick black fog instantly enveloped and whooping. Qin, who had already been exposed to the spiritual energy fluctuations of the black mist and had a considerable understanding of the black mist, immediately mastered the use of the black mist. His body slipped into the shadows. And at the same time, Qianyan has used the power from Enwhooping to tear apart the external defense lines of government departments. The clothes on his body had long been torn by bullets. But he did not cover up at all. Instead, he openly put Enwhooping's face in front of everyone. He conveniently tore the front armor of an armored vehicle parked in front of the government department building into pieces, and smashed the torn-off armor plate directly into the tactical team that had just rushed out of the building on the other side. He continued to walk into the building as if nothing was wrong. The moment he walked into the building, a wave of psychic energy swept over, and the harsh sound waves surrounded Qianyan in a targeted manner, directly tearing his eardrum that had been strengthened by Enwhooping's psychic energy. A psyker with sonic abilities. Such a psyker can rely on sound to target all people sneaking into the building, which is indeed a good way to prevent assassinations. However, the assassination plan Qianyan chose this time was a frontal attack. Qianyan covered his ears, and after confirming that he was deaf, he followed the direction of the psychic energy fluctuations and locked his position. He flew out, penetrated the floor and wall of the second floor, and threw himself in front of the sonic psyker. A punch hit his chest, making a muffled sound that vibrated. The sonic psyker flew out in response. Even though he has a layer of sonic armor visible to the naked eye, he was still seriously injured by this punch. But fortunately, he was immediately dragged away by a few security guards, who were not afraid of death. Thousand Faces did not pursue the sonic psyker any further, because he knew the purpose of his coming. Before the smoke and dust from the explosion completely dissipated, he rushed all the way into the depths of the government building. Amidst the blaring sirens and hail of bullets, Qianyan finally found the place he was looking for. I saw him kicking the ground hard, breaking 3 layers of ground in a row, and entering the underground. His purpose was extremely clear. Soon, he came to a heavy, closed metal door. Inside is the safe house that protects the Star Territory Chief. Qianyan turned his head and looked at both sides. The designer would definitely not make the wall thinner than the door when designing. Then this is the only way to enter. Destroy the gate. At present, the power brought by Enwhooping's spiritual energy to his body is not enough to tear the door into pieces. But there are other means. Qianyan moved his body slightly and entered the insect state under the influence of Enwhooping's spiritual energy. This time, the insect state he entered was obviously closer to Enwhooping than before. Not only did all the carapace turn into a pitch black color, but the size also increased significantly. It is completely different from last time, when only part of the body tissue showed the characteristics of the thorn zerg. At this time, Qianyan didn't know whether he was slowly becoming familiar with Enwhooping's spiritual energy, or whether there was something unique about Enwhooping's remaining spiritual energy fluctuations in his normal state. But that's not important. The important thing is that he can now use the plasma of Aurora Wind Spirit to destroy this door. Following the experience of being bombed last time, this time Qianyan quickly evacuated to the other side after creating plasma on the door. It wasn't until his eardrums, which had recovered under the influence of psychic energy, heard the sound of the explosion that he returned to the door again. The violent plasma has burned the surrounding environment into crystalline form. The heavy metal door was also completely distorted by the destruction of plasma. Qianyan could vaguely see the security guards inside who were prepared to die, as well as the Kamo Star Territory Chief, who was under heavy protection, the hands covered by the pitch-black carapace clasped on the twisted door, about to tear it apart. However, at this moment, a black mist suddenly exploded in the shadows under the door. Qinming finally arrived. The moment he saw Qianyan, Qinming's anger reached its peak. He grabbed Qianyan and threw him out, hitting another wall on the 3rd underground floor, leaving a heavy human-shaped depression. The dark carapace on Qianyan's body cracked, and gray-green blood continued to flow out. The next moment, Qianyan was directly pulled up from the ground by Qinming. You bastard! Qianyan could feel Enwhooping's shocked and angry emotions, but he smiled instead. Are you surprised? The remnants of your psychic fluctuations can also be used by me. Of course Qinming was surprised. But what surprised him was not this at all, but the fact that Qianyan could transform into this. Whether it is insect form or plasma abilities, they are not given by psychic energy, but are the result of genetic shaping by the insect queen. How could Qianmian extract this ability from Whooping? There's something wrong with this. But this is not a problem that is urgent to be solved now. What is really urgent to solve is why Qianmian came here. Although Qinming already had a guess in his mind, he still asked knowingly, "Who is that person inside?" Qianmian Zhaoshur said, "The Star Territory Chief of Kamo Star Territory." Qinming once again dragged Qianmian and smashed it against the wall next to him, shouting in a low voice, "If you want to kill him, put the blame on me." "Yes. What? Do you have any opinions?" Qianmian was already actively stimulating and whooping with his words. Qinming was also very much like Qianmian's wish. And the violent aura on his body emerged again. "If I stop you now, then I can completely clear your name." "Yes." Qianmian once again told the truth and admitted this. "But it's a pity that you were a step too late. And the black mist you brought actually helped me." The moment the words fell, Qianmian turned into black mist. In an instant, it disappeared from Qinming's hands and appeared in the safe house that had been opened. Black fog obscured everyone's vision. Only the Star Territory Chief could see clearly that the carapace of the face in front of him had been broken, revealing the 1,000 faces of Whooping's face. In the face of death, no matter how noble a person is, he can only tremble with fear like an ordinary person. Qianmian easily passed his right hand through Xing Yucheng's chest. Qinming outside made no move. It's not that he doesn't want to stop it, but because of the distance now. Even if he realizes what Qianmian is going to do next, he can no longer stop it, unless he can arrive before destroying the gate and stop 1,000 faces from destroying the gate. Otherwise, once the door with the silent alloy inside is destroyed, the safe house filled with shadows inside will no longer have any protective effect on 1,000 faces. It is impossible for him to protect an ordinary person from the hands of Qianmian. What he just did was just to vent his emotions. No wonder Qianmian asked him to get on the spaceship first, and also had people drive the spaceship out. The black mist on his body will be used as evidence that Zhuo Jing cooperated with Whooping to assassinate the Star Territory Chief. If he doesn't come, the Star Field leader will die. It doesn't matter if he comes, or if he doesn't come, so Qinming can only act a little bit like Whooping's character. The only solution to this situation is that he comes early enough, and maybe he can save the Star Territory leader, although this will leave Zhuo Jing to deepen his doubts about him. But between the death of a Star Field leader and him being suspected by Zhuo Jing, Qinming would rather choose him to be suspected. It's a pity that he has no choice. Qianmian turned into black mist again and came outside. Qinming could see that the jet-black carapace on his body had almost recovered, and it seemed that he did possess some of the Insect Queen's abilities. When Qianmian saw Whooping standing outside without any action, he said, "You are also a smart man. Things have already happened, and you can't change anything, unless you want to be buried here with this man. Let's go." Shrouded in black mist, Qianmian disappeared underground, apparently trying to follow the spacecraft that Qinming was on just now. Qinming did not follow immediately, but looked back at the safe house where the black fog was gradually dissipating. Things have happened. Zhuo Jing really dragged him into the water. The seriousness of the matter of assassinating the captain of the Star Territory is really not comparable to the previous trivial matters. Qinming felt that the evidence Whooping left behind on the space station was evidence of a good person, and was not enough to remove him from the assassination incident. This can't go on like this. He had to leave some evidence here. Some evidence that couldn't be easily discovered. Otherwise, once Zhuo Jing obtains these evidences, as a person lurking in Zhuo Jing, he will definitely be targeted by Zhuo Jing in the opposite direction. If he encounters 1,000 faces or other Zhuo Jing psychics at the same time, neither will Whooping. No chance of rollover. Qinming still hasn't figured out the upper limit of Qinmian's spiritual power. Even if he just smashed Qinmian against the wall, he couldn't say whether Qinmian only had this ability. Then you still have to use your own spiritual energy. Qinming looked at the corner next to him, where he used his spiritual power to create a surveillance device that was exactly the same as the surveillance device in the government building. They also took a video of the conversation between Qinming and Qianmian. Although the darkness had just shrouded the scene, the video could still clearly see the faces of the two people holding Whooping's face. This should be used as part of the evidence. Qianmian took photos to frame him. But this time, Qinming also prepared a backup plan in advance. But this thing is in no hurry to be discovered. Qinming used his spiritual power a little, and buried the thing deeper underground. At the same time, it also caused another damage to the wall next to it. When the relevant personnel come to deal with it, it will take at least a day or two to dig out this thing deep underground. Then he remained silent, and turned into black mist, and returned to the previous spaceship. The spaceship completely entered the Kamo Star territory before the chaos caused by the death of the Star Territory Chief completely broke out. Chen Ming ignored the thousands of faces in the captain's room and returned to the room alone, thinking about something. The evidence he left underground in the government building was actually not enough. He needed another piece of evidence. Evidence that others could help prove. The boss had previously told him that he would not intervene directly. So Chen Ming had to choose someone else. Then he actually has only one choice. People from the Odin government. The Aodon government was the first person Chen Ming knew with the identity of an Whooping. Moreover, Chen Ming was able to confirm through the president that Aodon had been looking for him, had some thoughts about him, and seemed to have used some strange methods. Since the Aodon Star Territory believes in him so much, then if he provides information to Aodon now, Aodon should also selectively believe it. And since Ao Dan has such a close connection with the president, Chen Ming can share some information that only an Whooping knows without contacting the president. Chen Ming is not worried about the boss. But Chen Ming is still worried about an Whooping directly contacting the president and exposing the situation. It would be best to have an extra middleman. After thinking clearly, Chen Ming called the Anti-Cult Bureau again. I'm looking for your deputy director. With the previous two experiences, Chen Ming directly called the operator of the Anti-Cult Bureau. This time, the moment Chen Ming spoke, the voice print locking program installed in the communication equipment directly connected Chen Ming's call to the deputy director. And Whooping? It's me. Chen Ming responded and said, you probably already know about my situation. It's normal for you to have doubts about me. And I understand. So I'm just going to give you a simple explanation. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. It was because there was a psyker on the left path that interfered with my brain and triggered my berserk disorder in advance. I immediately went to the Zur Pass space station that I had investigated before to solve the problem. However, when I had almost killed the left path, 3 cruisers came over with the logo of the local Benia Star Territory government. They destroyed the space station and blamed it on me. 2 of the 3 cruisers were sunk by me. And 1 is completely gone. You can check it out. You should be able to find something. The deputy director believed what Chen Ming said. After all, they had already analyzed that there was something wrong with Bai Nyo. He immediately clicked a few times on the terminal next to him. After issuing the order, he asked Chen Ming a question he had been thinking about. Why are you contacting us now? If you need it, we can stand up and help you prove your identity. Chen Ming explained, because I need to make Zhuo Jing believe that I have nowhere to go, and make them believe that I can only follow them. If someone else exposes his friendly attitude towards me, it is very likely that Zhuo Jing will be unnecessarily wary of me. The deputy director understood what Chen Ming meant. Do you want to solve Zhuo Jing's matter alone? This is too arrogant or crazy. The deputy director did not answer the question and asked again, so why are you calling now? Because Zhuo has made things a bit big. I feel like the evidence I left behind that I am a good person is a bit out of reach. What happened? The Star Territory Chief of Kamo Star Territory was assassinated. Who? The deputy director was stunned for a moment and tilted his head slightly, trying to hear more clearly on the phone. The chief of Kamo Starfield who stays at Hongma 12. Hiss. The deputy director took a breath, digested it for a while, and then asked, who assassinated? I. Before the deputy director could almost catch his breath, Chen Ming added, the psyker from Zhuo pretended to be me. The psyker's internal codename is Thousand Faces in Left Path. He has the ability to acquire the abilities of other psykers, and also has the ability to disguise himself. I don't know your attitude and whether you will continue to believe me after confirming the news. But this is what I said. I only have one request next. Don't spread this news. The deputy director asked, do you still want to solve it alone? I have been lurking for so long. Although I still haven't gained enough trust from Zhuo Jing. I don't want to waste all my efforts. I have some information on hand that you don't know, and that I can't tell you. I have the opportunity to end this matter. Communication was hung up. The deputy director stared at the phone for a few seconds, and then called his superiors, who had direct contact with Liang Fei and Li Weiqi, who had arrived in Kamo 2 days ago and were on standby, and explained the matter. Soon after, Liang Fei and Li Weiqi also learned the news. What should we do? Facing Li Weiqi's question, Liang Fei thought for a while, and then said, please cooperate first. What An Whooping did before was all what a psyker who favors the Empire should do. There are frequent internal problems in the Empire. Hiding a person who is definitely a good person is what we should do. Then what's next? Follow the steps of the president of the Psychic Association. Hasn't he already locked 4 galaxies? Chapter 285, the final piece. The news of Zhuge Jing's assassination of Kamo Star Territory Chief spread rapidly throughout the empire, as if it was riding on a jump engine. Although on the surface, the Kamo Star Territory grows in Hongimo 1. The one growing in the Star Territory where Hongimo 12 was assassinated is fake. But for some reason, the Starfield leader of Hongimo 1 has not come forward to prove this. This also caused the credibility of the news to suddenly increase a lot. And soon some people noticed that the Empire was using various means to cut off the spread of information. After the news of the assassination of the Starfield leader spread to several surrounding star fields, only some gossip remained. But it also gave a hint to those in the know. Zhuge Jing's assassination was real. And so was the assassin. This situation also caused the second wave of information dissemination hidden deeper in the network connecting the entire empire to surge more rapidly. Soon, the entire process of the assassination operation was laid out in front of all parties. Since Qin Yan's original intention was to drag An Wuping into trouble, he didn't care about the disguise at all. When he rushed into the government building, he only symbolically destroyed some surveillance on the road. And Wuping's appearance. The plasma released after entering the insect state causing small-scale crystallization of the surrounding environment. And finally the arrival of black mist, taking An Wuping away, were basically recorded. It was enough to completely label An Wuping as a Zhuge. Several star domain governments involved in the assassination immediately organized a joint meeting. The Aodon government was the first to contact An Wuping and secretly moved An Wuping's household registration. So of course they also joined the meeting. Since the deputy director learned about An Wuping's actual situation in advance through Qin Ming, he remained silent throughout the meeting, and did not join in the topic of a reward for An Wuping raised by Benia's Starfield. After all the evidence is there. Pretending to be dead when the wind is going against you is just to show off your face when the wind is going down. The joint meeting of several star regions ended quickly. The final conclusion is to put the person on wanted list first, and then arrest the person. But this time the assassination operation will involve more than just a few star fields. The consequences of the assassination operation will not only affect the Kamo Star Territory. After all, even the supreme leader of a star field cannot be protected. So this incident will also cause a great blow to the credibility of the empire and the government, and will make some unworthy people ready to take action. Under such circumstances, there were even more undercurrents surging within the empire. After the assassination operation ended, An Wuping, who was staying on the left path spacecraft entering Kamo, soon felt the existence of this undercurrent. Although Qin Ming did nothing at the moment, because although there were clues about Zhuge Jing, they were still unclear, and it was not yet time for a rebound. All An Wuping could do was wait for Qin Yan to send him to the place next, and then wait silently. Then, one of his fleets in Kamo was attacked the moment it entered hyperspace. The patrol team belonging to that galaxy that Qin Ming and the president mentioned before blocked his fleet from entering the galaxy for investigation. They followed Qin Ming all the way, and after Qin Ming went to a space station to replenish supplies, they launched an attack directly and silently in hyperspace. Qin Ming's first reaction when he discovered this was not anger, but confusion. Are they here looking for death? Qin Ming left a total of 6 fleets in the empire. Although each fleet only had 50 spaceships, 10 destroyers and 40 frigates, they seemed to be very weak in combat power. But these patrols are also the same. They are all mixed fleets of destroyers and escorts. And they don't even have cruisers. So what if the number is 3 times greater than his fleet? Qin Ming didn't even bother to look at them. After providing psychic support, the battle command was handed over to the beta-level Afterglow Corps in the fleet. In just 10 minutes, 3 times the fleet was easily wiped out in the face of unlimited ammunition, unlimited shields and unlimited energy. Qin Ming had no losses at all. As for what is going on with this fleet, just use your brain a little, and you will know. Block the door in front. Attack now. Apparently the power of the Psyker from Zhuge has spread to these people, since Zhuge Jing has allowed these affected people to take the initiative to launch attacks, instead of choosing to hide behind and silently engage in trouble, secretly blocking or something like that. That really shows that Zhuge Jing's plan has reached the final stage. This is the final stage that Qin Yan mentioned before when he was in contact with someone who didn't know who he was. They should have found a suitable place to stay. There is a high probability that it will be in the 4 places marked by the president. The other people affected by Zhuge should be taking action soon, and the Kamo Star territory may soon become chaotic. Qin Ming did not clean up the battlefield, which was a waste of time. Wasting time is equivalent to following Zhuge's wishes. So Qin Ming didn't hold back at all. and directly modified the hyperspace channel jump system for all his ships in the Kamo Star territory on the spot. The 6 fleets were reorganized into 4, and each went to the 4-star systems marked by the president. Wait until the hyperspace channel jump is over. Qin discovered that the situations of these 4 galaxies cannot be said to be similar. They can only be said to be exactly the same. The 4 galaxies were surrounded by fleets. The sensor can absolutely seal off the edge of the entire galaxy without any blind spots. However, the fleet outside was not in a hurry to enter at this time. Maybe it's because of the president's previous request. It is said that we have to wait until we have the ability to directly attack Zhujiang and completely terminate Zhujiang before entering, so as not to give Zhujiang a chance to struggle to the death. However, Qin soon discovered that this was not the case, because the number of fleets around these galaxies is already ridiculous. And even with the naked eye, in addition to the fleets of the 5th Legion, there are some unseen fleets in these fleets that maintain a safe distance from the 5th Legion. It seems there are other groups involved, in addition to guarding against possible left paths in the galaxy. The 5th Legion also needs to prevent these people from entering the galaxy earlier than they do. We've almost found our target, so want to come over and get a share of the pie. If that's the case, then these people are so disgusting. Qin commented in his heart, and asked his fleet to approach the fleet cluster at the edge of the galaxy. The arrival of the Afterglow fleet naturally attracted most of the attention. Among the 4 galaxies, the 5th Legion located in the Lucy Galaxy suddenly sent a notice to the surrounding fleet groups, directly pulling Qin fleet into the category of friendly forces. There was no movement in the other 3 places for the time being. Qin just asked the fleet there to stay at a safe distance for the time being and left it alone. Anyway, the main force in solving the problems in Kamo Star territory is the 5th Legion, and he is willing to cooperate. But just when he was about to take the initiative to contact the fleet commander of the 5th Legion that was surrounding the Lucy Star field, the president suddenly made a phone call. Qin suspended contact with the 5th Legion in the Lucy Star territory and turned around to answer the call from the president. The president seemed to have something urgent, and he asked Qin quickly, "Do you know about the assassination?" "I guess I know." News spreads quickly. "It's good that you know. I have something important to do next, so I'll tell you what needs to be explained to you first, and then you can figure it out." The president didn't say what important things he wanted to do, and if he needed to say something, he wouldn't hide it. So Qin didn't ask further questions and waited for the president to continue. Let's talk about the most important news first. About Zhujiang's movements. Qin heard Zhujiang and immediately asked expectantly, "Have you determined their precise location?" The president shook his head and poured cold water on Qin. "No. No matter how accurate it is, there is no way. These 4 galaxies have been accurately exported. They are in the 4 galaxies, and they absolutely cannot escape. Currently, they are mainly still dispatching manpower. The 5th Army actually doesn't have enough manpower. It's because of what Zhujiang did. Their people infiltrated the Communication Network Management Department of Kamo Star Territory and used the authority of the Kamo Star Territory government to release a video." "What video?" "A video introducing their research results on dimensional infection, as well as supporting research documents. Were also transferred to a public academic resource exchange website. They directly explained clearly the research they are doing on using the Mind Beast project to make people resistant to dimensional infection, and using the resistance to gain power from dimensional infection. These things are basically blocked as soon as they are spread out. You don't know it's normal, but many people have already seen the content." Qin also didn't expect that Zhujiang would throw out what they had researched. He put forward his thoughts to the president with some uncertainty. Is direct disclosure equivalent to directly releasing the manufacturing plan of the nuclear bomb? Moreover, the manufacturing technology of this nuclear bomb can be said to be a slightly scientific research level force. Or even everyone has the ability to make it. You can think so, but it's not important. What's important is their last words. The power of dimensional infection can be captured. And I've seen it. And there's nothing wrong with their research results. The power of dimensional infection can indeed be successful as long as it cooperates with Zhujiang's research. And it can indeed be captured by others, because this power does not originate from the psyker itself, but from the flesh infected by the dimension. In any case, the consequences of Zhujiang's success are definitely not what we want to see. Can be captured. When he heard these words, Qin already understood what Zhujiang wanted to do. This is their upright conspiracy. They want the empire to be dazzled by the interests of this power that can affect the entire empire. As for the deeper reason why they did this, Qin estimated that it was what Qian Mian revealed in his words during the phone call. They need time. They want to stall for time. Qin Ming expressed his thoughts directly. The president immediately agreed. They really want to delay time and muddy the water. It's a good thing that they released the whole process of the human cloning experiment. The Empire can basically block the materials. And there is a cloning ban. So the situation can be controlled. The main reason now is because Wujia is almost finished with a finished product, which can still be plundered by others. Many people have been fooled and have begun to have unwanted thoughts and want to get involved. But they simply don't understand how much risk a power from dimensional infection will bring. Now Qin Ming knew why there were so many fleets that did not belong to the 5th Legion near the 4 galaxies marked by the president. In order to stop those people, the 5th Legion obviously does not have enough manpower near those 4 galaxies. And there's another question. Who can guarantee that there are no people in the 5th Legion affected by left path psychers? You and the psychers we have formed with us are the few people I can trust 100% now. So I will tell you in advance now. Your fleet may have some effect by then. The president is extremely troubled by the current chaotic situation in Kamo and even the Empire. But he still has to do his best. In short, under the influence of the assassination incident and the psyker from Wujia, the internal conflicts of the 5th Legion have begun to accumulate. They are generally in a state of madness. Try not to provoke them. As for the others, it's just those people anyway. It seems that several star regions next door have the idea of getting involved. After all, the loss here is Kaimo's. But the gain may belong to them. And even some companies have plans to come over and have a bit of fun. This may be due to the influences of Wujia. Or it may be that they themselves have such thoughts. The only good news now is that although the left path psyker may have brainwashed many people in the Empire, there will always be some strong-willed people. And his mental strength is definitely not enough to support him. Take control of everyone he affects. Hearing this, Qin Ming couldn't help but said, I have a question. Didn't the 5th Legion come to deal with Kaimo's matter according to the Empire's wishes? Those fleets that dare to come to besiege the galaxy, no matter who they are, can't they be forced to leave? If we can't use force directly, do these people still dare to resist? The president explained, first of all, force is not enough. Because most of the fleets of the 5th Legion were blocking the star field before. Although it has been completely locked into the galaxy now, it will take time for those combat capabilities to be transferred. If a battle breaks out directly now, it will cause unnecessary losses, and may even cause people from the left path to take the opportunity to run out of the galaxy. As for the forced order, then we have to talk about another thing I was planning to tell you. Within the Kamo Star territory, some star districts that originally belonged to the Kamo Star territory jointly issued a statement. They said they opposed the nominal blockade and actual separatist behavior of the organization headed by the 5th Army in the Kamo Star territory, and condemned the actions of the 5th Army for causing heavy losses to the Star territory. There were even some people from the former 5th Army who came forward to support their actions. Qin Ming didn't react at all when he heard this. He was thinking that he had only been on the spacecraft for a few hours. So why did so many things suddenly happen outside? He confirmed again with some uncertainty. They said that the actions of the 5th Army were separatist? The president said firmly, yes. Then aren't they really starting a rebellion? The rebellion also involved part of the 5th Legion's energy. So those people near the 4 galaxies must be the ones who knew the news and came together. They are all just grassroots who can take advantage of the situation. Right? When you see something beneficial, come here and have a good time. Once the situation goes wrong, run away. This was definitely done by Zhu Jing. What is the Empire's attitude? The word rebellion is not something to be thrown around lightly. The president agreed with Qin Ming's point of view, and then asked his last question, what do you think? Qin Ming thought directly in the worst direction, which was also the most likely direction. Is there going to be a civil war? About that, the scale shouldn't be too big. It's only limited to the Kamo Star territory. After all, psychers have to be limited to their mental power. It's unlikely that there will be so many brainwashed people in other places. But if the psyker on the left succeeds, it's hard to say what will happen. To be honest, Qin Ming is a little afraid to imagine the extremely bad situation if Zhu Jing really succeeds. So even for his own sake, he had to deal with the left path. Actually, I also feel it here. There are spaceships from the galaxy government attacking my fleet. Since they are said to be rebellions, then the Empire should take action against these actions. Right. The president hesitated for a moment. After all, Qin Ming's question was too straightforward. After thinking for a while, he decided to say, so what I am going to do next is related to these things that are happening. Just know it, and don't talk nonsense. Kamo will definitely have to go through a major change after things like this happen. And there will definitely be no shortage of bleeding incidents before exchange transfusion. The Civil War must be fought. Not to mention winning. At least it must be delayed so that others can concentrate on solving the problem. Listening to the president's words, Qianning suddenly discovered the most ridiculous thing. That is, so far, people belonging to the empire do not even know who the target of the upcoming civil war is. No one knows who will be exposed to have been brainwashed by leftist elements at the next moment and point their guns at their former comrades. Switchia, Qianning muttered with emotion, and suddenly subconsciously determined the location of the cloaked man. His perception was still as vague as before, but he was still able to confirm that the cloaked man was still inside the Kamo star field, and at the approximate location near the 4 galaxies determined by the president before. At least the direction of dealing with the left path is correct now, and we have to start from these places. Then all Qianning can do now is wait. Wait for the combat power of the 5th Army to arrive. Wait until they find the true location of the left path. Wait for the start of the all-out attack on the left path. Wait until the civil war really breaks out. Wait until Wuping takes Jing's spaceship to arrive at his destination. At least now Wuping's spaceship is indeed heading in the direction of its destination. Before ending the communication, Qianning asked the president the last question: what will happen when the location of the left path is confirmed? Qianning didn't know much about the 5th Legion and didn't know the president's work style. So he asked this question. The answer given by the president was very simple. It depends on luck. If you are lucky, it will be solved in about 5 minutes after confirming the location. If you're not lucky, then some psychics may have to sacrifice themselves. Not everyone can survive the dimensional infection. The correspondence with the president ended. Qianning has nothing to do for the time being, although he has fleets on standby in 4 galaxies. But it was impossible for him to break in at the risk of being surrounded by fleets from all sides in the entire galaxy and risking being driven crazy. He could only wait for the response from the 5th Legion, and then wait for the president to finish his work and come to a final conclusion. Qianning noticed that the fleets belonging to the 5th Legion were entering those 4 systems. Even in hyperspace, more and more 5th Legion fleets are on standby. The only atmosphere left in the 4 galaxies was one of chilling. Time passed faster than Qianning thought. A few hours passed in a blink of an eye. Although the form of a galaxy seems to be on the verge of breaking out, there has never been a suitable time to touch it. Whether it is the 5th Legion or those fleets that dare to stay at the edge of the galaxy, as the fleet strength of the 5th Legion is gradually reduced. It seems that they are waiting for something. Qianning felt as if his spirit was being stretched to the extreme while waiting, and might be disconnected at any time. But at this moment, he suddenly noticed that the spacecraft in Wuping was riding began to slow down, as if it was about to reach its destination. Through the cosmic environment around the spacecraft, it can be confirmed that although he is not in those 4 galaxies at this time, he is in the vicinity of those 4 galaxies. As expected, Jing couldn't really send him to the most important place. At this time, he must be taken out and used as bait. Qianning had nothing to say. He controlled Wuping, picked up the terminal and watched silently. Even if it wasn't Qianning's own terminal, he could still see some scattered news about Kamo Star territory. However, these messages are disappearing rapidly, and the Kamo Star territory is gradually becoming an isolated world. And Wuping's expression gradually became calm, but there seemed to be some despair. Through the surveillance, Qian Mian, who was spying on Wuping, took out a terminal, contacted his old acquaintance and said, "We are almost there." And Wuping seems to have given up. A response was immediately sent from the terminal. The recipient said that he has used psychic powers. Go and see him. Maybe you have a chance. New. Qian Mianzhan stood up and walked to Wuping's room. Qianning was still flipping through the terminal at this time. After losing a lot of sources of information, he was mainly looking at the evidence Qian Mian had left before, and the various bounties flying around. Qianning even paid for a reward for Wuping. When Qian Mian came in, he happened to see the reward information displayed on the terminal in Wuping's hand. Qian Mian did not directly test Wuping, but said, "We are here. Get ready to work. I hope you will not violate our cooperation regulations." And Wuping looked like he had accepted his fate and asked, "What do you want me to do? Come out and see for yourself." Chapter 286 Lock. When Qianning came to the open door of the spacecraft, what can be seen outside is a space station. At this moment, their spaceship is staying at the port of the space station. When Qianning stepped off the spacecraft, he could see that the entire port was empty, except for the spacecraft he was riding in. It was docked here. This is a space station similar to the Ecological Observation Space Station, where he stayed in Zhujiao before. If Qinming guessed correctly, there should be an area like a laboratory in the deepest part of the space station. Qinming turned to look at Qianmian, who was standing near the open hatch of the spaceship and did not come down, and asked, "Are you just going to let me guard the door here? What else could there be?" Really? Qianmian's rhetorical question confirmed Qinming's Wajing's thoughts. They brought him here, not those 4 galaxies, apparently using him as bait. There are definitely a lot of clues here that seem to be related to the Psyker in Zhujiao. But in fact there is no half-dozen connections. This is normal. Zhu Jing is not a fool, and it is impossible to put him in a really critical place. How can anyone trust someone who just joined or was forced to join after only half a month? But now that the situation has become like this, then he has to find a chance to leave. There is no chance here. For galaxies, where is the Psyker on the left path? Qianmian asked and whooping in return. Isn't this what we agreed before? He took out an iron box from his pocket and threw it to Qinming. Your medicine for the next half month. Qinming caught the box steadily, opened it, took a look and asked, "Don't you give it 1 day at a time this time? I still have things to do. And bringing you here is the last thing I want to do. Where are you going? This is my business and has nothing to do with you. You only need to protect this space station for 2 weeks. And we will give you all the medicine for a course of treatment. And then we will clear everything up." Qinming was a little embarrassed when he heard this. Qianmian was still lying to him. "I think you want me to die here." Qianmian heard Qinming's question and turned to look at the empty port without a single spaceship, and said, "In 24 hours, a spaceship for you will come to pick you up. If you can't stop it, withdraw. When the time comes, I will send you directly to the stronghold we stayed at before. I will leave the medicine there. If you are interested in joining us, wait for me there. If you're not interested, then so be it." What Qianmian said seemed to relax their needs. But at this moment, Qinming suddenly felt that the second and Whooping's brain he had replaced in the backpack he was carrying was suddenly affected by psychic energy. The words of invitation that Qianmian said were quietly engraved in this brain by this spiritual power. If Qinming hadn't changed his mind and hadn't noticed, he might really do what Qianmian said and wait there to join Zhu Jing. No matter how friendly Zhu Jing seems, they are just pretending to be good people. In fact, they are still a cult organization and there is nothing to say. Qinming shook his head and responded as if he didn't notice anything. Completely standing on the ground of the space station, Qianmian simply turned around and returned to the spacecraft. Closing the hatch, the spaceship set sail again. Qinming said nothing, just watched silently as the spacecraft disappeared into the port. After he refused the people from Zhujiao who came to arrange a place for him to stay, he put his hand on the wall next to him and waited. Finally, after the Thousand Faces spaceship entered hyperspace, after confirming that the direction he was sailing in was the 4 galaxies the president found, Qinming suddenly muttered to himself, "You dare to let me guard the door here alone? The laboratory has been collected for you." Of course, he just said this, and he was not interested in taking over the laboratories in Zhujiao that required a large number of human experiments. He still had to wait a little longer until he could use Thousand Faces to thoroughly confirm which galaxy the left path was in. So what he can do while waiting is to find out what is going on this space station. The purpose of Zhujiao seems to be very clear at present, which is to delay time, drag and drop Qinming into a new galaxy instead of doing protection work in those 4 galaxies. It can prevent him from rebelling and causing trouble, and can also be used as a bait to attract other people's attention. It is indeed a very good idea. Then this space station is a trap with bait placed. But having said that, Qinming feels that Whooping alone is not enough as bait. Although it may be enough for Outon, others may not necessarily treat him as bait. There should be other baits placed on the space station. And there will also be some real traps on the space station that can harm those who come over. In short, since the security work of the space station is now entrusted to him, he must take the opportunity to control the space station, obtain intelligence, and understand Operation Left Path. Without the restrictions of Psykers, and without the obstruction of Psykers, Qinming could easily occupy the entire space station without worrying about being exposed. As his own spiritual energy spread to the entire space station, Qinming quickly analyzed the current situation of the space station in the database in the core area. To put it simply, research on the Mind Beast project, which Qinming was very familiar with, was being carried out in the core area of this space station. I plan to release it when the psychic comes. Since this is the case in this space station, Qinming estimates that the situation is also the same in several other places where the left path left traces. One of the other 4 galaxies really has psychers from left path, and the other 3 should have been set up by left path with baits and such traps. Moreover, Qin also noticed that there were 2 spiritual beasts arranged inside the space station, Huricide and Despair. They are all ectoplasmic stones with extremely negative properties and some conflicts with each other. The 2 psychic beasts created by the ectoplasm stones were isolated in 2 separate areas. Moreover, the source spiritual stones of the 2 spiritual beasts have been completely fleshed out, completely integrated with such monsters. Not only is there no way to re-extract the spiritual stone, and if the psychic who comes over is not careful, he will have psychic equipment on him. Even without psychic equipment, it is quite possible for a psyker to go on a mental rampage in the environment of a psychic beast. Zhuo Jing had obviously spent a lot of money on assassinating the Star Territory commander before, and was prepared to be crazily surrounded and suppressed by the Empire. So now Qin has reason to believe that Zhuo Jing also spent a lot of money when setting up the trap. There must be 2 such spiritual beasts on the space stations or colonies in several other galaxies that are involved with the left path. Qin immediately took out the terminal and reminded his boss. After all, the president was busy and Qin could not be reached for the time being. Then the only way to make the information obtained by An Wuping public, which would not involve the 2 identities of An Wuping and Qin, was through the boss. Ask your boss to help spread the word. Don't let people be fooled directly. After the boss received the news, the boss immediately sent a new message to Qin. The content is a rumor that An Wuping and Hui appeared near several focus galaxies in the Kamo starfield. This confirmed Qin's guess, because in public view, Hui and An Wuping both cooperated with Zhuo Jing, and the places where they appeared meant that Zhuo Jing's psyker was likely to be in these places. To put it simply, 2 more galaxies are suspected to be related to the left path. It was clear that Zhuo Jing was trying to divert the people surrounding them. Read the boss's news. This rumor has begun to be believed. Some fleets from other places, or fleets that were forced back by the 5th Army, thought they could pick up the leaks and started to move towards An Wuping or Hui. Even the 5th Legion cannot be completely sure that this news is false. They have to find a way to ensure the safety of the star field. They have to take a look at these 2 places. Knowing the news, Qin had no solution to this problem. After all, when Zhuo Jing laid out his methods, he was planning a conspiracy. They put everything on the bright side, letting people know that there are problems, and there may be traps, but they have to go. At the same time, he also released various tempting things to attract those who have such small thoughts. You can gamble on Zhuo Jing, but people who have to be careful about Zhuo Jing don't dare to gamble. But at least the president can help. Well, the president still seems to be unreachable. I said before that I had important things to do, but it's normal that I can't be contacted now. But now the 5th Legion should also need a president. Right? Without the president, a person who has experienced dimensional infection, as a staff advisor, will the 5th Legion have problems? It's hard to say. The president should have considered the problem he was thinking about now. So Qin didn't think too much and asked the boss another thing. Then what is Hui doing? How come he was taken out by Zhuo Jing to support him? Have I told you before? I originally wanted him to get something out of Zhuo Jing, but he couldn't. So I can only let him run over and pretend to help Zhuo Jing, and then actually backstab Zhuo Jing and find a way to clean him up. Anyway, I won't care about him for the time being. Let's see what he does next. What about you? What are you going to do? Qin had already thought about what he wanted to do and said immediately, take care of the space station first, and then wait. What are you waiting for? Wait for Zhuo Jing to expose their location. Communication ended. Qin, who had been standing here at the port, suddenly turned around, ignoring the left path that wanted to guide him. He walked straight towards the core area of the space station. The moment he turned around, the space station's external communication signals had been completely blocked, under the premise that all the left paths in the entire space station are on the death list. He no longer needs to completely hide his psychic powers. Anyway, on the left path space station, at this special time, only the left path is eligible to have access to external communication equipment. Even if some ordinary people who don't know how to deal with Qin discover the problem, he can just slightly modify the equipment here. With what he has done on the Ecological Observation Space Station, no one will question his ability in electronic technology. Of ability, Qin has already thought of a follow-up plan and continues to take steps towards the core area. Zhuo Jing never imagined that their immediate boss Qin Mian would not bring help to help them guard the space station, but a murderer who would kill them. although he knew in whooping was someone arranged by Qin. But their previous orders were to protect the station until a hostile psyker arrived and unleashed 2 monsters in the core area of the station. Therefore, Qin Ming's act of directly breaking into the core area was naturally blocked by Zhu Jing's armed forces. As for the blocking effect, it can only be said that it is worse than the original ecological observation space station. After entering the insect state, Qin Ming easily killed a large number of left paths and reached the isolation layer in the core area unimpeded. The people in the core area separated from the inside, and outside finally realized that something was wrong and wanted to release the spiritual beast that should have been released only when there was an invasion of foreign enemies. But just when they want to, Qin Ming had already broken into the core area, but arrived at the gate of the area housing the psychic beasts faster than them. Qin Ming directly violently tore open the door where the bloodthirsty was imprisoned. The murderous psychic beast inside seemed to be a little excited at the moment the door was destroyed. But then, Qin Ming walked in and gave the mountain-like mental beast that was thinking about spreading out a heavy punch. The fist that could collide with large weapons relied on the force of impact to crush the murderous psychic beast into a pulp. The exploding flesh and blood that covered the entire isolation room no longer had any vitality. Only some scraps that had not been hit were left hanging on. However, the psychic beasts have lost their main body, and the remaining psychic beasts that have not been completely crushed cannot survive for a long time. However, just in case, Qin Ming still threw a small ball of plasma into the isolation area. Then he screwed the door he violently tore open back together again, sealing the isolation area again. When the door was shattered by the impact, this psychic beast is completely dead. At this time, researchers Wu Jing, who was in the monitoring room and pressed his hand on the control lever of the isolation room door, was stunned. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at the other control lever, hesitating and not daring to pull it down. If he didn't pull, Qin Ming wouldn't wait. The big black man in the insect form once again violently inserted his hands between the cracks in the metal door of the isolation room, and once again tore the door open. But this time, the desperate psychic beast inside did not expand outward like the murderous psychic beast, but instead huddled in the corner of the isolation room. For a moment, Qin Ming seemed to feel a hint of fear from this desperate spiritual beast. But he didn't have time to feel it carefully, because when he saw this disgusting thing, Qin Ming had already punched it with his fist. After another muffled sound came from the isolation room of the desperate mind beast, Qin Ming planned the route and started as before, starting from the core area of the space station and thoroughly cleaning the left path of the space station. Half an hour passed quickly. There are only 3 living people left on the entire Zhuijing space station. One is Qin Ming, and the remaining 2 are ordinary people who survived the previous chaos. Qin Ming ignored them, because just after he dealt with all the left paths of the left path space station, he discovered that the spaceship Qinyan was arriving near the hyperspace of the Lucy Galaxy at this time. And the spacecraft is still approaching the edge of the hyperspace station and the Lucy Galaxy. Just when the spacecraft in front was about to enter the detection range of the 5th Legion fleet stationed in hyperspace, the entire spacecraft was shrouded in a black mist. Of all the spaceships in the fleet stationed here, not one of them noticed the spacecraft in the black fog. The Qinyan spaceship activated the hyperspace channel system in front of the fleet and entered the normal universe. Even the aftermath of the activation of the hyperspace channel system was hidden under the shroud of black mist. Thousand Faces ship soon left hyperspace. It can be seen that in a normal cosmic environment, there are a large number of fleets surrounding the entire galaxy. And at this time, the number of fleets gathered by the 5th Legion can almost plow all the planets, colonies, and space stations in the entire galaxy. But just like hyperspace, no spacecraft can detect the traces of Thousand Faces under the shroud of black mist. Even the Afterglow fleet left here by Qin Ming is the same. The unknown on the sensor that should have been the Thousand Face spaceship was only pitch black. Nothing could be seen. Nothing could be sensed. In fact, Qin Ming can directly expose this point at this time and react to the commander of the 5th Legion here. Presumably the commander will not mind a small suggestion made by Qin Ming, a psyker who has helped the 5th Legion a lot. Requirements. But Qin Ming felt that doing so would lead to some serious consequences, so he still let him enter the galaxy. This time, the place where Qinyan's spaceship docked was not the space station, but the industrial planet named Yunluoxing in this galaxy. The spacecraft quickly landed on the planet. When Qianyan stepped off the spacecraft, in front of him was the towering Earth Furnace Energy Supply Tower. When seeing this scene, Qin Ming finally couldn't help but whispered, "I found you. Waiting pays off after all." Qianyan walked straight into the Earth Core Furnace Power Supply Tower, which was under maintenance. Apparently the psyker on the left path was in this Earth core furnace power supply tower. That's when he walked into the maintenance site. Qin-Ming suddenly found that his perception of the cloaked man became clear for a moment. It's in the Lucy Galaxy. It's on the industrial planet. It's deep underground in this Earth core furnace energy supply tower. The perception was clear for a moment. But in the next moment, the iron atoms he left on the cloaked man's body completely disappeared, as if they were directly erased. And at that moment, the iron atoms disappeared for unknown reasons. At the edge of the galaxy wherein Whooping was, within the fleets of the 5th Legion, fire suddenly erupted as weapons were activated. It is the fleet of the 5th Legion that is attacking our own people. Qin-Ming's fleet was also being attacked by stray bullets, or weapons from a certain spaceship. Bad things still happen. Qin-Ming ordered all the Afterglow fleets in the 4 galaxies to leave the battlefield and evacuate to the edge of the galaxy. It was left to the 5th Legion to deal with the civil war issues caused by their men being influenced by the Psychers of Left Path. In front of the Psychers of Zhujiao, such things are inevitable. Qin-Ming saw that spaceships were constantly being destroyed. Explosions occurred, and soldiers of the 5th Legion were constantly dying under the gunpoint of their own people. But he could only sigh helplessly. It's time to leave. Qin-Ming came to the edge of the space station, half squatting on the ground. He made a gesture of exerting force. The space station was shattered by nearly a quarter as usual, and Qin-Ming, in his insect form, flew to the edge of the galaxy at a terrifyingly high speed. At this time, at the edge of the galaxy wherein Whooping was, there were already many fleets of people who had learned the news and wanted to come over and pick up the leaks. Zhuo Jing seemed to have taken the initiative to verify that the news was correct after discovering that his boss had announced that they had left the finished product of the psychic beast on the space station. It was clear that the finished product of the psychic beast was also used as part of the bait. But this bait actually works. For the vast majority of forces that cannot directly intervene in the battles in those 4 galaxies, even if they can only pick up the finished product of the psychic beast, it is not a loss. Then, they started fighting. There is no large-scale woven fleet of the 5th Legion to maintain peace, even if they are not affected by the left path psychers. It is normal for them to fight with each other. Qin-Ming is too lazy to care about them. Greedy people will be destroyed sooner or later because of their greed. Under the high speed exploded by the space station, Qin-Ming quickly approached the edge of the galaxy, and the hyperspace stable connective tissue on the post-worm biomass spacecraft in his body was triggered. After a brief feeling of sluggishness, he physically entered hyperspace. Just like the information edge of the normal universe, a big melee is taking place here. Qin-Ming did not intend to stay near the battlefield. After all, the activation of the biological version of the hyperspace channel jump engine is the same as the ordinary hyperspace channel jump engine fed to the insect queen. It requires a calm environment. Qin-Ming swept his eyes privately and found the wreckage of a spaceship floating towards him. He relied on the biomass spout to get closer, intending to use the force to leave. But in hyperspace, it must be proportionally smaller than the normal cosmic environment. Just as Qin-Ming made another move, the spacecraft sensor immediately scanned in Whooping's presence. Although many people know their own weight, it is impossible to provoke someone like Whooping who has physically entered hyperspace. But there are also some people who think they are capable, and those who know Whooping's identity have some unnecessary thoughts about the sky-high price of the bounty hanging on Whooping's head after the assassination incident. But anyone who is not discerning, Qin-Ming, will directly throw a plasma spear at him. Let them experience the same fate as Zhuo Jing. After 2 plasma spears killed 2 blind psychers, dozens of densely packed battleships were skewered and annihilated in hyperspace. Qin-Ming left the edge of the battlefield unimpeded. In front of everyone fighting over there, he activated the biomass hyperspace channel jump engine and disappeared into hyperspace, jumped towards the direction of Lucy Galaxy. During the short transition period, Qin-Ming suddenly thought, since he can physically jump, does this also mean that he has space capabilities? Along with strange thoughts in my mind. Soon, the appearance of the Lucy Galaxy appeared in front of Qin-Ming. But at this moment, news from the boss suddenly came to his ears. The control of the Star Gate in the Kamo Star territory was seized during the sudden rebellion of the 5th Legion. Chapter 287 Battle. Stargate is a fixed means of long-distance, large-scale fleet transportation within the Empire. And such a giant structure has been seized of control at this special time. It can't be said that someone took it in order to let the people of Kamo Star territory evacuate this dangerous place. Right? It is also impossible to let Yunluoxing, who has already hid in the Lucy Galaxy, retreat from the left path underground of the geocentric furnace energy supply tower. After all, The Stargate is at Kamo 1. Then, there is only one reason left for the Stargate to be captured. Someone wants to use the Stargate to come to Kamo. Chen-Ming immediately contacted his Afterglow fleet after learning the news. He has a total of 300 spaceships in Kamo, which are divided into 4 fleets of 75 spaceships each, staying outside 4 galaxies respectively. Now, since he has confirmed that the people from Zwijia are actually in the Lucy galaxy, there is no need for the Afterglow fleets in the other 3 galaxies to continue to stay there. At the same time, there was no need for him to continue to pay attention to the progress of the Fifth Army Civil War. These are things that the Fifth Army should solve on its own. So Chen-Ming issued an order at this time. And the Afterglow fleets of the 2 other galaxies closer to Lucy among the other 3 galaxies went directly to Lucy to prepare for assistance. The remaining fleet immediately used the hyperspace channel jump engine to head to the Kamo 1 Stargate. The news that the Stargate was captured came from the boss. But the boss only said this news and did not explain more precise content. Obviously, the boss also obtained the information through his subordinates or other sources. If he really needs accurate first-hand information, he can only investigate it himself. Take advantage of the time the fleet passes by. Chen-Ming also dealt with Enwuping's affairs at the same time. When he received the news from his boss, it happened to be the time when Enwuping drove the hyperspace jump directly from the neighboring galaxy to the Lucy galaxy. At this moment, Enwuping, who was in space at the edge of the galaxy, could clearly see a large number of spacecraft wreckage nearby. Apparently there had just been a war here, based on the conditions of the surviving spaceships, and what was recorded by Chen-Ming's Afterglow fleet that stayed further away. The situation here has gradually become clearer. At the beginning of the chaos of the previous Civil War, with an absolute numerical advantage, the Fifth Army immediately cleared out all the spacecraft that did not belong to the Fifth Army's camp. Only Chen-Ming's Afterglow fleet was too iconic, and it avoided the main battlefield immediately and escaped disaster. Even just now, whenever a 5th Legion ship took the initiative to attack his fleet, it would immediately be counterattacked by other 5th Legion fleets. After all, Chen-Ming came over to cooperate with the 5th Army at the request of the President, helping the 5th Army deal with some issues that were too late to deal with. A really good guy. Whoever attacks Chen-Ming will definitely have something wrong with his brain, and will of course be more likely to become a target for others. Therefore, Chen-Ming's Afterglow fleet had made some contribution even if it did nothing, with most people apparently still sane. Those in the 5th Legion who were not affected by the left path psychers quickly took control of the situation after the battle. After all, under normal circumstances, only some people on a spacecraft are likely to be affected. As for those who are not affected, as long as they are affected, they even only need to tie up or solve the affected commander. At least in the Lucy system, the fleet of the 5th Legion achieved the final victory and stabilized Lucy. However, in the chaos just now, there were still some people who took advantage of the 5th Legion's lack of time to take care of too much and took advantage of the chaos to pass through the blockade of the 5th Legion, enter the interior of the galaxy, and go to all the inhabited colonies in the galaxy and space station. Such a situation would definitely stimulate Zwijia. So the 5th Legion had to send manpower to various parts of the galaxy just now. Since the specific location of the left path cannot be determined yet, we can directly launch a comprehensive investigation. Some people should have landed on Yunluoxing by now. I don't know if they will find the left path hidden under the energy supply tower of the Earth's core furnace. If there are people controlled by Zwijia among these people, then I am afraid that many of these people will go to Yunluo to block those who may discover Zwijia. Just when Chen-Ming was analyzing what just happened through Enwuping's perspective, he also noticed that the 5th Legion had begun to reorganize the galaxy's defense lines and prepare to block the galaxy again. With the recent civil war, most of the people affected by Zwijia have been restricted. Then, the next blockade will definitely turn this galaxy into a completely monolithic one. And Enwuping's current identity is not good enough to appear openly in front of the 5th Army. There's nothing we can do about it. Chen-Ming didn't hesitate too much and directly crushed the last black mist heart-gathering pearl he got from Qianmian. With the help of the shadow of the 5th Army's fleet, Chen-Ming successfully entered the interior of the galaxy and began to approach Yunluoxing. At the same time, at the core of Kamo Star Territory, Kamo 1 Star Territory, the fleet sent by Chen-Ming finally arrived at the edge of the galaxy where the Stargate is located. Even outside the galaxy, Chen-Ming could see through the sensor that in the center of the huge Stargate equipment located inside the galaxy, a layer of illusory mirror-like film was slowly filling inside the Stargate. This is the external manifestation that the Stargate is being activated. It seemed that the people stationed at the Stargate had not only lost their position, But they had also not had time to cut off the power and blockade the Stargate. Under normal circumstances, it takes a long time for the Stargate to restart after a power outage. But if it is just a Stargate in standby mode, it can be started at any time. Around the Stargate that was being activated, there was a mixed and seemingly chaotic fleet gathered together. It was not only filled with fleets from all forces, but even the fleets of the 5th Legion, which was supposed to drive away these forces, were also mixed in. Judging from the situation, internal chaos happened to break out when the 5th Army was stationed here. Perhaps they themselves can suppress the chaos like the 5th Legion of the Lucy Galaxy. But obviously when they wanted to do this, other forces who were driven away in the other 4 galaxies and wanted to fish in troubled waters came over to cause trouble. In the end, the 5th Legion suffered heavy losses and had to evacuate in a hurry. And control of the Stargate was completely taken away. The 5th Army here failed. Sure enough, many of the people from other forces who had gathered near the 5th Legion were also influenced by Zhujiang. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to go to such a place to cause trouble after giving up the idea of the 4 galaxies where the 5th Legion was fully gathered. It makes sense for them to compete with the 5th Legion to grab the Psychers from Zhujiang or the psychic beasts released by Zhujiang. But using violent means to seize a Stargate that has nothing to do with Zhujiang will not do any good to those people. And after they ended their attack on the 5th Legion, they gathered together and jointly guarded the Stargate. This situation made Qin Ming completely sure of the influence of Zhujiang's brainwashing Psyker. However, Qin Ming was now watching the situation in the galaxy from a distance. And no one affected by the Psyker on Zhujiang came out to stop him. Those affected by Left Path don't seem to care that there are people hanging out at the edge of the galaxy. Because in addition to Qin Ming's fleet, there are actually many other spaceships on the edge of the galaxy. It was someone on one of these spaceships who provided the boss with the information here. And those people who were brainwashed by Zhujiang obviously only care about the situation of Stargate. They have to wait for the Stargate to be completely open to welcome the people behind the Stargate. Qin Ming had only come into contact with some information about Stargate on paper. So there was really nothing he could do to prevent this from happening. It's impossible to fight anyway. Although the fleet here is mixed, there are at least close to 60 cruisers and more destroyer escorts. Fortunately, there are no battleships here. Otherwise Qin Ming's fleet would have to run away as soon as they arrived. But even if there were only cruisers, it was impossible for him to come out and cause trouble directly in front of so many cruisers. Although Qin Ming has the ability to manufacture cruisers, the number of cruisers he has on hand has not changed much. And he only maintains the number of 12 cruisers, which is enough for him. One reason is that the cost of manufacturing cruisers is too high. And the other reason is that no one in Afterglow can drive the cruisers they manufacture. Even counting those individuals with strong enough consciousness born in the hive mind network of the mechanical tribe during this period, Qin Ming himself can control 9 cruisers, as well as the Alpha class Afterglow on Qin Ming's hand. Qin Ming was able to produce at most more than 20 cruisers that could be driven out in a short period of time. We can fight the fleet on the Stargate side, but there will definitely be losses. These 60-odd cruisers were enough to focus fire and directly destroy his cruisers before his repair power could take effect. And if he really wanted to fight, he would have to continuously jump back the cruiser. Let's not talk about whether he has enough mental power to build a dozen cruisers and then jump back a total of more than 20 cruisers from outside the Earth. Just say that the current situation is purely a problem caused by the 5th Army's own failure to resist. And he will not help the 5th Army wipe its ass. It's not Baichuan's boss, Factory Director Lao Wu and the others. So Qin Ming still plans to continue taking a look at Kamo-1. Look at the subsequent movements of Zhujiang. Who do they want to send here by occupying this place? In Kamo-1, the Afterglow fleet belonging to Qin Ming was waiting for any movement from the Stargate on the left path. And Whooping, who was also controlled by Qin Ming in the Lucy Galaxy, finally approached Yunluoxing. This is a planet that looks almost pure white in appearance. The climate of the entire planet is relatively cold. It snows for most of one revolution. Of course, this planet can still be considered a livable planet. It is precisely this climate where it snows for most of the year that gives this planet the name Yunluo. However, although most areas of the entire planet are snowing, there is no such situation near the planet's most important industrial building, the Earth Core Furnace Energy Supply Tower. The large amount of heat brought by the Earth's Core Furnace Energy Supply Tower has affected the nearby climate on a macro scale. So when it snows elsewhere, it only rains near the power tower, in the pattering rain. And Whooping reached the industrial area near the Earth's Core Furnace Energy Supply Tower with the help of the last bit of psychic effect given by the black mist heart-gathering bead he had just crushed. Stepping out of the shadows, he appeared near the warehouse, not far from the energy supply tower. At this time, Qin Ming could sense some psychic energy fluctuations from various locations in the industrial area. Apparently there were other psychers here too, whether they were friends or foes. However, except for the psychics outside, he could not detect the psychic fluctuations of the cloaked man on the left path, who was called the recipient. But Qin Ming was certain that he was under the Earth Core Furnace energy supply tower not far away. Qin Ming found the direction and stepped out. However, before he had taken a few steps, he suddenly heard a small scream that was immediately cut off. He turned around and saw a middle-aged woman in work clothes who looked to be in her 40s next to a nearby warehouse. She was holding a big bag full of food in her hands, covering her mouth with fear in her eyes. Qin Ming was used to seeing such eyes. After confirming that this middle-aged woman is not a psychic, nor is she someone responsible for surveillance, Qin Ming exited from his insect form, revealing his normal appearance, and waved at her to leave quickly. After the middle-aged woman covered her mouth and nodded frantically, she quickly left. Qin Ming also entered the insect form again and no longer cared about her. But he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, because there are ordinary people here. Qin Ming sighed. He could only sigh, because he has no way to solve this problem. No one on this planet can be evacuated. The threat of Zhujiang has spread to the entire empire. No one dares to bet that if they evacuate the civilians on the planet, there will be important figures from Zhujiang among them. What's more, the population of an industrial colony in a prosperous star field cannot be evacuated within a day or two. What the governors of these planets can do is to let all the people stay at home, rely on government assistance, and wait for the incident to be resolved. Zhujiang probably understood this point before choosing to carry out the final stage in a place like this. Qin Ming could only wish her good luck silently in his heart. At the same time, he continued to step out and walk towards the energy supply tower. At the same time, Qin Ming arrived on the surface of the planet, deep underground in the Earth Core Furnace energy supply tower. In an open area, Thousand Faces leans against the support pillar. Next to him was the person he had been in contact with. He was also wrapped in a cloak, making it difficult to see his exact appearance. And in the center of this area, the cloaked man, or the recipient, was sitting quietly. Qian Mian rubbed his eyes, that were a little dry due to staring in front of him for too long. When he raised his head, he suddenly found that the recipient's cloak was torn to pieces. A creature whose upper body was still human, and whose lower body had become twisted flesh, and blood appeared in front of him. Do not worry. The person next to Qin Mian comforted him and said, he is evolving, and he is accepting the body given by God. The recipient's upper body also burst as the words fell, and a large amount of flesh and blood tissue spilled out. Only a head was left, which was quickly submerged in the surging flesh and blood. A unique psychic energy wave that cannot be detected by ordinary psychers emerged from its body and spread to the entire planet. Go up there. Someone is coming outside. Qian Mian nodded, turned around, and got on the elevator. At this time, Qin Ming happened to step inside the Earth Core Furnace energy supply tower, a slightly messy but not too spacious hall. As soon as he entered, he felt an extremely obvious spiritual energy wave suddenly appear deep underground. An unprecedented greedy emotion that seemed to come from his heart suddenly enveloped him. The familiarity of this psychic wave was obviously released by the recipient on the left path. Are they not going to pretend? Qin Ming continued to walk into the interior of the energy supply tower with doubts. His psychic energy has covered the energy supply tower with his arrival. He can now directly destroy the entire Earth Center Furnace energy supply tower. However, the collapsed energy supply tower may not necessarily kill the left path below. So Qin Ming still planned to go down and kill Qin Mian himself, as well as the recipient Qin Mian had mentioned. He has this ability. Qin Ming Gang thought about solving the left path below. Suddenly, a sound broke through the air from behind him. Qin Ming didn't feel the danger, so he simply turned around. A translucent sharp claw suddenly tore across Qin Ming's face. However, this claw did not leave even a trace on Qin Ming's pitch-black carapace. After the claws grabbed it, a half-man, half-animal guy was gradually transforming from translucent to a real appearance. It can be clearly distinguished from the psychic energy fluctuations on his body that this guy is also a psyker, or a psyker of the physical mutation type. And the direction of his physical mutation happened to be a creature that Qin Ming knew. The night owl. Creatures that live on a planet whose special ecosystem is located underground. This creature relies on darkness to sneak up on its prey, And after such an ability is manifested in a psyker, it becomes the ability to hide one's own aura to a considerable extent. Qin really didn't notice his presence at the first time when he couldn't sense the danger. Unfortunately, this psyker's ability is still too weak. The Night Owl psyker also found that his attack was completely meaningless to Whooping. Just as he was about to retreat, Qin had already finished commenting on this guy in his mind. He reached out his arm and grabbed his head, crushing it directly. He didn't have time to capture these psykers now. Qin shook off the blood on his hand and looked aside. He had heard the movement of the elevator next to him since just now. Just when Qin just turned his head, he happened to see Qianmian taking the elevator to the ground floor of the Earth Core Furnace Energy Supply Tower. The moment the elevator door opened, Qianmian showed an unsurprised expression and said, "It's you." As expected, you have been a complete spy from the beginning. At the moment when Qianmian's words had just finished speaking, Qin had already disappeared from the spot and punched the elevator where Qianmian was riding. However, Qianmian immediately turned into black mist to avoid this violent bombardment. The air caused by Qin punch was squeezed by the force and formed a fist wind, which could only hit the elevator and the wall next to it. There were conspicuous cracks on the wall of the Earth's Core Furnace Power Supply Tower that was strong enough to support its huge weight, and it looked like it might collapse at any time. Qin scanned the somewhat complicated shadow-filled environment around him and asked Qianmian's question, "In the beginning? How were you sure that I was a spy from the beginning?" A thousand-faced voice came from the shadows. "Because only you can spread the news that there are two psychic beasts on the space station." Qin punched again in the direction of the sound, completely clearing all obstacles in front of his fist. After confirming that the punch was still empty, Qin asked again, "Why don't you doubt Hui? Isn't there him besides me in the news you released? He doesn't have the brains or the ability, so you're the only one left. Now that you know everything, can you just go ahead and die?" After the word death came out, Qin also confirmed the location of Qianmian through his mental perception. Plasma wrapped around his fist, and a simple punch hit Qianmian's position again. A violent explosion occurred where his fist hit. A piece of almost pure and transparent ice appeared in front of Qianmian, blocking Qin's punch and the impact of the fist explosion. Qianmian stood behind the solid ice, his eyes locked on Whooping. Qianmian remained silent, but Qin spoke up again, "I'm curious. As a psyker, in addition to copying other people's psionic powers, do you also have your own psionic powers that can be used for fighting? You'll find out soon." As soon as Qianmian finished speaking, Qin discovered that his spiritual energy fluctuations were leaked in the direction of Qianmin in front of him. Qianmin was absorbing this spiritual energy wave and converting this spiritual energy wave into his own ability. Qin's eyes once again flashed with confusion that Qianmin could extract such a spiritual effect. But he didn't hesitate and punched with all his strength to break the ice. The moment Qianmian turned into black mist again and disappeared into the hull, he condensed a ball of plasma in his palm and threw it directly at his feet. Blazing white light instantly enveloped the entire hull. The plasma explosion penetrated the ceiling, penetrated the floor, and penetrated several walls. The space on the 3 floors above ground and 3 floors underground was opened up, and all debris was cleared away. The glow of plasma continued to wrap around Qin's arm, completely illuminating Qin's side. The effectiveness of black mist psychic energy will be greatly reduced in strong light environments. The location of Qianmian appeared in Qin's perception. The news of the battle under the Earth Furnace Power Tower naturally attracted the attention of many people. And that completely undisguised psychic energy fluctuation is enough to attract the attention of all the psychers on Yunluo Star. Several psychers that Qin had discovered before in the industrial area immediately began to move towards the energy supply tower. Of course, some people also reported that there were people fighting in the energy supply tower. And the special psychic energy fluctuation that just came from the recipient deep underground also aroused the greed in the hearts of all the psychics who came over. Everyone has been affected. The difference is just whether it's serious or not. Chapter 288 Stargate opens. In the destroyed space inside the Earth Core Furnace Energy Supply Tower, Qin finally found Qianmian, who had been hiding with the help of black mist spiritual power, after the glow of plasma completely illuminated his surroundings. At this time, Qianmian also relied on the stolen spiritual energy of Whooping and had completely entered the insect form. And from the appearance point of view, there is almost no difference from Whooping's insect state, and it is even taller by about half a meter in size. The spiritual energy stolen by 1,000 faces sometimes works better in his hands than the original owner. But Whooping's spiritual power is obviously an exception. Qin Ming specially reduced the size of An Wuping's insect form to this extent. But if the size was enlarged, there would be no advantage in front of him. But Qian Mian's understanding of An Wuping obviously hasn't gone as far as this. After he absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy fluctuations and completely entered the insect state, he directly imitated Qin Ming's fighting habits when controlling An Wuping, rushed to Qin Ming's front very arrogantly, and punched out. Qin Ming definitely wasn't used to it either, so he punched his face with the same punch. Neither side used any protection. Only a simple and crude punch directly into the enemy's face. Qin Ming's head shook slightly under Qian Mian's punch. As for Qian Mian, the moment Qin Ming's fist hit, all his carapace was shattered by the impact, and he flew backwards and hit one side of the wall of the Earth's core furnace energy supply tower. Moreover, the terrifying impact of this punch also caused the surrounding walls to crack. All the walls nearly 10 stories high collapsed under the impact of being hit in thousands of directions. Ah! This was the thought that appeared in the minds of Qin Ming and Qian Mian at the same time. Qin Ming had no idea that Qian Mian's insect form looked as good as An Wuping. But in fact it was so weak. This seems not to be a problem with Qian Ming's use of psychic energy, but rather a problem with the psychic energy that Qian Ming acquires. Although Qian Mian had indeed acquired this kind of spiritual energy from An Wuping, that he didn't know how. When he used this spiritual energy, he was obviously not qualified in terms of the strength of the Insect Queen's spiritual energy. You must know that the main source of An Wuping's physical strength, besides the genes of the Zerg, is the psychic power of the Zerg Queen. As for Qian Mian's current situation, it is obvious that he only has appearance and part of his abilities, and the proportion of his power that comes from the psychic energy of the Insect Queen is not high, which ultimately led to the current situation. Qin Ming is now more and more confused about whether it is Qian Mian's problem or An Wuping's problem. On the other side, Qian Mian, who was punched away, smashed into the wall, and smashed into the industrial area, was also blinded. He couldn't understand why he had completely absorbed An Wuping's spiritual energy fluctuations, and when recreating his spiritual energy, he completely followed An Wuping's spiritual energy fluctuations. But in the end, when he boxed with An Wuping, he completely can't get out of a round? Why? Qian Mian's mind was filled with doubts. But he could feel that the injuries caused by the punch just now were rapidly recovering under the influence of An Wuping's spiritual energy. Obviously his reincarnated spiritual power should be fine. But why is this? An Wuping! An unknown voice suddenly sounded not far behind Qian Mian. Hearing this, he immediately turned his head and saw a psyker who had heard the noise of their battle just now and came over to pick up the leak. His eyes were fixed on the body of Thousand Faces, whose carapace was broken and a large amount of gray-green blood was flowing. The name shouted by this psyker immediately attracted all the psykers hidden in the industrial area. Although there are many psykers on this planet who fish in troubled waters, there are definitely psykers from the 5th Legion, local governments, and even the Empire among them. They were all scattered far away on top of various industrial buildings and did not approach rashly. But the psychic in front of him has obviously become greedy. Seeing the seriously injured Qian Mian and thinking of the high bounty hanging on An Wuping's head, he finally couldn't help it anymore. Psychic energy waves wrapped around his body, and he wanted to take action against Qian Mian. Qian Mian was not used to it, and climbed up despite the serious injuries on his body. Before the psyker, who had no idea of his own strength, could react, he tore his throat to shreds with his claws, and then smashed it with a punch off his head. Feeling the sense of power in his body, Qian Mian moved a little, and the broken carapace on his body quickly recovered as before with the blessing of spiritual energy. He could use An Wuping's power to easily kill other psychics. But this power seemed so feeble when facing An Wuping. Qian Mian let out a breath, and decided to give up An Wuping's seemingly good spiritual power, leaving only the super speed recovery ability he needed, and nothing else. In the end, you still have to fight on your own. He turned around again and looked in the direction of the Earth Core Furnace Power Supply Tower. The smoke and dust from the collapsed building over there were quickly dissipating in the rain. A gap more than 10 stories high soon appeared clearly in front of everyone. Although the Earth Core Furnace Energy Supply Tower has lost these structures, it has not swayed at all, and there is no sign of collapse at all, which is enough to show how strong this building is, to be able to damage such a building so severely. And seeing how seriously injured Qian Mian was when he was knocked out of the building. The psykers inside are definitely not easy to deal with. Who is that psyker? Such doubts really frighten some psykers who want to fish in troubled waters. But there is no way to completely stop the greed in everyone's heart. The psychics who have been possessed by greed will at most hesitate because of this situation. Soon, a dark figure walked from the shadow inside the energy supply tower to the edge of the shattered wall. A psychic who didn't know where he was hiding suddenly made a voice loud enough for everyone present to hear. That person is also an whooping. And whooping too? What about the one below? And whooping is a fake. That means, what is going on in the minds of the psychers outside is unknown to anyone else. Anyway, Qianyan and Chenming, who were at the center of Yunluoxing's psychic focus at this time, paid no attention to the looks from outside. Those around him had proven that they were not capable enough to participate in this battle if they did not come together immediately. The two of them are the strongest on the battlefield. Qianyan waited until his injuries were completely recovered, then transformed into black mist again and disappeared near the ground where he fell, and entered the energy supply tower. And his action also confirmed for the people around him that the Whooping who was knocked out was fake, and was a disguised existence of the psyker from Zhuijing. The news that two Whooping appeared at the same time, one true and one false, spread quickly through the psychers who were watching. Then, inside the energy supply tower, fighting broke out again. Qianmen Mian has returned from his insect form to his normal human form. He relied on his changeable spiritual energy to constantly test Chenming, trying to find out the foundation of Chenming's combat ability. Psychic energy fluctuations with various effects were continuously used on Chenming. He also gradually found the most suitable method to deal with Whooping. As a psyker who can replicate the psionic effects of other psychers, Thousand Faces can naturally use multiple psionic effects at the same time. The upper limit of the number of psychic powers that he can use without restriction without becoming a mind rage entity is 4. And he gradually found the 4 most suitable psychic powers to deal with Whooping. The most commonly used black mist among Thousand Faces. The clear ice was enough to withstand the power of Chenming's punch. The previous virtual psychic energy that became a mind rage entity, as well as the high-speed psychic recovery effect obtained from Whooping in human form. For spiritual energies converge in one person. Even if Chenming's power is enough to destroy the cruiser, he can't immediately deal with Qianmen, who has the triple life-saving skills of Black Mist, Blur, and high-speed recovery. Moreover, Qianmen has also been relying on the complex environment and events inside the Earth Core Furnace Energy Supply Tower. They will never fight head-on, relying on the sharpness of the ice to come out from the darkness from time to time and give Chenming a chance. Although it didn't matter if he directly pierced Whooping's fatal parts, or even cut off fatal organs such as the brain and heart. But there was nothing he could do with Qianmen, and he couldn't catch anyone at all. Even if Chenming could occasionally react and force his fist to reach Qianmen, Qianmen's injuries would be quickly recovered, and he would continue to look for opportunities to stab Chenming. Like a fly. It's disgusting, but it can't be swatted away. Chenming frowned and relied on the biomass vent to float in the center of a huge space under the energy supply tower of the Earth's core furnace that he had destroyed. The glow of plasma appeared on his fist again. He actually doesn't want to release the plasma directly now, because if the energy supply tower on the surface collapses, it will be more troublesome for him to go deep underground later. But Qianmen's current movements really made him quite uncomfortable, so he could only try another ancient method while taking out the plasma. Chenming suddenly said to the people around him, "I heard that at the earliest time. It seemed that your brainwashing psyker killed a person who was affected by his psionic power. What a coincidence. The person you killed happened to die in front of one of your sworn enemies. I remember his name was Chenming. Then your existence was exposed. You were engaging in dimensional infection, and your plan to hide yourself in the Kamo starfield fell through. You were forced to become what you are now." Qianmen, who was hiding in a dark corner, turned pale and didn't reply. "I'm very curious about one thing. Are you mocking Chenming? Are you afraid that he will forget you?" Chenming's eyes swept around, but Qianmen was still very calm, and was not affected by Whooping's words. He continued to lurk in the shadows, ready to rely on virtualization and black mist spiritual energy at any time. Combined, give Chenming a hard blow. At this moment, Chenming suddenly heard noisy and intensive movements coming from the outside of the energy supply tower, and the psychers outside seemed to be in conflict. Chenming frowned slightly, because at present, it seems that the situation outside will only become more and more chaotic. The time he solves with Jia is the time the chaos ends. It would be better for Qianmen to die here quickly. Chenming stopped thinking about it and reached out to pat his chest. Besides Whooping's heart, there is another thing here. The origin of chaos. Thousand Faces' psychic powers are weird and diverse. Then Chenming can also use the effects brought about by the origin of chaos to counter Thousand Faces. Obsession, ruthlessness, electromagnetism, virtualization, and the psychic energy of the insect queen are all stored in this chaotic origin. Obsession, ruthlessness, and the insect queen's psychic powers are of little use to Qinming. But electromagnetic power and virtualization are not among them. With Chaos Core activated, Qinming relied on the effect of previous exercises to penetrate the electromagnetic force into his own biomagnetic field. A force from the magnetic field constantly stimulates in Wuping's body, constantly expanding the power from the creature itself. The ability to sense the magnetic field brought by this spiritual energy also allowed Qinming to directly lock onto Qinmian, who was in a virtual state in the black mist, just waiting for Qinmian to leave the virtual state. No matter how Qinmian uses the black mist to shift, he can't escape Qinming's tracking. The sixth sense of the thousand-face signer is stimulating him, allowing him to feel the fear from the origin of psychic energy, as well as the fear of the unknown situation where Qinming can use a brand new ability. He could see a bunch of puzzles in Wuping, including what is in Wuping's identity, why psychic energy prevents people from being completely reincarnated, and the current electromagnetic power of unknown origin. Electromagnetic force. What in Wuping once said suddenly appeared in Qinmian's mind. It was in their underground laboratory on the left path that a mentally rampaging entity appeared. If he remembered correctly, there should be an electromagnetic psyker in the composition of the mind-robbing entity. Although he remembered that the electromagnetic psyker was not strong, and the psionic power was not expressed in this form, and the effect of the psionic power used by Wuping was different. But since they have the same nature, the source of electromagnetic psychic energy in Wuping's body is probably that psychic, since that person has become a part of the mentally violent entity. If you want to continue to gain this power, the origin of chaos, Qinmian speculated on the most likely scenario today. The perception of Qinming was immediately amplified. In the turbulent, chaotic spiritual energy fluctuations, he noticed the slight fluctuations of the obsessed ectoplasm stone in the Underground Research Institute. His guess was correct. And Wuping is a madman. He stuffed the source of chaos into his body to control the source of chaos, and used the spiritual energy within it for his own use. Qinmian felt a little nervous at this time, because even a psyker like him who has extensive experience in using multiple psychic powers at the same time would not dare to do this. If Wuping couldn't control it, he might be involved. As soon as he had such an idea in his mind, he immediately forcibly erased it. Thinking about everything during a life and death fight will only bring people closer to death. And his mental energy was being consumed crazily. Hollowing is not a completely unlimited spiritual power. The high mental power consumption of using it means that Qinmian cannot hide in hollowing for the rest of his life. When Qinmian finally couldn't help but stop dissolving, several suspended ice spears appeared behind him. The power of the terrifying magnetic field pulled Qinming and disappeared. The moment he appears again, Qinmian truly felt the threat of death. But at the moment before Qinming's fist hit, a sudden change occurred in his body. His body gradually became transparent and turned into a half-real and half-virtual nature. It was this sudden change that allowed him to escape the violent punch from the plasma and Qinming's magnetic field. This is not virtualization. Virtualization does not have such an external manifestation, but a nature that makes Qinming feel more familiar. It's like a ship spirit. His body appeared to be similar to that of a ship spirit. Under normal circumstances, only pure mental power can affect beings like ship spirits. Therefore, in Qinmian's current state, only pure mental power should be able to harm him. And if Qinming guessed correctly, the current mental power should cause fatal damage to Qinmian. But Qinming wanted to change the method of attack, and his mental power had just gathered. Qinmian once again used virtual spiritual energy, and combined with the black mist and spiritual transformation, completely disappeared from his perception. Even the biomagnetic field cannot locate his presence. After entering the spiritual body, he seemed to have really disappeared. But Qinming knew that Qinmian must still be somewhere near him. Qinming didn't have time to look for Qinmian's traces. He suddenly received a piece of news from his subordinate Yu Hui. The Stargate located in Kamo-1 has been completely activated just now. The results were instantly calculated based on the space fluctuation data released when the Stargate was activated, as well as Qinming's several external brains far outside the Empire. The other end of the Stargate is connected to the Benia Star territory. Qinming immediately focused part of his attention on Kamo-1's fleet. At this time, inside the galaxy, in the center of the giant Stargate equipment, in the illusory film, a huge fleet appeared. The leading flagship among them has reached a length of 10,000 meters. It's a battleship. If Qinming remembered correctly, the model of the battleship that was passing through the Stargate It is a fuel transport ship called the Prometheus class, jointly developed by multiple governments. However, the appearance of this Prometheus is slightly different from what Qianming knew. It seems to have undergone a lot of modifications. A large number of fuel storage tanks were removed, and a large number of weapons of various types were installed in these vacated gaps. The most conspicuous thing on this Prometheus-class ship is the huge cannon that is almost one-third the length of the ship. If Qianming remembers correctly, the main weapon of Prometheus should be the Vulcan-class positron cannon, which is an energy weapon. But this giant cannon is obviously not an energy weapon. It should be a new giant cannon that fires live ammunition that was added during modification. Whatever that is. Since this capital ship comes from the Benia star domain, this capital ship and the fleet it leads cannot be heading towards the Empire, but belong to the Zwapath fleet. Such a capital ship would not have any problems if it was only operating in the Bennu star field, which should be completely controlled by the left path. But since it passed through the Stargate and arrived at the Kamo starfield, the focus of the entire Empire, the news that the battleship was being used was naturally spread by the spaceships that were hurriedly escaping around the galaxy. Qianming soon got the news from his boss again, which he had learned about immediately. The appearance of this capital ship gave everyone who was still in Kamo, Lucy and other galaxies a choice to act against Zwapath. Either leave, or face the threat posed by the capital ships. At this time, Qianming could see through the external monitoring of the psychically controlled Earth core furnace power tower that some psychers, who were not too profoundly affected by the greedy psychic fluctuations, had retreated. They left the industrial area, boarded the shuttle boat, and prepared to run away. But some people still chose to continue coming towards him. I don't know whether they didn't get the news, or because their greed defeated their reason. These people couldn't put pressure on Qianming. But the imminent arrival of the battleship did make him feel a sense of urgency. As long as the capital ship comes out of the Stargate, it can jump immediately. And the first target of its transition is definitely here. The Lucy galaxy, above the orbit of Yunluoxing, and the capital ship. Even if it is just a capital ship that is supposed to be a logistics one. At least for now, it seems that it has the ability to destroy stars. Although it may not be able to directly blow up the planet, it is absolutely no problem to watch the surface of the entire planet. If the Prometheus comes, the recipient underground may not be fine, but something will definitely happen to Whooping, who is still on the surface. There can be no delay. Qianming knew that he had to speed up and solve Qianmian. But there was another question on his mind. Now that Zhujiang has brought out its battleships, what about the Fifth Army? What about the Empire? What about the capital ships belonging to their side? He could only ask this question in his mind. After the president was busy with something unknown, he couldn't find anyone to ask this question. But it's not without good news. At least for now. It seems that Qianmian, who is blocking his actions, cannot defeat him. Since Qianmian can't hide now, there is no need for Qianming to dwell on Qianmian. His goal is not Thousand Faces, but the recipient underground. He is the attacker. It's just that Qianming was worried that he might be attacked by two psychers at the same time if he withstood Qianmin's attack and went underground. But since Thousand Faces uses this kind of psychic ability, apart from his strong survivability and slightly variable psychic ability, there is no ability that can kill him in terms of combat effectiveness. Then Qianming had nothing to worry about and went directly to find the recipient. Qianmian was forced to fight him head-on without giving him a chance to delay. Qianming adjusted his posture in the office. Both fists were filled with a glow of plasma and went straight into the ground of the energy supply tower that had collapsed a lot. The ground collapsed. The building collapsed. And Qianming instantly went underground and penetrated dozens of floors. The spiritual energy fluctuations coming from the recipient have become more and more obvious. And the spiritual energy fluctuations of Qianming that had just disappeared once again appeared in his perception. Qianmian was indeed anxious. Chapter 289 Resonance. Although Qianmian appeared in Qianming's perception at this time and exposed his existence, he was still on the edge of being able to save his life and did not rush forward rashly. Qianming quickly realized the reason. That is, Qianmian's current condition is very bad. Very bad? After returning from the spiritual body to the normal human form, he looks very weak. Originally, Qianmian could not dodge the punch that could kill him. But just when the punch was about to hit, he suddenly entered the spirit form without any warning. Think about what just happened. Qianming felt that while his spiritual transformation helped him save his life, it also caused some damage to him, causing him to become weak. But it was obviously impossible for Qianmian to watch Qianming continue to go underground. So he could only force himself to appear, hoping to distract some of Qianming's attention. Qianming's guess was not wrong. What happened to Qian Mian was indeed what he thought. At this time, Qian Mian was still very nervous and panicked even though he was hiding in a safe place from a distance. Physical weakness is not a big deal, but the main reason is that his mental power and the intensity of psychic fluctuations are much weaker than before. The source, of course, is spiritual transformation. The spiritual power of spiritual transformation was the same as the other spiritual powers Qianmin used. It was obtained from other people. However, this spiritual power is different from the spiritual power used by Qianmin. This is one. When Qianmin first knew about the existence of such psychic powers, he tried his best to kill the psychic, and use the spiritual enlightenment nerve in the brain of the psyker to completely capture it. Instead of using the psionic energy fluctuations to copy it, it can almost be said to be a psionic energy that completely belongs to Thousand Faces. At the same time, relying on this spiritual nerve, Qianyan has also turned this spiritual energy into a spiritual energy that is independent of the restrictions on his use of spiritual energy. Its effect is also obvious. That is, at the moment when the psyker is close to death, he transforms himself into a state of pure spiritual power, which is used to avoid the enemy's fatal attacks. It is indeed similar to ship spirit. Under normal circumstances, only pure mental attacks can harm him. The only exception is the psychic psyker that Shinming caught before. After all, the effect of this guy's psychic energy is to use mental power to purely condense and close to materialization, and then to attack or defend. If Thousand Faces becomes a spirit in front of this psychic, then Thousand Faces may die suddenly. However, the psychic ability cannot force Thousand Faces to use this state. Such a spiritual power that can be said to be almost top-notch and can save one's life in front of most people is of course very precious. But of course, it also has its limitations. Big limitations. All psychic powers are derived from spiritual power. In other words, all psychers actually have more or less the means to use mental power to attack, unless they are those who have just become psychers. This also means that all psychers, unless it is the first time they fight against Thousand Faces, and those who do not know this ability, as long as Thousand Faces is knocked out of this state, they will immediately use their mental power to attack. In fact, it is nothing more than it's just a little more mental energy consumption. Qian Mian wouldn't have the slightest chance of surviving. The second is the limit on the number of uses. This psyker cannot say that it is a psionic power that can only be triggered once in a lifetime. But at least it is a psionic effect that requires more than half a year of training to be completely restored after being triggered once. After all, this is a spiritual energy that transforms a person's body into a mental state, and then returns from the mental state to a human form. After being triggered, a large amount of mental power is consumed during the transformation process, and any psyker will lose a considerable degree of combat ability. This is the reason for Qianyan's current state, and also the reason why he hides far away and doesn't dare to get close. If possible, he would even want to leave here now and find a stable place to recuperate. But he can't. He has to appear. He has to step up. However, Qian Ming continued to use the series of plasma explosions to go deeper into the ground, completely ignoring Qian Mian next to him. Anyway, that's the same sentence. He is the attacker. Qian Mian didn't have the ability to threaten him before, but now he is so weak after turning into a spirit. If he pays attention to Qian Mian again, the battleship will be above his head. Qian Ming hit the underground structure of the Earth's core furnace energy supply tower with another fist wrapped in a large amount of plasma. The internal structure of this giant building really allowed him to see the greatness of human technology. At least if he continues to dismantle it purely by relying on the methods he is currently using. It will take some time. Qian Mian finally couldn't bear it anymore. Even if he took the risk, he once again appeared in a very dangerous position very close to Qian Ming. Just above Qian Ming's head, there was a half of the vomited floor that was not damaged by him. How dare you come? Qian Ming didn't expect that Qian Mian would dare to take the risk and enter the range where he could attack at any time. He changed his direction, stopped attacking the floor of the energy supply tower, and turned towards Qian Mian. Psychic biomagnetic field. Plasma control magnetic field. The power of dual magnetic fields is added to the body. The air waves brought out by his movements were as loud as thunder. A layer of plasma armor quietly appeared on Qian Ming's body. It continuously annihilates the air and eliminates the impact of resistance on Qian Ming's movements. The reaction force of the plasma reaction under his feet accelerated Qian Ming again. After another layer of the energy supply tower structure collapsed, he appeared in front of Qian Mian like lightning. But Qian Mian was still struggling needlessly. His virtual spiritual energy was activated, and the ice formed a shield wall in front of him. However, The ice that could withstand at least one punch from Qinming before was destroyed in an instant. Only Qian Mian, who was in a virtual state, tried to transform into black mist to avoid subsequent tracking after discovering that his current ability was completely unable to cause harm to Wuping. But the weak black mist that he had just condensed was immediately blocked by the highly concentrated bright light of the plasma and the surging spiritual energy fluctuations on Qinming's body. He could no longer break away from Qinming's lock. The moment he exhausted his mental power and exited the virtual state. It is the death day of Qian Mian and Qinming, who were in a virtual state, stood face to face without trying any futile escape movements. After all, any movement would be interrupted in front of Qinming. This allowed Qinming to clearly see the complex emotions on Qian Mian's face. The emotion represented by this expression is not only hostility and hatred towards his enemy, but also a trace of relaxation that should not appear at this moment. Qinming frowned slightly and said nothing more. He just silently felt the spiritual energy fluctuations and mental strength coming from Qian Mian's body rapidly weakening. 1,000 faces is 1,000 faces after all, and his codename has largely determined that his expressions can only be looked at most. The key is to kill him first. As Qian Mian's mental power finally approached exhaustion, Qinming raised his fist glowing with plasma, leaned slightly, and accumulated his strength to the extreme. But just before Qian Mian was about to end his virtual state, he was about to throw out this punch. An echo from deep underground sounded in Qinming's ears, making people's consciousness seem to gradually sink. This comes from the power of the recipient. And this is not like the previous method of subtly changing people, but an extremely aggressive method. Qinming's consciousness attached to Wuping's body trembled subconsciously, and his posture of accumulating energy suddenly stagnated. At the same time, he also felt that his body was suddenly vibrating, and different cells were actually hurting each other. It's not the effect of the recipient's echo, but a brand new wave of psychic energy. Another psyker, the left path psyker, who was originally deep underground, joined the battle. Qian Mian suddenly seemed to have woken up. He seized this fleeting opportunity and ran away from Qinming, no longer waiting to die. Qinming no longer paid attention to Qian Mian, who was basically useless, and turned his attention underground. A man in a cloak appeared there out of nowhere. He was not the cloaked man Qinming had seen before. The cloaked man before was the recipient. And this? The black mist formed by the last remaining spiritual power of Qianmen reluctantly appeared next to the new psyker. When he almost fell to the ground and was barely helped up, he couldn't help but said, "Jin, why are you?" The psychic, who was shocked by 1,000 faces, shook his head and said, "I am no longer needed below. It is more important to stop the enemy." Looking at the dark monster suspended in midair, he emphasized again, "We must stop him." As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and the cloak he was wearing was also raised. At this moment, both Qinming and Qian Mian discovered for the first time that what was under the cloak was not a normal human arm at all, but a tentacle of flesh and blood. A moment of fear, confusion and relief flashed in Qian Mian's eyes. He lowered his head and closed his eyes. The tentacles of flesh and blood further rested on Qian Mian's shoulders, as if they wanted to do something. No matter what this tentacle wants to do, as long as it is what the enemy wants to do, Qinming cannot make it succeed. The plasma armor on Qinming's body flickered and drew a straight colored line in the air, heading straight towards Qinmian. However, Qinming had just shortened the distance between him and Qinmian by half when Jin raised his left hand in his direction. Jin's left hand was still a normal human arm, and his spiritual energy wavered in front of him. The air in front of Qinming, not just the air, but all the particles in front of him vibrated violently enough to create a terrifying high-temperature isolation layer. The particles here were vibrating wildly, making Qinming unable to even see clearly what was happening below. Although this high temperature can only be regarded as a match compared to the entropy cage that he created before. But when Qinming rushed into the isolation layer where the particles were constantly accelerating, and used plasma to annihilate the particles, he found that his body was also vibrating. All the cells and particles in his body were vibrating from the microscopic level. This shock continued to cause internal injuries, bringing Qinming's body to the point of collapse in a short period of time. This is the psychic effect of shock. Just as Jin blocked Qinming's movement with one hand, his other tentacle arm had also torn open the skin and tissue on the back of Qinmian's neck, while sealing the wound with the flesh and blood on the tentacles. The tentacles also extended into Qinmian's body. The psychic energy fluctuations on Qinmian's body are recovering. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Jin next to him with doubts in his eyes. But Jin didn't say anything. He just retracted the flesh and blood tentacle arm and signaled Qianyan to get ready to fight in whooping. At this time, Qianming finally got rid of the influence of Jin's resonance psychic effect. It wasn't that the vibration had no effect on him, but that the speed of the damage caused by this resonance after Qianming completely stimulated the Insect Queen's spiritual energy could no longer keep up with the Insect Queen's spiritual energy that helped in Whooping's body recover. Speed. Qianming held onto the resonance, condensed a plasma spear between his palms, and threw it out with a huge force blessed by the magnetic field, heading straight for the vital part of his forehead. Jin's reaction was also quite fast. He raised his left hand and made it into a claw, and waved the plasma spear in the air. The vibration of the particles deflected the direction of the plasma spear and pierced into the wall next to it. A continuous roar of explosions was heard in the wall. It was only now that the structure of the Earth Core Furnace Energy Supply Tower finally had a problem. Some pieces of the building began to fall from the top to where Qianming was now. But this doesn't affect anything anymore. The three psychers present now are not worried about such falling objects at all. Qianming finally broke out of the resonance area after throwing the plasma spear again. Just as he was about to attack Jin and Qianyan, Jin was wrapped in Qianyan's black mist and disappeared. Qianming still didn't understand how Qianyan, whose mental power had been completely exhausted just now, could get the mental power to carry him away. Jin had already used the resonance of his spiritual energy to build an isolation layer around Qianming, where countless particles moved at high speed, making the environment around him Whooping blurry and impossible to perceive through vision and hearing. And Qianyan also entered the virtual state again, and even entered the virtual state with shock. Qianming's psychic perception also failed again. The purpose of the two of them is very clear, which is to drag him away. Qianming stood there for a second and came up with a suitable solution in an instant. The plasma armor on his body suddenly shone with a more dazzling light than before. And this light was still expanding, constantly reacting with particles in the air, annihilating them, until the surrounding space was close to an instant vacuum. Jin was completely unable to use the surrounding environment to interfere with him. However, Jin immediately made another decisive choice. He directly collapsed part of the foundation of the Earth's Core Furnace Energy Supply Tower. The huge amount of building fragments and the surrounding rocks and sand instantly buried the entire space, including Qianming. From the surface, the Earth Core Furnace Energy Supply Tower, a towering giant, looks as if it has a broken leg and is tilted to one side. Those skewed parts directly filled the underground space that Qianming penetrated all the way. The strength of the energy supply tower was verified again here. Even if the upper foundation structure was destroyed, even if a huge amount of building debris and sand fell into the underground of the energy supply tower, the energy supply tower still did not collapse. The floors deeper underground are still holding on without damage or destruction. Qianyan took Jin to the undamaged depths of the Earth's Core Furnace Energy Supply Tower. Qianyan raised his head and looked above his head, asking, "How long can this delay him?" Jin gave a good answer, "I don't know." Qianyan had nothing to say, so he could only tell Jin what information he had learned about in Whooping, and Whooping is a level 5 psyker after all. And he must have some tricks to suppress the situation. You must continue its best to keep it in reserve. Before he finished speaking, the top of the layer they were on had been destroyed, and Qianming appeared beside them instantly, with a glow of plasma and the electric light of magnetic field power. As his punch hit a black mist again, he asked, "Level 5? Thousand Faces. What is a level 5 psyker?" When Qianming just broke out of the buried rock layer, he happened to hear Qianmian chatting with Jin about this. So he asked this question by the way. Qianmian appeared at a safe distance with Jin and said to Qianming, "Stop and I'll tell you. That's not okay. Level 5 psychers should be the criterion for determining the ability level of psychers." Qianming had plenty of people to ask, and he didn't need to ask. Grades are just paper data. Yin Xiong must be on the same level as the boss. And he didn't die in his hands back then. In Qianming's eyes, psychers can only be divided into 4 types. Stronger than him, weaker than him, what he could beat, and what he couldn't beat. Qianming felt that Qianyan and Jin were about the same strength as in Whooping, but their abilities were clearly within the category that he could beat. Of course, if you fight, you can fight. At this time, he has no time to waste on the two of them, because right now, Qianming's Afterglow fleet, which stayed at the edge of the Lucy Galaxy, had detected the huge jump fluctuations inside the galaxy. The Prometheus class from the left path is here. The fleets of the 5th Legion or other forces that originally stayed inside or at the edge of the galaxy also chose to run away a moment before the psychic fluctuations appeared. A cruiser has no chance of winning against a battleship. and staying there will only increase casualties. Even if the battleship was originally designed to transport fuel, even if it has not undergone any modification at all, it is impossible to say that such a capital ship can be hostile to a cruiser. Therefore, the Prometheus class can easily reach the sky above Yunluoxing, and the situation outside is not optimistic. And the moment Prometheus and the fleet that followed it arrived, they had already begun to clean up the entire galaxy. Even when Qinming continued to bombard, Prometheus had successfully occupied the planet's airspace. All outsiders are blocked from entering. If you want to stop the recipient ends with Jing, it seems that you can only rely on internal fighting. Therefore, Qinming did not continue to work hard to track the two of them. He turned around and accumulated all his abilities in his fists again, and continued to bombard the ground, until he found the recipient underground. But the depth of the Earth's core furnace energy supply tower is really not something that can be reached in a short time, because now the continuous explosions that could be heard on the surface are gradually becoming muffled, leaving only a subtle and almost imperceptible vibration. And Qinming felt that he was still quite far away from the recipient. At this moment, in the management center of the surface industrial zone, after the manager of the industrial zone noticed that the explosion outside gradually became smaller, he subconsciously asked, "Is it over?" Although there is a lot of movement in the core area of the industrial area, many people know that something bad is happening in the industrial area. But the managers and security forces here have long received orders from the planetary government not to interfere with anything, and to treat any movement as if they have not been seen. Everyone working here has also been told to stay at home and wait for follow-up instructions. When faced with a battle between psychers, there really wasn't much they could do. However, his words had just fallen. The roar of the explosion sounded again, and a more violent vibration suddenly occurred underground. He immediately pushed his head to the corner and said no more. And underneath the energy supply tower, the violent explosion, which was just loud enough to be heard clearly on the ground, was obviously caused by Qinming, because just when he continued to go deeper underground, Qianmian and Jin were still trying their best to interfere with him. If they can interfere, it means that the power of the explosion is not enough to threaten him. So he will continue to amplify the power of the explosion. Anyway, in terms of the amount of energy crystals that a worm hive that has occupied the entire planet can produce, the amount of energy crystals consumed by a single individual is not even a drop in the bucket. So there is no need to worry about loss at all, as long as the explosion is not powerful enough to accidentally injure the people above. That's fine. In addition, Qianmian Hejin's purpose has never changed, which is to delay time. To delay time for as long as 1 second. Therefore, Qinming will definitely not be able to fulfill their wishes. Of course Shen and Qianmian could see Qinming's plan, but their combat capabilities are indeed no match for the product that combines the psychic powers of Qinming and the Queen of Insects, as well as the most cutting-edge technologies mastered by Qinming and the Queen of Insects. Shen turned his head and looked at Qianmian beside him and said, "There is only one way left. Send me to him." Qianmian knew what would happen if he did this without even thinking. You will die. But he may also die. We can only take a gamble. At least let me come first. Your psychic power is the final insurance. Say 3 short sentences. Qianmian nodded slightly and put his hand on Jin's shoulder. Between the 2 plasma explosions from Qinming's fist, the black mist came to Qinming with shock. Qinming never expected that Jin would dare to come to this position. But that was okay. He immediately changed the direction of his next punch and aimed it at Jin's chest. And Jin also put his left hand to Enwhooping's chest. And with his face-to-face, he converted all his mental power into spiritual energy fluctuations. And it was faster than Enwhooping's fist. Resonance. The power of resonance rolled through Enwhooping's body, and almost all the internal organs in his body were shattered to pieces by this blow that shook everything away. Enwhooping's body functions were losing rapidly, and the breath of life seemed to be disappearing. He paused on the spot, and the glow of the plasma gradually disappeared. Before he could swing his fist, he suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of gray-green blood mixed with internal organs. But at least Enwhooping seemed to have come back to his senses, and finally seized the opportunity in front of him. At the moment when Qianmian had no time to take Jin away, he grabbed Jin's neck with both hands and directly broke his spine. Jin's body was violently torn into 2 pieces and thrown out like a dying beast. But what Enwhooping threw out were not internal organs, but pieces of flesh and blood that were still moving. Chapter 290 Poison. After throwing Jin's body out, Enwhooping suddenly knelt down and slowly fell down. There were constant sounds of blood stuck in the throat that could not be spit out, and sounds of trying to breathe. But just under Jin Gang's final attack, and Whooping's lungs had obviously been torn to pieces, and breathing had become a luxury. Life seems to be far away from peace and tranquility. Qian Mian, who was quite far away from Whooping, looked at Whooping coldly. Half of the seemingly sincere smile he usually showed on his face was gone, because the flesh and blood scattered on Jin's corpse was just the product of being affected by the dimensional infection. They are still alive, but Jin is indeed dead. After all, Qian Mian and Jin have been friends for many years. When someone he knows dies next to him, it's hard for even him to avoid emotional fluctuations. Even though Whooping next to him looked like he was about to be buried with Jin, he couldn't relieve the depression in his heart. What's more, he didn't feel at all that Whooping was really going to die. He knew very well how strong Whooping's physical recovery ability was. And he also knew how cruel Whooping was to Jing. And until now, Whooping still has not used his previous ability to burn a large piece of land on the planet level into glass. If he were Whooping, he would at least use this ability before he died. Of course, Qin Ming took the initiative to control Whooping to fall to the ground. He even deliberately suppressed the recovery ability given by the Queen of Insects to prevent the injury from recovering too quickly and pretending to be dead. But there is one thing to say. The shock that was released just now against the face and accumulated in the body caused a huge amount of damage to Whooping's body in an instant, which was really scary. At least most of Whooping's internal organs were shattered, but the Zerg core is still preserved. So Whooping will not die. The reason why he knelt on the ground and pretended to be dead after vomiting a few mouthfuls of blood and internal organ fragments. One was to catch Qianyan's fish. But when Qianyan approached to confirm that he was dead, he suddenly exploded. Another thing is that just when Whooping was knocked down, the president who had gone to do something suddenly came back and called Qin Ming. On the phone, the president briefly talked about Kaimo's situation. It was said that the Empire had a thorough understanding of Kaimo's situation and classified all acts of causing chaos and attacking the Fifth Army as rebellion. Moreover, they also knew about the events in the Benia Star territory and had ordered the urgent deployment of the battleships of the 14th Legion to fight against them. But when he said these things that sounded fine, the president's tone was very problematic. Obviously this should be a good thing. But after hearing Qin Ming's question, the president looked very disappointed and said, whether it's a good thing or not depends on what happens later. Then he asked Qin Ming's fleet to try to keep a distance from the galaxies where the incident occurred, and then hung up the phone. From what the president said, Qin Ming guessed that the president must have gone to have some kind of meeting with the imperial government and the Fifth Army. I'm afraid some bad decisions were passed at the meeting. That's why the president acted like this. When Qin Ming saw the possibility of such a situation happening, he had some bad premonitions in his heart. So he also allocated a little more attention to his fleet. Of course, he mainly has to resolve Qianyan's issues now. It's a pity that Qianyan didn't fall for the trick. Even though Qin Ming controlled Whooping and fell to the ground without any movement, he still kept a considerable safe distance. At the same time, 3 ice picks strong enough to pierce Whooping's carapace appeared behind Qianyan, aiming at Whooping. 3 ice spears pierced Whooping's left chest, brain and neck spine in the blink of an eye. During this process, Whooping didn't move at all. Even the psychic energy fluctuations have dissipated, and it looks no different from death. But Qian Mian still didn't give up the temptation. A large number of ice spears gathered around him, as if they wanted to tear Whooping into pieces before he could stop. Then Qin Ming was not used to it, and was too lazy to waste time. He just pretended to be dead. Just answered the phone and caught a fish. If Qianyan is not fooled, then he will continue to go underground. The danger he sensed from underground has become more and more serious since just now, and the recipient may not be far away from completing what he wants to do. Whooping suddenly jumped up with 3 ice picks on his forehead, heart, and neck. He pulled out the 3 ice picks one by one and crushed them into pieces as if nothing happened. His body was surrounded by psychic energy fluctuations, and all his injuries were rapidly recovering. You are indeed alive. Qianyan's voice attracted Qin Ming's attention, but Qin Ming only glanced at it, turned around and condensed plasma on his fist. Whooping's ignorance made Qianyan feel as uncomfortable as a thorn in his heart. It's like desperately trying to get someone's attention, but that person is only focusing all their attention on their own things. Qian Mian has nothing to do now. After being beaten half-life by Qin Ming before, and losing the opportunity to cooperate with Qin, he really could no longer threaten Whooping with only those methods. He suddenly sighed, and took out a handful of heart-gathering beads from his pocket. He couldn't hold it firmly with one hand, and a lot of it fell to the ground. And these heart-gathering spirit beads, whether they were in the palm of the hand or fell on the ground, were all broken at the same point in time without any external force. All the spiritual energy fluctuations inside the hard-gathering spirit bead that had been accumulated for who knows how long were released. It covered his body. Qin had already turned his head after hearing the sound of glass beads falling to the ground. And when all these soul-gathering beads were shattered, Qin already knew what the guy in front of him was going to do. He was going to transform himself into the monster that a psyker could be. He was going to become Psychic Rampage Entity. Madman. Qin Gang made a comment. The spiritual energy fluctuations on Qianyan's body showed signs of chaos. Countless psychic energy waves belonging to different psychers were entangled and struggling in his body, constantly competing with the psionic entity in front of him for control of his body. Qin felt that he might have witnessed the entire process of a psychic becoming a mentally violent entity. There was a look of pain on Qianyan's face. The skin on the surface of his body was being torn apart. The psychic energy fluctuations were out of his control, and were using coercive means to enter his body and occupy his body. Even though Qianyan's injuries were enough to kill him a dozen times during this process, he still remained alive. Flesh is torn, twisted, and deformed. Qianyan's body has lost its human shape and turned into a ball of flesh with a diameter of only about half a meter, covered with thick blood vessels and fine nerves. Just when Qin thought it was over, a layer of transparent liquid suddenly began to overflow from the surface of the meatball. This layer of liquid solidified quickly when it came into contact with the air, solidifying layer by layer, completely wrapping the meatball in it, forming a huge translucent spherical creature that can float in the air. Judging from its appearance, it looks nothing like the previous flesh and blood totem pole. Instead, it looks like a very beautiful eyeball without pupils. But suddenly, the darkest place inside the spherical creature should be the place where the meatball is. Strips of organs that looked like the esophagus extended from the inside out, extending to the surface of the sphere. The flesh and blood inside also seemed to be stimulated, being squeezed out from these esophagus and covering the surface of the sphere. A raging stench immediately overwhelmed the surrounding environment. Even Qin, who had made a death pit with his own hands and had seen countless rotting corpses, could not stand the stench. And what's even more terrifying is, when Qin smelled the stench, it seemed as if the flesh and blood also appeared in his mouth. A disgusting smell that made him feel as if he was chewing rotten flesh and blood appeared in Wuping's mouth. And with the movements of Wuping's mouth, Qin even had a numbing feeling of chewing these things by himself. Even the body of the Zerg, even the consciousness that has experienced so much, cannot endure this nausea for a moment. Qin could only forcefully cut off his olfactory and taste nerves, completely blocking this feeling from his consciousness. However, he didn't have time to make any follow-up actions. The rotten flesh and blood completely covered the eyeball-shaped sphere. The flesh and blood did not continue to increase, but after a brief lull, they suddenly formed different living faces. This is the thousand-faced psychic rampant entity. These faces suddenly opened their mouths together, and the voices of countless people speaking at the same time rang in Wuping's ears. "I'm not crazy." A horrifying trill swirled, and Wuping's body was shaking subconsciously, and he couldn't stop it at all. God knows how much psychic psionic power is contained in thousand faces crushed heart gathering spirit bead power, and how much psychic psionic power is related to sound. After the psychic effects of these psychers were superimposed together, Qin was almost unable to make effective resistance. Now he was not only unable to completely control Wuping physically, even psychologically. He was frightened by the fact that Qianyan had become a mentally violent entity, but still had the sense to refute the word madman he just said. A mentally violent entity that can be controlled with reason is 100 times more difficult to deal with than an ordinary entity with only instincts left. What a hacking monster! Qin cursed and pierced Wuping's eardrum, cutting off the auditory nerve. Only then did the terrifying vibrato sound that accompanied his words completely disappear from his ears. However, on the sphere covered by countless faces, all the faces had pale, dry eyeballs that looked like dead people suddenly looked at Wuping. A severe pain that seemed to come from the soul suddenly appeared on Wuping's body. Even Qin felt part of the pain indirectly. After the previous experience, this time Qin immediately cut off the pain nerves in Wuping's body. However, this feeling did not disappear. This is not pain, but a neurological effect on touch. Qin decisively continued to cut off the connections between the sensory nerves in various parts of the body, causing the sense of touch to disappear. The 5 senses have been cut off under the influence of the 4 senses, leaving only vision that allows Qin to see the thousand-faced mental entity running amok. However, as expected by Qin, Qianyan continued to use psychic effects that were impossible to analyze to target Wuping. after the other four senses were cut off, and Wuping's vision also began to become distorted. Qian Mian had no idea how many kinds of spiritual powers were superimposed on each other, and there was no way to carry out effective countermeasures. After being forced to cut off his five senses of external perception, and Wuping remained motionless on the spot, as if he was really waiting to die. However, Qianmin, who still barely retains consciousness, knows that this is not the case. For a psyker, there is a sixth sense, the sense of psychic energy. Thousand Faces forcibly suppressed other spiritual energy fluctuations in his current body, and dispatched the spiritual energy fluctuations originating from himself, as well as the spiritual energy fluctuations that every mentally violent entity should have. The effects of re-engraving and devouring acted on Wuping's body at the same time, under the blessing of a huge amount of spiritual energy from the mentally violent entity. The spiritual energy fluctuations on Wuping's body are being absorbed by Qianyan, and they are even more exaggerated than the spiritual energy fluctuations absorbed before. Almost in the blink of an eye, Wuping became weak, and the spiritual energy fluctuations belonging to Wuping appeared on Qianyan's mentally violent entity. He is recreating, he is devouring, and he is transforming Wuping's power into his own. But, at the moment, he completely devoured Wuping's spiritual energy. On the entire huge sphere covered by human faces, all the faces suddenly showed a consistent expression of pain. A stream of gray-green blood was spat out from the mouths of all the faces. The entire sphere shrank. Chen Ming, whose five senses were completely closed, did not see the scene, and he did not even make any movement at this time, because he is waiting for his sense of danger to be triggered so that he can respond instinctively. However, the danger did not wait. Instead, the sense of danger that originally surrounded him was gradually weakening. This sudden and strange situation forced Chen Ming to recover his visual nerves to confirm what happened, even if he risked having his five senses targeted by thousands of faces. And when he opened his eyes again, he found that Qianyan was vomiting continuously, judging from the gray-green blood on the ground, entwined with Wuping's spiritual energy fluctuations. Qianyan was spitting out the power he had just absorbed that belonged to Wuping, and with the vomiting, the gray-green blood has basically been vomited out. But the movements of the countless faces of the sphere did not stop, but continued to vomit, vomiting bright red blood. What's the meaning? Chen Ming was stunned when he saw this scene. Even if his own spiritual energy is poisonous, Wuping's spiritual energy is also poisonous? He had noticed something was wrong with Wuping's spiritual energy several times before, and now he was even more sure of it. What exactly was going on? Chen Ming didn't understand. But it is true that the thousand-face psychic rampant entity and the previous totem pole psychic rampant entity gradually weakened after absorbing his spiritual energy fluctuations. This is the best chance to kill thousand faces. Chen Ming's eyes swept around, constantly obtaining accurate data about the surrounding environment. He planned to follow the process of killing the mentally violent entity last time and make a big one. Of course, he won't burn the glass directly like last time. His plan was based on how deep he was now into the ground and the structural strength of the surrounding energy supply towers, as well as the energy conversion efficiency of energy crystallization in plasma, the effect of plasma annihilation, the supporting role of crystallized rocks after plasma burning, etc. These factors all add up. It is calculated that the plasma that can compress the most energy can be created without completely destroying the industrial area on the surface, and without damaging the residential areas around the industrial area. Use this ball of plasma, the most powerful one he can create within the constraints of the rules, to kill thousand faces. Although there is a lot of data, if you really want to calculate it, you have to take into account the effects of the release of the plasma and the thousand-face psychic rampant entity. It is extremely difficult and unstable to calculate without knowing the extent of the violent mental entity. But with the help of a few external brains, the process of calculating this equivalent is not bad. It's not even that it's okay. But Chen Ming just asked Qiao Fan and the others the question, and they just said back the answer without any unnecessary nonsense. Chen Ming had nothing to say. He silently used his spiritual energy to transfer energy crystals from the Queen of Insects and continuously injected them into Wuping's body. At the same time, Wuping is also being used to continuously convert energy crystals into highly compressed plasma. The light of annihilation appeared in his palm again. However, just before Chen Ming completely condensed the plasma and threw it on Qianyan, he suddenly discovered that the mental rampage entity formed by 1,000 faces suddenly no longer suspended in the air, but fell from the air without warning and hit the ground. The mentally violent entity even made the sound of flesh being squeezed. Qin Ming only saw that the thousands of exposed faces belonging to different people suddenly began to rot, and fall off from the spiritual entity. It's like it's rotten and dead. The psychic effects of the 1,000 faces that blocked his perception also decayed along with these faces, and no longer continued to act on him. Qin Ming stood there, not knowing whether to continue throwing the plasma in his palm. 1,000 faces turned into a mentally violent entity, and was very active and fierce in suppressing him. As a result, he lost all 5 senses, and he could only rely on the 6th sense of the psyker to prepare for a fight with 1,000 faces. But he is still in the process of preparation. Qianmian, he is dead? Qin Mingren was a little dumbfounded, and couldn't understand what was going on. Instead, he took a few steps back worriedly. But soon, only an ordinary-looking face in the corner remained. Although it was decaying, it still grew tenaciously on the entity of mental rampage. This should be the face that truly belongs to Qianmian. Qianmian's lips moved, as if he wanted to say something. So Qin Ming quickly restored in Wuping's auditory perception, only to hear the weak Qianmin uttered his last words intermittently. You are the real monster. As soon as he finished speaking, his last face completely turned into corruption and fell to the ground. Death has come completely. The huge crystal-like study of the mind-robbing entity gradually melted and disappeared, transforming into pure spiritual energy fluctuations. A palm-sized crystal ball was left in place. The origin of chaos. It's so dead. After careful consideration by Qin Ming felt that there was only one explanation now, and that was that Qianmian died after absorbing in Wuping's spiritual energy fluctuations. What's going on within Wuping's spiritual energy fluctuations? Even Qin Ming himself couldn't feel any problem at all. But for the mentally violent entity, his spiritual energy was like some kind of terrifying poison. Qin Ming stared at the corpse for a long time. Qianmian kept thinking about Qianmian's last words in his mind. Qianmian said he was the monster. There must be something to this. But Qianmian died, which caused him to have a headache, as he had no idea what the meaning of this sentence was. Qin Ming thought for a long time, and suddenly realized that he could no longer think about it. There were other things waiting for him to deal with. He picked up the chaotic origin of the 1,000-faced mental rage entity that was like a crystal ball on the ground. This thing is the same as the chaotic origin of the totem pole, but it is slightly different in appearance, and the spiritual energy contained inside is slightly different. I just don't know why. But the spiritual energy fluctuations contained in this sphere are not as numerous as Qianmian, but only a few. It seems to be a real psychic trait and psychic effect that can survive the previous destruction of 1,000 Faces consciousness. There are 5 types in total. The basis of 1,000 Faces ability, imitation. Qianmian's favorite, black mist. 1,000 Faces is used to save life, spiritualization. 1,000 Faces most effective means of both attack and protection, ice. And the previous one should be the shock of Qianmian's friend. These 5 spiritual powers are all very useful. Qin Ming smoothly opened the chest cavity, revealing the Zerg core that served as the heart. Previously, the last source of chaos he obtained had been integrated with the core of the Zerg. But this time, Qin Ming originally planned to put the new source of chaos in another place to prevent the 2 sources of chaos from coming into contact. But just when he was about to do so, his instinct suddenly urged him to fuse the 2 sources of chaos together. This seemingly dangerous behavior did not create any dangerous perception in Qin Ming's mind. So he simply did that, and directly placed the crystal ball-shaped source of chaos on Wuping's heart. At the moment when the heart and the source of chaos merged, Qin Ming suddenly found that his consciousness had fluctuated, and a strange scene appeared in front of him. A backward star field. A backward star district. A backward city suburb on a backward star system. There are rows of dilapidated single-family buildings here. And Qianmian, who showed his appearance, was standing in front of the small building. This seems like a memory? Qin Ming had this idea. Qian at the door of the small building suddenly turned his head, and after staring at Qin Ming for a while, he said, "It's you. No wonder. This makes sense. Do you want to come in and sit down?" Qin Ming frowned and glanced down. It was discovered that he did not maintain an Wuping's appearance at this time, but revealed his own appearance. The 1,000 Faces saw him for what he really was. However, Qin Ming did not directly explode, because he could feel that the place he was experiencing was a space constructed by spiritual power. As long as he wants, he can erase everything here at any time and leave this place safely. So he still planned to continue reading to see what this person, who was probably the last remaining consciousness left by Qianmian, wanted to do. Chapter 291 The Mastermind Behind the Scenes. The Greed of the Fifth Legion. Ming walked towards the small building. As he walked past Mian and pushed open the door of the small building, he asked, "What do you want to do?" Mian sidestepped Ming and walked in front of him and said, "I'm just showing you my past and telling you what you have to face. I'm already dead, so there's no need to retaliate to a dead person like me. Are you wary? You don't look like a dead person. If you feel it carefully, you will know that I am really a dead person." Ming entered the small building without saying much. Dirtiness was the first impression the small building gave him. There were stains everywhere, and various furniture that showed no signs of cleaning were scattered haphazardly on the first floor. When Mian saw these things, his eyes were a little disgusted, and he took Ming straight to the attic. When passing the stairwell, Ming could see several different types of card tables on the second and third floors of the small building. Scattered piles of cards, overturned teapots, cigarette butts and garbage on the floor are the main tone of the second and third floors. It wasn't until Ming entered the attic that he felt that the environment was obviously much better. However, there are still various debris accumulated in the attic, making the entire space station appear very cramped. Moreover, there was only a small window in the corner of the attic, making the entire attic very dark. Ming soon noticed that next to the small window, there was a small bed that a 13 or 14-year-old child could only lie down on, with his body hunched over. Mian came to the small window with familiarity, opened the small window, and sat on the bed. Seeing this, "You probably know what I was like before." After Mian finished speaking, he opened the drawer of the small bedside table next to it that was probably used as a desk and groped around inside. "I experienced a lot of domestic violence when I was a child and was treated badly by my father. My only entertainment at that time was to play this with my peers nearby." Mian finally took out a transparent plastic jar from the drawer, filled with various colored glass beads. It is also the external manifestation of Thousand Faces psychic power. My first glass bead was picked up, and I won the other glass beads myself. I felt happy winning glass beads from other people. But my father couldn't stand it, and one day he spilled all the beads on the road outside. Mian pointed out the window. Ming leaned over and took a look. Opposite this row of small buildings is a road. Next to the road is a fairly large grassland, all covered with dense weeds. Beyond it is a river. Ming turned his gaze back and continued to listen to Mian's story. That day, my happiness disappeared. I didn't notice it when I got home. It wasn't until I finished my homework, finished eating, and cleaned up the house that I realized that my glass beads were missing. I didn't dare to ask my father. I only dared to look for it myself. Finally, I found a few of my glass beads in the weeds across the road. I spent a lot of time picking up the glass beads, but there were still a lot less, and it was already late at night. When I got home, my father was furious and smashed the jar full of glass beads I had picked up on my head. What I heard before I fell into coma was the sound of glass beads scattered all over the floor. When I woke up the next day, I was surprised to find that all the glass beads had been collected and placed in this jar. I thought my father had it figured out, but I soon found out I was wrong. What he meant was for me to throw these things into the river with my own hands. I don't want to. There will only be insults and beatings. Finally, he dragged me, who had been beaten until I couldn't move, and used my hands to pour the glass beads into the river. I kept crying, which annoyed him a little. So in the end, he even forced me to eat a glass bead that didn't fall into the river. He threw me like a dead dog by the river. I only heard the last two words he said before leaving. Trash. There was no twists and turns in Mian's tone, as if what he was telling was not his own past, but the story of a stranger. When I woke up the next day, I was already in the hospital, and the glass beads were removed from my stomach. This glass bead happens to be the first glass bead I picked up. What a coincidence. Right? I returned home with this one remaining glass bead. I apologized to my father, admitted my mistake to my father, and pretended that I had reformed. I broke up with my friends, who played with glass beads, and stopped communicating with them. I pretended that I would never touch glass beads again. I studied hard in school, studied hard with those kids that others said were good, learned their strengths, and made myself a collection of strengths, pretending to be what everyone wanted to see. During that time, I was desperately trying to prove that I wasn't a loser. I did it, but it didn't work. Everything I showed was useless. My father still treats me like a beast, and no one around me can interfere with my family. But I'm still pretending. At least it will save me some pain when I get home. Although this doesn't stop him from beating me until I have difficulty moving after drinking too much. Mian said, raised his head, and shifted his gaze from the jar on his lap to Qinming's face. Then he saw Qinming leaning against the window, with his head tilted as if he was listening to nonsense. Hey, I'm dead. Can't you just listen to a dead man explain things clearly? You're already dead. Can you hurry up? I still have things to do outside. You can tell that the space and time of this consciousness pass very slowly. Right? At least listen to me explain my last words clearly. Right? Seeing that Qinming still had the same attitude, Xianmian's remaining consciousness could only compromise. Okay. I'll hurry up. Later, I would further disguise myself. I learned some makeup and cross-dressing techniques. Disguised myself as a stranger and started looking for people to play with glass beads again. I started from the only glass bead I had left and one more. Not just glass beads, but money. I hid all the glass beads in other places, and hid all the money. In this way, I was lucky enough to survive until the day I reached adulthood. On that day, I took a knife back home, along with the glass beads I had won over the years, and a savings card that contained enough money to support me from childhood to adulthood. I gave the card to my father. He didn't care at all about the glass bead jar in my other hand. He only cared about the money I gave him. He praised me for the first time, and then went out for an afternoon with the money. When he came back, Qinming suddenly interrupted. I guess he lost all his money in one afternoon. And he continued to ask you for it. If you didn't give it, he would scold you and even want to beat you. Is there any cigarette? Qinming used his mental power to create a small box of cigarettes that he had seen in reality in this space, and handed it to Qianmian. Cigarettes specially provided within the 14th Army Corps. What a good thing. Qianmian took out a cigarette and held it in his mouth. Qinming helped him light a fire. Qianmian closed his eyes and took a big puff. And while slowly blowing out the smoke ring, he asked, "This is a very old-fashioned story." Right? Right. Qianmian took another drag on his cigarette and continued very calmly. He wanted to beat me and find more money from me. And I took out the knife after biting off one of my own fingers. I am already a strong adult. Even if my hand is injured, I can easily beat that drunkard, smoker and gambler. I cut off his hand tendons and hamstrings, cut off the tongue he used to scream, and paid back all the beatings and pain I've suffered over the years. Finally, I stuffed all the glass beads I had won over the years into his stomach one by one. Just like when he stuffed glass beads into my stomach, watching the glass beads filling his stomach and esophagus until the moment they couldn't fit in anymore. I'm very happy. I am satisfied. It was after he died that I awakened my psychic powers. My spiritual power can not only copy other people's spiritual powers, but I can also copy everything about other people, including their height and appearance. Only psychics can have concrete products. That is, those glass beads. The specific name should be the heart-gathering beads. It was quite simple for me to deal with his funeral. I directly told the public that he drank to death, and no one said anything. Anyway, he is such a person. No one doubts what a good boy in everyone's eyes, say. Later, some creditors that he owed money that he had not repaid came to him. Of course I can repay the money he owed. And I also repaid him. I also killed some people who didn't have eyes, and wanted to cause trouble for me. I was planning to start my life again somewhere else. But just before I left, someone told me that my father lost too much money due to gambling. For money, he went to Xian's Wujing. I was already a psyker at the time, and I knew I had powers. So I chose to investigate the left path. At that time, I discovered that this Wujing on the surface was just a cover. The real Wujing was a powerful force hidden in the empire, and funded by many parties. So I had an idea to join Left Trail. Qianmian's words just came out of his mouth. The surrounding environment suddenly blurred for a moment, as if there was a moment of garbled code. Qianmian didn't show any reaction to this situation, but he could obviously see the changes in the surrounding environment. He stopped sitting on the bed and stood up. Just after he stood up, the surrounding environment has completely changed. From the attic of the former dilapidated building, it became a basement. The shape and structure are very similar to the Zhuijia base, located underground in the cafe where Qinming stayed. Qinming and Qianmian were standing at the corner of the basement stairs, and could clearly see the entire basement. At this time, some other people besides the two of them appeared around. However, Qinming did not pay too much attention to these people. Instead, he looked to the deepest place. There, young Qianmin was sitting at a desk. Behind the desk is a person completely hidden in the shadows, completely unable to see clearly. At this time, some strange noises and inexplicable sudden changes in tone appeared in the voice of Qian Mian, beside Chen Ming. I joined Left Trail to satisfy my crazy ideas. Is this too much of a leap? Qian Mian's previous performance sounds like something that a normal person, who is somewhat consistent with his 3 views, can do. Why did he just say that joining Zhu Jing would satisfy his crazy idea? What crazy idea? Chen Minggang wanted to ask Qian Mian around him. But suddenly he found that there was something wrong with the picture in front of him again. Looking forward, all that's left is complete chaos. Everyone, including the young Qianmin and the man in the shadow, disappeared. Only Qianmin remained by his side. What's the situation? Chen Ming looked at Qianmin. I saw pain, hatred, despair, anger, and many other negative emotions on the faces of thousands of remaining conscious faces next to me. And these complex emotions boiled down to one in the end. Resentment. The remaining consciousness of Qian Mian felt that he was approaching the end. The space station built by Chen Ming's mental power can no longer be protected. So he moved. He walked into the chaos full of resentment. All the places he passed were restored to their original state. But the people who were supposed to be there were nowhere to be seen. He walked over to the desk. Not sitting where his younger self had just been. Instead, he sat in the position of the person in the shadow. He looked at Chen Ming. Just when everything was about to end, the surrounding environment was completely distorted and blurred. The 1,000 faces changed. In the chaos, Chen Ming could barely see one face clearly. An ordinary face that looks like he is in his 40s or 50s. But his eyes were deep and attractive. It seemed like it had everything inside. Immediately afterwards, Qian Mian's consciousness completely dissipated. The last trace of existence in the world disappeared. Only the dark and void space of consciousness where Chen Ming was at this moment was left. Chen Ming did not rush out of here, but carefully recalled what had just happened. The previous words are all nonsense. Just a dying, dead person telling others about his past that is not easy to tell others. To vent. The key is that last scene. Although it was just a glimpse, Chen Ming had already completely remembered that face in his mind. This face must be that of the brainwashed psyker on the left path. And the last scene was imitated by Qian Mian on his own initiative. Chen Ming probably already understood what happened to Qian Mian after he joined Zhu Jing. And he also understood what Qian Mian meant. The answer is actually very simple. Qian Mian was brainwashed. He had just awakened to his psychic powers. A fledgling psychic. After investigating the problem of left path, I chose to left path. Qian Mian's original intention to join Zhu Jing was definitely to eliminate Zhu Jing. But after joining Zhu Jing, he gradually got along with Zhu Jing. Apparently it was because Qian Mian had bad luck. He was purely brainwashed and had his mind gradually changed. He just wanted to satisfy the bad thoughts that he had suppressed deep in his heart for a long time. And that should never appear in this life. Such a person who came out of an extreme environment, after gaining strength, not only did not vet wantonly, but only resisted those who caused him pain, and was even willing to take the initiative to pay off debts to those who demanded debts. It shows that he still maintains a stable mentality, desire for revenge, and tolerance for civilians. He is a normal person. Such a person became a complete madman after joining Zhu Jia. The culprit behind all this can only be Zhu Jia's brainwashed psyker. The face transformed into the remaining consciousness of Qian Mian left a deep impression on Chen Ming. He must find this person and deal with this person. Right now, deep underground. Unfortunately, Chen Ming still had 2 questions that he didn't have time to ask. That is how the mind rage entity that 1,000 faces turned into died. And why 1,000 faces called him a monster. When a person is about to die, his words are also good. Chen Ming could feel that none of what Qian Mian said before was a lie. After his remaining consciousness was no longer controlled, he was already conveying news about Zhu Jing to Chen Ming, and should be able to answer these questions. But Chen Ming really didn't expect Qian Mian's consciousness to dissipate so quickly. If I had known better, I wouldn't have given him a chance to talk nonsense. Forget it. It's not a big problem. These 2 problems are his own problems. And he will figure them out sooner or later. Chen Ming left this consciousness space built by his mental power and Qian Ming's remaining consciousness, and supported by him, after discovering that he was back underground in the energy supply tower. He took a deep breath. Plasma began to condense on his fist again. The enemies have all been cleared. So the next step should be the last. But at this time, he was still thinking about Qian Mian. From Chen Ming's point of view, Qian Mian was indeed a good person. At least before he joined Zhu Jing and was brainwashed, and even matched his views on some things. At that time, Qian Mian didn't do anything extraordinary. The only people he actively killed were his biological father, who was a domestic abuser. and those who wanted to do something to him because he was young and rich. It's a pity that everything changed when he started investigating Zhujiang and joined Zhujiang. It's because of Zhujia's brainwash psyker that he became what he is now. It's a pity. Originally, a person like Qin Mian would probably be absorbed into the local government department after being noticed. After all, nothing he did before was truly evil. Of course, if Qin Mian was still alive now, Chen Ming would definitely not let him continue to live. The current Qin Mian Na is indeed a complete evil person. Only after he died could Chen Ming give him the reputation of a good person. In addition, Chen Ming actually has another pity. That is, after joining Zhujiang, Qian Mian's consciousness had no further manifestations, and no more information was revealed to him. What Qian Mian remembered seemed to end the moment he joined Zhujiang and met the psyker. Nothing follows. There is no information on the brainwash psykers, the location of the left path's main stronghold, or their activities over the years. Chen Ming still had to continue downward. The plasma in his fists was charged to the extreme. But just before he was about to swing his fist down, he suddenly discovered that beside him, on a fist-sized stone, there were twisted and sharply targeted sharp intertwined patterns and psychic energy fluctuations. This is an ectoplasm stone. The plasma in one of Chen Ming's hands was temporarily moved to the side, so that he could reach out and pick up the ectoplasm stone. The moment he picked it up, Chen Ming felt extremely strong resentment from this spiritual stone. This is the ectoplasm stone left behind by Qian Mian, the last trace of Qian Min's conscious psychic energy fluctuations that escaped the control of the brainwash psyker was transformed into a resentful spiritual stone. The moment Chen Ming held onto the resentment spiritual stone, an illusion naturally appeared in front of his eyes. A vision of a brainwash psyker who killed Zhujiang. This is also a resonance ectoplasmic stone. It's really hard to say anything. Chen Ming put away the spirit stone and continued downward. The recipient below should be the brainwashing psyker. Find him and kill him. This is what he does next. As long as he can be killed, perhaps the Zhujiang force will gradually disappear under the Empire's encirclement and suppression. Chen Ming continued to collapse the ground of the energy supply tower, and continued to move towards the underground where psychic energy fluctuations were still spreading. At the same time, the main ship of the 5th Legion in the President's Air finally brought its fleet to the edge of the Lucy Galaxy. This is an ordinary offensive-class heavy battleship with extremely strong armor performance and attack capabilities. After coordinating the long-awaited 5th Legion fleet, it sailed into the galaxy and headed towards the Prometheus class on the left path. The battle between the main fleets is not something that cruisers and fleets below can intervene in, but there is no problem in watching them from a distance. So at this time, Chen Ming's Afterglow fleet and some fleets from other forces gathered at the edge of the galaxy to watch everything that was about to happen in the galaxy. I saw that the 5th Army's offensive activated the joint shield according to the normal process. The lower-level spacecraft gradually formed a formation for the upcoming battle. Although for some reason the 5th Legion's fleet has no advantage in terms of number compared to Zhujia's fleet spacecraft. But no matter what, the people of the 5th Legion are stronger than those who were brainwashed and mixed by Zhujiang. Right? And at the moment when the fleets of both sides entered the range of the battleships, what should have been exciting did not happen. The main weapons of the two battleships were not activated, and they did not bombard each other. Instead, they continued to approach, as if they were going to fight with the lower-level spacecraft. This sounds pretty normal. In main-level fleet battles, you can rely on the battles between lower-level spaceships to gain an overall battlefield advantage, and save battle readiness for the battleships when the lower-level fleet gains the upper hand. It is also a reasonable tactic to rely on a large number of lower-level spacecraft with connected shields to surround the enemy's capital ship from all sides. But everyone who is paying attention to this battlefield obviously will not see that things will happen as expected, especially when he was going deep underground and continuing to observe Chen Ming on the battlefield outside. The words that the president came to say to him before appeared in his mind. I'm afraid things won't develop so smoothly. Chapter 292 Roshan. After the two fleets of the 5th Army and Zhujiang finally entered the combat range of each other's cruiser-class warships, the 5th Corps, which should have relied on the strength advantage of its capital ships and lower fleets, did not directly launch a full-scale attack for some reason. Instead, he chose to advance slowly. The commander of the 5th Army was very cautious. Even a little too cautious. He was constantly commanding the fleet on the edge of the battle line, showing off his superb command skills, overwhelming the left-wing fleet that did not have a good enough commander and was still mixed. This allows the fleet of the 5th Army to destroy a large number of mixed fleets very easily. The overall situation is also tilting towards the Fifth Army. But the situation on this battlefield is very anxious for some reason. The crushing situation was made to look extremely difficult by the Fifth Army. And just when the lower-level spacecraft of the 5th Legion fleet were beating the number of lower-level spacecraft on the left path to about the same number, they suddenly chose to retreat. The 5th Army Corps wanted to reorganize, and did not choose to finish the battle in one wave. From Qin Ming's perspective, it seemed that the result would come out if he only had to fight for a while. The 5th Army's losses were not much at all. Even if all the people on the Zhuo Jingfang fleet were forcibly brainwashed, everyone would fight to the death. It is impossible for the 5th Army to lose simply by relying on the increasing exchange ratio. And it is impossible to suffer much losses. Even if Zhuo Jing's Prometheus class wanted to resist Qin Ming, he still wouldn't believe that Prometheus, a capital ship originally intended for transporting fuel supplies, had been modified by a ship engineer in a star field who had been brainwashed by Zhuo Jing, comparable to an offensive-class ship originally used by the military to resist lines on large-scale frontal battlefields. What's more, as far as Qin Ming knows, the Prometheus class is a capital ship developed by governments from different star regions united and approved by the Empire. The data must already be in the hands of relevant parties. No matter how much such a ship is modified, the framework is there. Why should the military be afraid of such a ship? But that's what the 5th Legion did. As if they didn't dare to confront Prometheus. Qin Ming could also guess the reason. Because just when the two fleets were exchanging fire, some small and medium-sized spacecraft belonging to the 5th Legion bypassed the protective net of the Prometheus class in combat status, and arrived at Yunluoxing from the other side of the planet. When he saw the scene, Qin Ming had completely understood what the 5th Army was thinking. It is obvious that the goal of the 5th Army is not to deal with Zhuo Jing's fleet, but to use Zhuo Jing's fleet as another protective network. In this way, their own people can go to the surface of Yunluoxing, find the recipient of Zhuo Path, and seize the power from the recipient. They have the ability to deal with Zhuo Jia's fleet, but they just don't do it. They want more. Qin Ming felt a little uncomfortable at this time, because the 5th Legion seems to regard dimensional infection as something casual. It is clear that the harm caused by dimensional infection has been placed in front of everyone. But there are still people who do things that make people shed blood for the sake of this power, that may not be available, and may have extremely serious sequelae. This feels very uncomfortable. In particular, Qin Ming's purpose from the beginning was to solve this problem, not just to seize the power. He could have stayed out of this. The Kamo Star territory is far away from his current location. If he didn't come, no one would say anything at all, and no one would even think of him. But he still came here for the reason of creating dimensional infection in the left path. And using the power of dimensional infection may threaten the Empire, and threaten the survival of the entire human race. He traced the source all the way, provided intelligence to the president, found the source of Zhuo Jing's troubles, and killed 2 important senior officials of Zhuo Jing. The recipient who is about to arrive at the left path is only 1 step away from solving this problem. He worked his butt off to do things here. As a result, someone behind the butt lost his mind. Even if the 5th Legion rushed over and destroyed the Zhuo Jing fleet, then the main weapons plowed the entire planet, killing and whooping as well. Qin Ming doesn't feel so uncomfortable now. Even the 5th Army was a little more direct, crushing the left path head-on. And then the fleet pressed into the landing Yunluo, making an attitude of completely erasing the left path. Qin Ming would not think like this now. But the actions of the 5th Army really disappointed him. At the same time, it also made him feel the same as when the previous president told him about this matter. Qin Ming finally couldn't bear it any longer. The prosthesis from the 14th Legion immediately dialed the president's phone number and said, "President, I understand what you mean. The battleships of the 5th Legion were launched to seize Zhuo Jia's power, not to deal with Zhuo Jia. But wasn't their initial purpose to deal with it? Are there already differences within the 5th Army?" When the president heard this question, he stopped sorting out documents and said to Qin Ming attentively, "They did have differences, because they suffered heavy losses in this operation. Zhuo Jing should have started planning this recent incident very early. As the nearest independent legion, with a stronghold in the nearby star field, the 5th Legion was naturally targeted by the brainwashing psyker from Zhuo Jing. Your fleet is near several key star systems, and you should be able to see how heavy their losses are. They need compensation. So they want to seize the power of dimensional infection. You have seen what the psyker on the left path can do after he has certain abilities. If this ability can be obtained by the 5th Legion, then they may even rely on that one person to become a legion comparable to the 14th Legion. So they just did it, and even banned anyone else from interfering. including me. Qin Ming still felt that something was wrong. Because he remembered that the president said before going to do things that he was going to deal with the matter in Kamo Star territory. What can make the president temporarily put aside his support for the 5th Legion to do things is either the 5th Legion's initiative to ask the president to temporarily stop, or the Empire's request. After returning, the Empire characterized the matter as a rebellion. It can be proved that the Empire found the president, and the 5th Legion was definitely involved. What about the Empire's attitude? The Empire just let the 5th Legion do what it did? The Empire's attitude is to wait and see, the president said, because now, the location of the Psyker on the left path, who is mastering the power of dimensional infection, has been determined. He is in the Lucy Galaxy, Yunluoxing. Now that the location has been confirmed, there are already several Psykers of the same level as me, and Wuan staring at it. They have the confidence to take action to solve the problem when necessary. Now this matter is no longer something we can interfere with. It was the Empire that acquiesced to the 5th Legion's use of ordinary people on the entire planet and the Psykers on it, in exchange for a power infected by the dimension controlled by the Empire. I don't want to say anything, but I can only say that the power of dimensional infection is definitely not something that can be easily controlled. The power of dimensional infection is really too powerful. Even if this power can only be applied to a large area without any enhancement of the psychic effect, it doesn't matter. It already has its value to the Empire. You should know that Sunset has no resistance to anything psychically related. Right? What the president said, Qin Ming, was very clear. For Yu Wei, any nature of ectoplasmic stones and psychic energy fluctuations, even if they are neutral, even if there are only very weak psychic energy fluctuations, will cause a bunch of redundant data to be added to the logic code of Yu Wei's operation. If there is a Psyker who can exert psychic energy waves on Yu Wei's territory, other than Qin Ming himself, then this Psyker may also be fatal to Yu Wei. Such a Psyker might be able to take down Afterglow, one of the Empire's current major enemies. This is why the Empire is willing to stand by and let the 5th Legion go up and seize this power. Even if Qin Ming was sitting on the Imperial chair, he would have to seriously consider this power. Of course, Qin Ming will never gamble in the end. The reason is also very simple. What if it fails? Don't they know what the consequences of failure will be? The president's mental state at this time was almost the same as that of Qin Ming. He said to Qin Ming, of course it is clear. So they will prepare Psykers with sufficient abilities as the final insurance. What if it can't be solved? The Psyker with brainwashing ability in Zhujiao has the power of dimensional infection, and the entire Empire may be brainwashed. They said there will be a deadline. When the deadline is up, they will take action directly without giving the left path a chance to continue. That's it? That's it. Not everyone is in awe of dimensional infection. To be honest, Qin Ming couldn't accept this situation. If it were a normal situation, he might really accept it. He might really believe that the Empire could solve Zhu Jing's troubles. But the attitude shown by the 5th Army made him lose trust in the 5th Army. He didn't even trust the Empire. No one can stop it. The president's words were full of helplessness. Who else can come? I can't go. Wuan can't make it. And our psychic association has been excluded. Unless you think we can solve this problem. There seems to be no one in the Lucy Galaxy who can solve the problem. Hui has arrived in Lucy. Yes, he has been working as a second-in-command. And his identity is still considered a left-wing person by others. But do you really want to count on him? Then forget it. The boss said before that when Hui was assassinated by Zhu Jing under his false identity, the first person he contacted was the president. So it was normal for the president to know that Hui had gone to Zhu Jing's place to work as a second-in-command. It's just Hui's ability that worries Qin Ming. There's nothing wrong with his psychic powers. But for some reason, he always has trouble turning his head when doing things. Qin Ming seriously suspected that his IQ was converted into entropy and used by him. Although the boss has been guiding him, the effect does not seem to be very satisfactory. Anyway, it was impossible for Qin Ming to trust Hui. Same goes for the president. So the president just mentioned it casually, and then thought about whether there was any way to directly solve Zhu Jing's troubles. Instead of letting the 5th Legion gamble on the possibility of grabbing power from Zhu Jing, he quickly thought of someone else. Actually, there is another person who might be able to help. And whooping. The mess in Qin Ming's mind suddenly seemed to be sorted out. Yeah. Why should he consider other people? Since he can solve this problem himself. Why should he expect others? The people of the 5th Legion came slower than him. And he was fully capable of completely eliminating the dimensional infection before they arrived, and before they tried to obtain the power of the dimensional infection. The president didn't notice anything unusual about Qinming, and continued, and Whooping's strength is a little weaker. But at least his goal has always been to solve Wu Jing. In addition, he has been missing in the past few years, and there is no trace of this person. There must be no intelligent way. And he will not know the ways Wu Jia spreads to seize the dimensional infection power. The news that he and Wu Jing were fighting at the Earth's core furnace power supply tower has spread. The 5th Legion should focus on that side. Many people will be there soon. I don't know what the situation will be like there. There's really nothing else we can do. So be it. Qinming hurriedly hung up the phone, stopped what he was doing on his body and prosthesis, and devoted all his attention to Whooping. Sure enough, no matter what happens, you still have to rely on yourself in the end. As long as he kills the recipient, the 5th Legion's idea of using the power of dimensional infection will naturally come to nothing. The threat from left path psychers, who have fully acquired the power of the dimensional contamination, will also cease to exist. People who have not personally experienced dimensional infection are not worthy and cannot use this power well. Anyone who has experienced it, as long as they are not a lunatic or a fool, can see the horror of this power and will not try to contaminate it at all. Therefore, Qinming must completely eliminate this power here. Before the psychers of the 5th Legion arrive, Qinming strengthened his determination. Continue heading underground. At this time, he gradually felt that the surrounding environment was getting hotter, and the mental pressure on him was becoming heavier. Finally, after smashing the underground isolation layer of the Earth's core furnace energy supply tower, a barrier made of flesh and blood appeared in front of Qinming. And after tearing apart this barrier, below is a huge mountain of meat. He finally found his target. Qinming had some content in the research report on dimensional infection released by Wu Jia in his mind. When the dimensional infection occurred, Wu Jing immediately cut off the distorted tissue and transplanted it into a psychic who was undergoing experiments. After triggering the power of dimensional infection, he has turned into a huge meat mountain monster that blocks the underground of the energy supply tower. At the same time Qinming discovered Roshan. A large amount of spiritual energy fluctuations all rushed towards Qinming, and the spiritual energy effect originating from the recipient was enough to affect Whooping in his current state. An obvious deviation appeared in Whooping's perception. Everything became distorted and crazy under Whooping's perspective. The whole world is filled with disgusting flesh and blood. Only outside the energy supply tower is the pure land and the way out. The recipient wants to induce Whooping to leave here. Even Qinming himself was affected. Qinming's perception was wrong. The mountain of flesh in front of him is no longer what it was before, but a mass of festering flesh that is about to decay, and can be easily killed with just a single blow. Even though he was staring at the huge mountain of flesh a second ago, he still didn't realize anything was strange about it. Of course Qinming was not fooled. He noticed the problem within seconds of being affected, because the consciousness of the insect queen and Qinming's consciousness have long been carried together because of the condensed spiritual energy. When Qinming's main consciousness was focused on Whooping, the consciousness of the insect queen naturally came here. Of course, the Zerg Hive consciousness headed by the insect queen also attached itself to Whooping. It is unclear how many bugs the queen has now, but it is definitely more than the population of an ordinary colony planet. This amount of consciousness cannot be brainwashed. In this way, the insect queen resisted the attack from the victim. Since the insect queen discovered the problem, it was equivalent to Qinming discovering the problem. Qinming could completely observe the real situation in reality through the perspective of the insect queen's consciousness, without being affected at all. Moreover, Qinming also discovered a special situation. This huge mountain of meat can also breathe. To be precise, it is not breathing, but it is doing an action similar to breathing. Just when Roshan released the spiritual energy fluctuations on him, Roshan entered the state of exhalation, and the overall spiritual energy fluctuations would have a special and difficult to control characteristic. And at the moment when this wave of spiritual energy fluctuations gradually dissipated, the meat mountain entered the inhalation state again, and the spiritual energy fluctuations stabilized again. If he did not observe carefully, Qinming even thought that this meat mountain was just a mountain of meat without any spiritual energy fluctuations. The state of this mountain of meat is constantly changing between the active state of exhalation and the gentle state of inhalation. Just like the recipient's psychic fluctuations and tropical climate, they have an unstable active period and a stable period. And when the recipient's spiritual energy fluctuations are in the active stage, not only will his spiritual energy fluctuations become crazy, but it will also cause some sequelae that make Qinming feel very familiar. Just now, Roshan's spiritual energy surged out. Qin Ming noticed that several psychers outside the energy supply tower were fighting with other psychers. And they must belong to Zhujiao. And suddenly they exploded. Exploding without warning. They were all blown into a ball of blood mist, shocking all the psychers fighting outside regardless of which side they belonged to. The way these psychics died was exactly the same as Lu Wei's. And the deaths of these people, like Lu Wei's, gave him the feeling of being in close contact with a dimensional infection. After combining the scene he saw with his own eyes, and the problems he discovered from Roshan, Qin Ming finally understood the real cause of Lu Wei's death. Obviously, the power of dimensional infection is not easy to control. It causes the recipient's psychic energy to have intermittent problems and enter an active period. During the active period, whenever the recipient uses spiritual energy, a spiritual energy wave with dimensional infection that cannot be easily detected will go to a place it should not go. That is, the outside world. To affect other recipients, a person controlled by his psychic powers, go kill them and blast them into a bloody mist. To Zhujiang, this sequelae is nothing at all. Just like a few people. With so many people under their control, there is a high probability that this kind of thing will not happen to some important people by chance. Even if it is possible, they may have some other means to protect themselves. But those ordinary people don't need to worry about it at all. Anyway, such a release will not leave any spiritual energy fluctuations. And there is no way to doubt there's Zhujiang's head. At most, it is regarded as a rare phenomenon or a special disease. Who would have thought that the victim of a recipient who used psychic powers during the active period would happen to be Lu Wei in front of Qin Ming? And think along this logic. It's no wonder that Qin Ming didn't feel anything at all the last time he saw the recipient. The recipient should have been in a stable stage when they last met. So Qin Ming failed to detect the problem, which led to him letting him go despite being in contact with the culprit. But this time when they meet, Qin Ming will not let the recipient run away again. At present, it seems that Zhujiang wants to delay time just so that the recipient can adjust the stable period and active period. Let the stable period last longer than the active period. When only the active period is left in the recipient, everything will probably end. But now that Qin Ming is here, he obviously will not give the recipient a chance to continue to maintain a stable period. After resisting a round of spiritual attacks from the recipient, Qin Ming jumped down from the gap torn in the flesh and blood barrier. This time Qin Ming did not condense the plasma, but rushed into the mountain of meat with his tyrannical body. The wild power kept breaking the pieces of flesh and getting deeper into them. The controlled energy supply tower had already displayed the specific size of Roshan in front of him. The broken Roshan he punched also told him how strong Roshan was. As long as he can reach the core of Roshan, then all he has to do is calculate the appropriate amount of plasma. Now that he already knows the formula, he has the ability to calculate it. Then the answer is ready to come out. Chao Fan has completed the calculation and provided the data to Qin Ming. This time, the amount of plasma that can be used deep underground is 3 times the amount of plasma that Qin Ming originally planned to use to send away the thousand-faced mind-rampaging entity. The ball of light appeared in Qin Ming's palm again. The surrounding meat mountains have begun to be annihilated by the aftermath of the plasma. This pure plasma aggregate, this dazzling light of annihilation, will take the recipient to his own grave. The threat of death was imminent. As a purely spiritual psyker, the recipient is completely unable to organize Qin Ming in terms of physical combat ability. There is only one thing he can do: release a huge amount of mental power, pulling Qin Ming into the final battlefield between psychers at a face-to-face distance. Consciousness Space. Chapter 293: The Power of Dimension. Qin Ming returned to his steel jungle on an isolated island suspended in space. Compared to the last time I came in, the area of the island is more than doubled. Moreover, the density and height of the steel trees on the isolated island have increased significantly. The island in the consciousness space and the steel trees on the island represent Qin Ming's spiritual strength. That means he's improved a lot since the last time he came in. And in the center of the isolated island, the mountain formed by the wreckage of the spacecraft is also higher than before. Even at the foot of the mountain, in the previously empty area around it, there were many more man-made buildings. If Qin Ming remembers correctly, these buildings are all from the mechanical race. This should be the form of the hive consciousness of the mechanical race with him as the core in his consciousness space. Qin Ming could also see the shadow of the ship spirit walking between these buildings. After discovering that Qin Ming had entered the consciousness space station, it immediately flew to Qin Ming's side, circled around Qin Ming a few times, then returned to the buildings and continued to be busy. Now Qin Ming knew where the boat spirit went when he was not on the boat. He just stayed in his consciousness space. It manages these mechanical structures of consciousness space. These mechanical clan buildings have created some mechanical clans that are collecting raw materials in the steel forest. The ship spirit seems to want to build something. Although Chen-Ming didn't know what the use was. It would not be harmful to him. After reading these changes on the island, Chen-Ming's eyes moved into the distance. Some distance away from the island, something was approaching him. It was a biological spacecraft belonging to the Zerg race that was slightly smaller than the isolated island in the Iron Jungle. That biological spaceship is the external manifestation of the Insect Queen in the consciousness space. When Chen-Ming used the source of condensed spiritual energy to connect the Insect Queen and himself through consciousness, the Insect Queen also appeared here as a matter of course. Chen-Ming roughly estimated that the Insect Queen's biological spaceship was about half the size of the island. Chen-Ming's isolated island is at least 100 kilometers in diameter, and its height is about half of the diameter. Such a biological battleship that is half the size of his cone-shaped island is indeed a bit exaggerated. This giant Zerg biological battleship is more terrifying than the battleship. Of course, this biological battleship only appears in the consciousness space, not in reality. Chen-Ming confirmed that there were no other new changes in his consciousness space compared to the last time he came here. He looked at the recipient, who is the reason why he came to this place, and also existed in this consciousness space. He is just opposite Chen-Ming's island. But the external manifestation of his conscious space is not an island. Rather, it is a giant brain suspended in the universe, close at hand on a cosmic scale. Just looking at the size, this brain is even bigger than Chen-Ming's island. And around the brain, there are several rings of stars composed of biological flesh and blood, enveloping the brain. As long as you look carefully, you can find that almost all the flesh and blood tissue of these star rings are composed of intestines. If Chen-Ming guessed correctly, these intestines should be the source organs of the recipient's dimensional infection. This is the performance of the recipient in the consciousness space. Chen-Ming can feel that the recipient is not just the part that represents the ability in the consciousness space, but has become the brain. The body in the consciousness space has lost its human shape and become a monster, fused with the huge brain. I saw a gap near the top of the brain that was slowly approaching Chen-Ming's island, and a huge bloodshot eye suddenly opened in the gap. Those flesh and blood star rings are trembling with excitement, and the power of dimensional infection is also stirring with the trembling of those intestines. It seems that it is constantly leaking to the outside world through this space of consciousness. This doesn't seem to be a good sign. Chen-Ming needs to go faster. While Chen-Ming was staring at his brain, the brain's eyes also saw Chen-Ming's isolated island and the steel jungle. Contempt appeared in his eyes. But soon, his eyes changed because he noticed something was wrong. Before the recipient became a Roshan, he had been paying attention to all aspects of intelligence. As for Wuping, who followed Zhu Jing all the way, slaughtered Zhu Jing all the way, was abducted by Qianmian, and finally rebelled, he was naturally the one who paid the most attention. The consciousness space of such a physically mutated psyker should not be this steel jungle. And when he saw the mountain formed by the wreckage of the spaceship in the center of the steel jungle, he completely confirmed this idea. I only heard a slow, doubtful, heavy, and tired voice coming from my brain. You are not. And Wuping? But the insect nest. No. It is not. You are a machine? Who are you? At this time, Chen-Ming, who was in the steel jungle, relied on his control of the consciousness space to reach the top of the wreckage mountain in an instant. He didn't say anything. Just stood here. Chen-Ming, I should have thought of. No one would follow us like a mad dog. You deserve to die. After the brain finished speaking, he stopped talking and quickly approached the island. Even because of the distance advantage, the giant floating brain arrived in front of the island in the blink of an eye. In front of the brain, an abyss-like gap filled with sharp teeth opened vertically, as if it wanted to swallow the island in one gulp. At this time, Chen-Ming could feel that his mental power was about to collide with the recipient's mental power. The island and the brain are, after all, only the outward manifestations of the psychic power of the psyker in the space of consciousness. All means that appear to be physical confrontations are all manifestations of mental power. What is really fighting is the most essential spiritual power of Chen-Ming and the recipient. At this time, before the two sides completely fight, one of them still has a chance to give up a lot of mental energy and escape. And when the existence of two consciousness spaces comes into contact, and the mental power of the two psychics is completely locked, only one person can get out alive. Chen-Ming concentrated his mental power without hesitation. The iron jungle was like a living thing under his control. A large steel thorn grew crazily at the spot where the brain crack was about to bite. Who lives and who dies? There is only one answer for him. The moment two behemoths collided, the brain was bitten off in one bite. And at the same time, a sharp whistle sounded as the steel was torn and twisted. The bloody mouth of the brain also looked like blood was flowing horizontally. And the large number of intestinal star rings surrounding the brain were torn apart by these steel thorns. And they were sprayed with blood. A missile rose into the sky, drew an arc in the air, and hit the brain accurately. It's not really a missile. Rather, it was the ship spirit in the consciousness space, which used its mental power combined with part of Chen Ming's mental power to create an attack on the recipient at the mental level. It is just the external manifestation of the consciousness space that transforms this attack into the form that is subjectively easiest to see and most acceptable to Chen Ming. As the first missile took off, more and more missiles appeared in Chen Ming's consciousness space, whizzing towards his brain. In addition, Ship Spirit also began to manufacture more complex and diverse weapons and equipment. That is, using more complex and more efficient mental attack methods. The isolated island even became a fire fortress under the transformation of the Ship Spirit, fighting against the abnormal alien creatures. Even though he was attacked by Chen Ming and the Ship Spirit at the same time, the recipient still controlled his brain and constantly tried to encroach on Chen Ming's island. But he soon discovered that the damage caused to the island every time he tore off the steel was completely incomparable to the damage the island in turn caused to him. Even though his size indicates that the amount of his mental power even exceeds that of Chen Ming. But the quality of Chen Ming's mental power was several times higher than his. Under such a ratio of mental power exchange, the outcome if he continues like this will not be any different from his outcome outside. And, at this moment, the giant biological spacecraft of the Insect Queen finally arrived near Chen Ming's isolated island. Mighty plasma acid cannons, countless biological missiles, biological fighters, and countless insect eggs were all sprayed into the recipient's brain by the Insect Queen in an instant. The power from the Queen of Insects was directed at the brain clinging to the edge of the island and bombarded it repeatedly, shattering pieces of flesh and blood. There are also a large number of parasites that enter the brain along the cracks torn by other flying insects on the surface of the brain, constantly destroying the structure of the brain. The parasite seems to be parasitizing, but in fact the Queen is piercing the mental power of the recipient, disrupting his control of the mental power. The recipient has been unable to gain an advantage in Chen Ming's hands from the beginning. This was even more true after the Insect Queen joined the battlefield. The arrival of the Insect Queen became the last straw that broke the mule's back. The recipient's brain has begun to decay. This means that his mental power has begun to dry up, and he is about to enter death halfway like him in reality. The madness that can be seen by the one eye in the center of the recipient's brain becomes more and more serious. Even if he is going to die, he must not be the only one who dies. That crazy and resentful gaze fell on Chen Ming, who was sitting on the top of the mountain of the wreckage of the spacecraft. All the exposed flesh and blood tissue on the giant brain suddenly began to shrink, and all the intestinal star rings retracted into the brain. The victim's mental power was fully turned to defense. But a dimensional infection force that Chen Ming was very familiar with filled all parts of the brain. The recipient's mental power is still declining. But just before this mental power completely decayed, a crack suddenly opened in the center of the giant brain from beginning to end. But this time, what was behind the crack was not an eyeball, a huge mouth, or flesh and blood. But Chen Ming once saw the pitch-black abyss exuding dots of scarlet starlight. That's another dimension. Chen Ming was completely unable to resist the power of the dimension, and the endless suction from the crack dragged his consciousness into the abyss. Die with me. These were the last words Chen Ming heard before being dragged into the abyss. His consciousness was being torn and dragged wildly as he was dragged into the abyss. There were horrific scars on his consciousness. He struggled desperately, using his spiritual power as an anchor to constantly root himself on the way to being swallowed into the abyss. However, these anchor points failed to delay him in the slightest. After suffering heavy damage, his consciousness was finally dragged into the scarlet abyss and came into contact with the little bit of red starlight. Just half a second after Chen Ming's consciousness came into contact with the unknown dimension, the recipient's mental power was completely exhausted, and the aura of death appeared on his body. This is the price he pays for opening the rift in the abyss. At this time, the suction force on consciousness finally stopped. Chen Ming, who had just come into contact with another dimension, immediately escaped from the abyss with the help of the anchor point he had just established. After being rescued by the boat spirit, he returned to his isolated island. And it was in this short period of less than 1 second All the steel forests on the entire island in Qinming's consciousness space turned into scarlet rust. This is a sign of complete mental exhaustion. Qinming is now persisting purely by willpower. But there is an upper limit to willpower. Qinming's mental energy has been exhausted to this point, and his willpower cannot persist forever. He will not be able to hold on. Even destroying the recipient at the spiritual level did not use such a huge amount of mental power. But the half-second of contact with the scarlet abyss almost caused him to die there. The ship spirit eagerly surrounded Qinming's conscious body, and a gentle spiritual power continued to heal Qinming's mental damage. But Qinming couldn't resist in the end, and his consciousness suddenly left the conscious space. At this moment, when he was out of consciousness, whether it was in Whooping, the prosthesis of the 14th Legion, or Qinming himself, they all collapsed on the ground at the same time, gasping for air. Qinming's eyes trembled unconsciously, and his hands continued to tremble as he forced himself to get up from the ground. The terminal next to him, that had just fallen to the ground, was making the sound of an incoming call. Qinming didn't care. He suddenly seemed to realize something. He no longer needed to rely on the starry sky rift on the origin of the condensed spiritual energy transformed by the ship spirit. He could directly rely on his will to force his way back into the consciousness space. The ship spirit was still healing the scars on his consciousness. Qinming's conscious body stood up. He looked at the location of the recipient just now. After the death of the recipient, the corpse of the giant brain has left the island, suspended in the universe, and is slowly decomposing pure mental power. Everything looks fine. A closed rift already existed in his conscious space. During the decomposition of the brain's body, the crack did not disappear, but was closed and continued to be suspended there. From that crack, there was a tiny amount of power belonging to that dimension that his consciousness space could withstand enough to absorb was leaking. He seemed to become the heir to the infectious power of the dimension. But it seems inappropriate to say it is inheritance, because the recipient did not transfer the power to him. But the recipient used the power of his own dimensional infection to open the gap to another dimension. Qinming's consciousness was dragged to another dimension. Another crazy and chaotic dimension. The madness in this dimension is not pure madness, but a kind of madness that has it all. It's like a library full of books. Ordinary libraries will let people go into search and read at will. The moment you enter this library, all knowledge will flow into the brain of the person who enters it for no reason. This is madness. Of course, it is not appropriate to call it knowledge, because these things are not organized knowledge in Qinming's personal experience. Rather, it is closer to allowing the human body to experience an additional feeling, and to experience the existence of psychic effects and psychic knowledge from the feelings. It's because some people can't bear this feeling. As a result, all the cells of that person that contain everything in the human body are completely filled up under the influence of this knowledge, and lose their original function. It has become flesh and blood that cannot be completely finalized. This is what Qinming has never understood. Why once something related to psychic energy goes wrong, all kinds of flesh and blood tissue will appear. These flesh and blood filled with knowledge cannot be understood by ordinary people. But this is the truth. Qinming really felt this time. And in that terrifying world, he obtained the upper limit of knowledge that he could bear. It was this knowledge that gave him the power from the dimensional infection. He obtained this power by himself, and the recipient only gave him the key to the library door. The power of dimensional infection that truly belongs to the recipient has completely dissipated. No, it has been dissipated to the outside world. Although Qinming's mental power is still in a state of exhaustion. After overcoming the limit and being fed back by the mental power after the death of the body, his consciousness is now extremely active. He was thinking about the fraction of a second he entered that dimension. In less than a second, Qinming saw a lot of unknown things, which were clogging his brain and making his brain think. Only thinking can activate his brain, allowing him to relieve the pain of his brain being full. In his view, having mastered new knowledge, the statement about the power of dimensional infection is wrong. This power actually comes from the power of that dimension. The power of the dimension. Qinming's mental power suddenly weakened again. But as his mental power weakened, the effects of the psychic powers he mastered were significantly enhanced. Qinming relied on the power of dimensions to further his understanding of his own psychic abilities. He finally understood why the afterglow core controlled by him could not use psychic transmission. The reason is also very simple. That is, from the moment he first awakened, his spiritual energy was linked to this dimension that gave him new power. It is through this dimension that he transports materials across thousands of light years in the normal universe. Although Qinming's current knowledge cannot explain why his spiritual energy is involved in this dimension. But he was sure that was what happened in real time. And in such a dimension filled with crazy knowledge. If an individual with independent consciousness enters and is dragged into the abyss, death will only be its final destination. Individuals with hive consciousness such as the Zerg also use the hive mind network built with Qinming as the core to preserve the consciousness of sub-individuals. Transport the body without consciousness and stuff the consciousness back to ensure safety. Then things are actually simple. Qinming patted the boat spirit who had been helping him recover, and his consciousness returned to reality. His psychic energy fluctuations mobilized some of the dimensional power he currently controls, protecting a gamma-level individual on the far side of the brilliance, and protecting the consciousness in the core of Afterglow. The next moment, a gamma-level Afterglow core appeared in Qinming's palm. The individual consciousness inside is still alive. This is what Qinming learned from dimensional infection. And that's not all. Qinming put away the Afterglow core and gathered the power of the dimension in his palm. He waved his arm in front of him, and a deep abyss appeared in front of him. His psychic powers are no longer limited to using the ability to transform to transport materials, but can also use the power of dimensions to transport directly. Qinming Gang wanted to step in, but just before he stepped inside, he paused. Not enough. His abilities were not enough to protect him in that dimension, and the sense of danger was stimulating his brain. It's not that Qinming doesn't have enough mental strength to teleport, but something will come to trouble him. Those who actually create dimensional infections may be the existence of native organisms in this dimension. Qinming's current abilities are not enough to escape from their hands. It still can't directly use psychic energy to teleport himself, although the mark of the dimensional infection coordinates shows his own body. But the mark of this dimension for him is his consciousness. As long as his consciousness enters, something will definitely happen. I don't know what those who can survive in this dimension are. Can only say, after coming into contact with the power of dimensions, Qinming's own power has begun to change in even more outrageous directions. In fact, the changes in the repairing psionic power can already be seen before. How can the repairing psionic power directly repair the essence of something? Therefore, the modification ability became an existence close to the space ability, and Qinming immediately accepted it. Presumably it won't be long before Qinming's other spiritual powers will also undergo new changes with the blessing of dimensional power. It just takes time for him to get familiar with it. That's all. However, Qinming suddenly discovered that he seemed to have something on hand that could be explained directly through the knowledge he acquired in that dimension without him being familiar with psychic powers. For example, when Qian Mian recreated in Wuping's spiritual energy, what was reproduced was not the Insect Queen's spiritual energy, but a single spiritual energy that combined all of Wuping's abilities. This special situation seems to be related to Qinming himself. Chapter 294 Essence. Qinming always felt strange. The entire process of making Wuping was designed by himself, and every step was personally experienced by him, and worked out step by step with the Insect Queen. Why did the product created by the cooperation of his spiritual energy and the Insect Queen's spiritual energy produce such an effect in the end? Why has it become like this? Why do the psychic effects extracted by Qianmin Mian have some extra things that do not exist in the design? Why didn't he feel anything strange when controlling Wuping's prosthesis? Even now, the answers to these questions have always been there. It's just that Qinming didn't understand it before. Now that he can connect these clues through the knowledge in his mind, the answer is ready to come out. And Wuping's spiritual power that can be reproduced by 1,000 faces is a new spiritual power that was born after Qinming's spiritual power was fused with the psychic power of the Insect Queen. Psychic powers don't just appear for no reason. Only naturally occurring creatures can awaken to psychic powers as a manually created thing. And Wuping only has the spiritual energy of the Insect Queen and Qinming attached to it. Only the fusion of these two spiritual energies is the source of the birth of Wuping's spiritual energy. Qinming focused his attention on Wuping. It aggregated the psychic energy fluctuations usually used when controlling Wuping, although invisible to the naked eye. In his perception, Wuping's spiritual energy fluctuations were entangled in his hands. It was intertwined with the Insect Queen's spiritual energy as the main source, and his own spiritual energy as the supplement. When he didn't have a clear understanding of psychic knowledge before, Wuping's psychic fluctuations seemed to Qinming to be the two psychic powers of the Insect Queen and his own. They were distinct, and each performed their own duties. But after understanding enough, Qinming was able to reverse his previous thoughts, and saw that the two psychic effects on Wuping had been completely integrated, and could not be separated. Even if Qin Ming's subjective consciousness only wants to use the psychic power of the insect queen when he controls and whooping, his own part of the psychic power will spontaneously follow due to the nature of the psychic power, giving full play to the full extent of Whooping's psychic power. Effect? There is something familiar about this situation. He Gu from the Psychic Research Institute of the 14th Legion just gave an example to Qin Ming not long ago. This is an example of a mind rage entity entering the middle and late stages. He Gu said before that a mentally violent entity will be divided into several stages after it appears. At the beginning of the mental rampage entity's early stage, the various psychic properties and psychic fluctuations that make it up are independent and distinct from each other. It can correspond to the stage after Whooping was created, when Qin Ming's psychic energy and the insect queen's psychic energy were clearly distinct. And after the mental rampage entity enters the middle stage, there will be a preliminary fusion of different psychic properties of the mind rage entity, and one psychic wave can dispatch all the psychic waves of the entity. It also corresponds to the stage where after Qin Ming skillfully controlled Whooping, he could use the spiritual energy fluctuations of the insect queen to mobilize the entire Whooping's spiritual energy fluctuations. Qin Ming didn't notice this at the time, mainly because when he controlled Whooping, his consciousness directly acted on the entire body, and everything about Whooping's entire prosthesis was under his control. Qin Ming's subconscious and instinctive reactions were able to control his body, so much so that he didn't realize that when he was using one kind of spiritual energy fluctuation, the other kind of spiritual energy fluctuation was actually being mobilized spontaneously, rather than him trying to cooperate. Use psychic energy to subconsciously adjust. Qin Ming had already adapted to this psychic ability unconsciously. Even looking back now, when he first faced the mentally rampaging entity and released the light of annihilation, the way he releases plasma is actually not through the organs on his body that come from the Aurora Wind Spirit, but directly through spiritual energy, mainly because of habit. Once you get used to it, you will naturally ignore it. But no matter what, the situation at this stage is indeed exactly the same as what He Gu said. And after the mental rampage entity enters the advanced stage, various psychic energy fluctuations will be completely integrated and will no longer express the original psychic energy effects. Instead, they will generate psychic energy fluctuations with some unique effects. Of course, He Gu has said before that most of the special spiritual energy fluctuations produced in this way are concepts that humans cannot understand. But it is obvious that Whooping's expression has a form that humans can understand, and it happens to be in line with Whooping's own fighting ability. Although Qin Ming felt it was a bit far-fetched when he thought about it. After all, there were too many coincidences. But after Qin Ming thought about it, he still thought that this was the answer. Psychers are people who influence reality with their will. This is what the boss first said to him. A sentence that he also agreed with very much. Thousand Faces was able to retain his own consciousness even after becoming a mind rage entity, which put He Gu's words into the ground that a psycher's consciousness would have died after becoming a mind rage entity. Then why couldn't he transform Whooping's psychic energy into what he wanted to see? Whooping's spiritual power is that of a mentally violent entity that can also explain the situation of Thousand Faces. That's why Qian Mian could reproduce Whooping's spiritual energy in a normal state. But when his mind was in a state of rampage, he died suddenly after absorbing Whooping's spiritual energy. The reason is very simple. Because in the normal state, Qianmen's use of spiritual energy is simply recreating a new spiritual energy wave. But this spiritual energy wave originates from a mentally violent entity. After entering a state of mental rampage, the psychic effects of Thousand Faces became extremely complicated. But there are still several major spiritual beings that stabilize his conscious existence, and at the same time stabilize his mentally violent entity. Under such circumstances, re-engraving Whooping's spiritual energy, which is also a product of the mind runaway, into the mind runaway entity is equivalent to forcing another person into the pit of the foundation. Root foundation. That's why the body of the Thousand Faces mental rampage entity collapsed. And he sensed something was wrong at that time. Only then did he say that Qin Ming was a monster. These are all compatible. The only thing that didn't match was that Whooping's appearance had not changed. There was no drastic change in appearance, like other mentally violent entities that Qin Ming had seen. But this can also be explained. We only need to trace the origins a little further back, to about 2 years ago. The moment Qin Ming just woke up from the abandoned mining space station. The moment he just came into this world. Qin Ming is not a pure time traveler. Nor is he a pure native. Rather, it is an existence formed by combining the similar memories and life experiences of the two. The two different minds have long been completely integrated. This statement seems to be no different from a mental rampage entity. They are all spiritual energy-related beings of different natures fused together. Thinking about it this way, Qinming is, in a sense, a mentally violent entity. This is not what Qinming feels just now. He had had similar thoughts before. Some time ago, I encountered a mentally violent entity for the first time. Qinming asked He Gu about the specific triggering conditions for the mental rampage entity. He Gu said that if a psionic person has a variety of psionic-related things of different natures, including the psionic person's own spiritual enlightenment nerves, it may cause the psionic person to go on a mental rampage. But before, Qinming had 4 spiritual stones on his body: whisper, fear, obsession, and frantic words, a neutral revolver, and a bone sword that Qinming seized from the Black Mist Psyker and could never find a suitable place to use. If the calculation is more strict, the psychic fluctuations of the Insect Queen can be counted. Both Spirit and Xiaoshi don't count. After all, the ship spirit and Qinming's spiritual energy have the same origin. And Xiaoshi's spiritual power was not completely controlled by Qinming like the Insect Queen's spiritual power. Qinming didn't even know what kind of spiritual power Xiaoshi had. But even if Xiaoshi and Shipling are not counted, Qinming possesses countless psychic materials of different properties. At that time, he felt that something was wrong. He should have gone on a mental rampage long ago. But in fact he didn't. Does this mean his situation is special? Qinming's idea before was finally confirmed today. He is just a special person. Otherwise, with so many different types of psychic-related things on his body, he would have turned into a mentally violent entity. No, it's because he has become a mentally violent entity, so he can continue to remain the same amid so many types of psychic-related things. It all makes sense. Since Qinming is already a psychedelic entity, there seems to be no problem in fusing the psychic energy of the psychedelic entity with a new psychic energy belonging to the Insect Queen. There is also no problem with new psychic powers having manifestations that can be understood by humans. Although Qinming seemed to have expelled himself, others did not know this, so it was not unacceptable to him. After all, if we trace back to its origins, wouldn't the incident he traveled through be similar to a dimensional infection? It's all one dimension invading another dimension. It's just that the dimensional infection from the Scarlet Dimension is more ferocious. And Qinming's dimension only sent him here. Of course, Qinming could not completely determine the aspects related to these dimensions. He could only guess. After all, he still did not know enough about the dimensions. He only had a certain understanding of spiritual energy after briefly entering the Scarlet Dimension. But since the rift leading to the Scarlet Dimension has been left in his consciousness space, he has also mastered a certain amount of dimensional power. Even the crack in his consciousness space station did not leak the spiritual energy fluctuations caused by dimensional infection. All dimensional powers were completely absorbed by the consciousness space and would not affect the outside world at all. So as long as he can continue to exercise this power, sooner or later he will be able to figure out things related to dimensions. After Qinming made a thorough summary of his abilities, 1 body and 2 prostheses returned to their posts. Ontology continues to coordinate the development process. The prosthetic body of the 14th Legion picked up the terminal that he accidentally dropped on the ground when his mental power was exhausted. Qinming remembered that the terminal rang just now when he was lying on the ground. He glanced at the person who had just called, and immediately called back, "I'm sorry, President. I just had something to do, and I didn't receive the call. Is there anything you can do?" The President's tone was much more relaxed than before. And he said, "There are 2 pieces of news, good and bad." Before the President asked Qinming what news he wanted to hear, Qinming rushed to answer, Okay. Just now, the psychic energy fluctuations of the Psyker, with the ability to brainwash and hypnotize, called the recipient in Zhuijia, disappeared. Almost all those who were originally controlled by his spiritual energy chose to surrender after they were no longer controlled. You should have seen it. Right? When Qinming heard this, he immediately called up the videos recorded by the Afterglow fleet he had deployed at the edges of various galaxies. Just now, he controlled and whipping to reach the face of the mountain of flesh that the recipient had turned into. The recipient chose to let the fleet with Prometheus as the flagship in the Lucy Galaxy take the initiative to launch an attack. All the people under his control launched a desperate charge like crazy. And after Qinming and his conscious space fought to the death with the recipient's spiritual power failed. And the people in the fighting fleet naturally woke up. Of course, the vast majority of people who still had since chose to cease fire and retreat, disarm and surrender. An irrational person will, of course, Become a ball of fireworks. Understood. After confirming the good news that the Lucy Galaxy was completely under the control of the 5th Legion and that order had regained the upper hand, Chinming asked, "What about the bad ones?" The president said, before the recipient's psychic fluctuations disappeared. A large number of dimensional infected psychic fluctuations appeared deep underground in the energy supply tower. And these psychic fluctuations were completely leaked. The entire planet has been completely infected. It is estimated that the number of people who may survive does not exceed 0.01%. Chinming was silent. He actually knew this news. Just when he was fighting the recipient, before entering the consciousness space, the dimensional infection had already begun to leak. At that time, he had no choice but to try his best to speed up. But even if he speeded up, the winner could be decided within 5 minutes of meeting the recipient. But this speed is still a step slower. The president was unlikely to hear too much from Chinming's silence. So he continued, the 5th Legion speculated that an whooping killed the psyker in Zwijing, which caused that the victim leaked the dimensional infection, which led to the fall of the entire planet, starting from the industrial area. Not many people should survive. It's really a pity. But we don't have to worry. Zwijing will continue to cause trouble with dimensional infection. And we don't have to worry about the 5th Legion causing some new troubles for the power of dimensional infection. But the 5th Army seems to be quite angry. I wonder if there will be some small moves in other aspects. The good feelings Chinming had in his heart at this time, which he had accumulated by cooperating with the 5th Army some time ago, had already completely disappeared because of their actions. I don't think you need to worry about the attitude of the 5th Army. They are just an army. The key is imperial attitude. The president was obviously also connected to people at the empire level, and said, the empire has an indifferent attitude. It's best if you can get that power. If you can't get it, it doesn't matter as long as there are no subsequent troubles. Otherwise, top psychers with imperial backgrounds would have come to seize this power. Chinming suddenly had a question. Speaking of this, why doesn't the empire send top psychers to grab this power? The combat capabilities of those psychers in Zwijia are probably not top-notch. Right? It feels like they can't even face the boss. Why doesn't the empire just send psychers of sufficient level there? The president explained, it's a very simple principle. Do you think this business is profitable if you trade a top psyker for a power whose specific negative effects are not yet certain? Or negative effects related to dimensional infection? That's really not profitable. So there's nothing wrong with leaving this kind of thing to my subordinates. Right? Really? Capturing power does not mean destroying it. Capturing it requires getting close in person. It does not mean that you can directly kill the left pass psyker from a distance using psychic effects. If there was really a psyker of the same level as the boss who was involved in this matter and arrived under the energy supply tower, Chinming really couldn't say whether the rift leading to the scarlet dimension created by the recipient before death would kill the psyker. After all, Chinming knew that he was a special person, and his spiritual energy was connected with his scarlet dimension from the beginning. So he was able to come back alive after his consciousness entered the scarlet dimension for nearly a second. But for others, it's really hard to say. The backhand left by Zwijing will really pose a great threat to other psychers. That's why the empire has such an attitude. Now that the matter is over, Chinming didn't say much more about this aspect. He just asked another question. How top-notch are the top psychers? Are there specific levels of psychers? The president asked. Why do you ask this suddenly? I heard from others that I am a level 5 psyker. I'm curious and asked. Oh, that's not what I can't tell you. Let me tell you briefly from lowest to highest. Level 1 psychers are psychers who have just awakened. They only know the effects of their own psionic powers and can perform some basic psionic effects. Level 2. Some time has passed since psychic awakening. You can use basic psychic effects proficiently, and you can also start further psychic development. Level 3. Normally, psychic energy has entered the final stage of development and can begin to develop horizontally and expand the application direction of psychic energy. Level 4. Destroy the city alone. Ah? Chinming was stunned for a moment and made a confused sound. Isn't this a bit too jumpy? The president said affirmatively, no problem. That's how they are divided. The first 3 levels are all in the development stage. Level 4 psychers are determined by whether they can secretly destroy cities alone. Only psychers with such abilities can further value. Take you as an example. When you control the first cruiser, you can be regarded as a level 4 psycher. A cruiser can already destroy cities on the surface. When the number of fleets you control exceeds the defense force of a normal planet, you can be counted as the next level, which is level 5. At level 5, Psychers who initially have the ability to destroy stars alone can be placed here. This is your current level, and the level of unwhooping that I mentioned to you several times recently. Further up is level 6, which is the galaxy level. A single person's psychic energy can affect the entire galaxy and can be divided into them. It is almost the same as destroying a galaxy by a single person. Me, Wuan, and Hui can all be included in this classification. The Yin Xiong who was killed by you not long ago is also included in this classification. You killed a level 6 psyker with the strength of a level 4 psyker close to that of a level 5 psyker. It caused quite a stir at that time, and many people started paying attention to you from that time. But Wuan helped you block all kinds of troubles, so you may not feel much. Qinming actually knew what the president said. After all, at that time, he was also carrying the titles of Yu Wei's natural enemy, the best symbol against Zhuo Jing. And as he now knows, a level 6 psyker was counter-killed when he hit level 4. Even though the boss had tried to prevent his information from being leaked in all aspects to avoid showing off, there was still a lot of news flying around. He knew this very well, so he always maintained respect for his boss Qinming. Of course, this is Qinming's own business. He still wants to say, I understand the truth. But does Yin Xiong really have level 6? The president said, the edge that reaches level 6 is also level 6. And staying in level 6 for 10 years is still level 6. Yin Xiong has indeed reached the edge of galaxy level. The president said so. And Qinming did not continue to refute. What about the ones above? No, there are no higher level psychers yet. But there is a level in the setting, which is the sector level. You can just regard the level of our psychers as the government level of our empire and move it over directly. Just use that one. Qinming asked, that is to say, the ability of a level 7 psyker can cover a star area, and the ability of a level 8 psyker can cover a star area? It almost means the same thing. But there is no specific classification. Don't say it in more formal situations. I won't say this on any formal occasion. Right? The president smiled and said, don't underestimate yourself. You have the potential. By the way, you have to remember that although the grades I told you are recognized grades, they are only a judgment level for the scope and general effect of psychic energy, and are for reference only. Actual combat ability doesn't depend on this. The fight between you and Yin Xiong is the best example. Well, that's it. That's all I have to say. When the planet is cleaned up, and it is confirmed that the dimensional infection has been completely eradicated, our mission will be over. Wait a moment. Qinming suddenly interrupted. I remember that unwhooping experienced a dimensional infection. Right? Does that mean? Yeah, but we can't stop it. The president's tone was also full of helplessness. In the future, the authority for this matter will basically be in the hands of the Fifth Army. They said they would stop unwhooping, but in the end, they let unwhooping pass, and even let him run to the Lucy galaxy easily. I even heard that unwhooping ran to the Lucy system in front of the fleet that was intercepted by the Fifth Army. We can only hope that two-dimensional infections in the same person will not lead to more serious consequences. In fact, unwhooping's body has been replaced by Qinming, and overall, he is still in a state of experiencing a dimensional infection. But others don't know. So Qinming has to find a way to confirm his tone to avoid problems. What should I do about unwhooping? I don't know. My suggestion is to integrate them. But as far as I know, the parties involved in the Lucy Galaxy have not yet discussed a suitable result. Chapter 295 New Doubts. The president failed to give a clear attitude towards unwhooping. Qinming didn't bother the president much, hung up the phone, and returned to the underground of the Earth's core furnace energy supply tower. Now there is only a mess left here. Although Qinming's main target along the way is the recipient. However, the process of tracking and the aftermath of the battle with Xinyan engine still caused considerable damage to the energy supply tower. There is nothing left to save in the energy supply tower. So just leave. But before leaving, on Qinming's left arm, a large number of tentacles controlled by the insect queen grew, extending out to the surroundings. These tentacles invaded the recipient's body, which turned into a mountain of flesh, and devoured him. Qinming's plan is obvious. Let the insect queen eat the recipient. See if he can get some of his memories from the recipient's body, and see if he can get more information about Zhuo Jing. Anyway, the recipient is dead, and Zhuo Jing has lost the core figure with brainwashing ability. The Empire's suppression of Zhuo Jing will definitely be more effective in the future. It is definitely not a disadvantage to get more intelligence to target Zhuo Jing. Just when Qinming asked the insect queen to do this, The little mental power he had left was also protected by the Insect Queen's mental power. Once there is a problem, the Insect Queen will immediately cut off this part of her consciousness to prevent worse consequences. After all, this is the body of the recipient, and there may be some means left behind after his death. Just in case. The tentacles proliferate inside the meat mountain, growing continuously and feeding continuously. When the Insect Queen's tentacles ate half of the entire meat mountain and reached near the center of the meat mountain, the Insect Queen's tentacles suddenly stopped. A tentacle twitched a few times in the center of the meat mountain, twisted around, and spat out something round in front of Qinming. It was the head of a human being with signs of chaos and flesh around the edges. What was dug out of the mountain of meat should be the head of the recipient. Qinming didn't realize what was wrong with his head for a while. After all, the Insect Queen mainly relies on devouring the brain to read the memory, so it is quite strange to spit out the complete brain. But the next moment, Qinming's expression became serious, because the face on this head is different from the face of the brainwashed psyker that Qinming saw through the last remaining consciousness of Qianmian. This is not the face of a brainwashed psyker. Qinming immediately picked up the head, and his other hand turned into a tentacle and wrapped it around the head. Checking the condition of the head, he felt extremely strong spiritual energy fluctuations belonging to the recipient from this head, and also found a dead spiritual nerve inside the head that contained the breath of the recipient. But he did not find any traces of plastic surgery on the head, nor did he find any evidence that the head did not belong to Roshan or the recipient. This is the original face of the recipient. Judging from his age, he is probably in his 40s. Similar to Qianmian, the brainwashed psyker in Qianmian's memory was also in his 40s. But at that time, Thousand Faces was probably less than 20 years old when he became a psyker and joined Zhuijing. The brainwashed psyker at that time looked already 40 years old just from his appearance. Then he must be at least 60 years old now. This is the wrong age. The condition of the recipient does not correspond to the Zhuijia brainwashing psyker in Thousand Faces memory. They are not the same person. Qinming suddenly remembered something and quickly took out the resentment spirit stone that appeared after Qinmian's death. This resentment ectoplasm stone did not resonate after Qinming killed the recipient, and it still caused hallucinations in front of Qinming's eyes when Qinming held it, through the hallucination caused by the ectoplasm stone. She also confirmed the appearance of the brainwashed psyker again. That brainwashed psyker really wasn't the recipient. Wait, that's not right. Qinming suddenly thought of another possibility. A possibility that was very similar to what he had been doing. Qinming recorded all the data on the recipient's head in his hand, and threw the head back to the Queen of Insects, letting the Queen of Insects eat it. Soon, the memory belonging to the recipient was transmitted back by the Insect Queen. From birth to adulthood to joining the left trail. From becoming the talkative person of Zhuijing's new generation, to finally dying in a duel between Yun Luoxing and Qinming. The memory of the recipient is very clear. So clear that the relevant details can be found in almost every detail. Of course, there is also the memory of meeting the young Qianmin for the first time. The actual time period of these memories is more than 60 years, not 40 years. There is an obvious gap with the physical age of the recipient. There is obviously something wrong with the recipient's memory. There is only one possibility that such a memory is inconsistent with the age and can still remember all the details thoroughly. That is, this memory is false. A memory that was implanted or forcibly changed. Qinming suddenly punched the energy supply tower, shattering a large section of the wall. There is someone else who is the real brainwashed psyker, and he is hiding in an even more secretive place. What he did was just solve the trouble on the surface. Qinming originally thought that the recipient was the source of Zhuijing's continuous spread of the cult. After all, a brainwashed psyker was in line with the underlying logic of the cult. However, the real brainwashing psyker is someone else. Although the recipient can be regarded as a brainwashing psyker, he is incomplete. Or in other words, he is an extended part of the real brainwashing psyker. Simply put, it was Zhuijing who was the real brainwashed psyker who used his psychic powers to brainwash another psyker. And this psyker was truly transformed into a brainwashed psyker after his own memory was erased, and he possessed most of the brainwashed psyker's memories. At least in his perception. He was Zhuijia's brainwashing psyker. Just having the memories of a brainwashed psyker is enough. The key is that this psyker, the current recipient, actually became a new brainwashed psyker after possessing the memory of the brainwashed psyker. Possessing the psychic effects of brainwashing. This is the most exaggerated part. In fact, there is no essential difference between the recipient and an Whooping. They are all long-distance control of an individual by psykers using their own psionic effects. It's just that Qinming relied on the biological technology level of the insect queen. And the psychic control of An Wuping was absolutely stable. Brainwashing psychers, on the other hand, directly use the bodies of other psychers to perform complete brainwashing. Use brainwashing to transform the consciousness of the psychic into one like your own. And control them in disguise. Qinming didn't even know if there was a possibility of this happening again. Probably not. After all, if brainwashed psychers could be produced, the empire would have been completely controlled by the mass-produced brainwashed psychers. The situation of the recipient is probably only a small probability event. It may even be that the recipient's own psychic effects tend to affect other people spiritually. So they are transformed into brainwashing psychers. The real brainwashing psychics should only control the high-level left path forces on the surface, such as the recipient, Thousand Faces, and Jin. But it is indeed possible for him to master this real power that belongs to the Zhuijia hidden deeper. The threat to the left path has not yet been completely eliminated. Who is supporting Zhuijing? Qinming originally felt comfortable with the fact that he had eliminated Zhuijing's central figure, the subject. As a result, it had only been a short time before new troubles and new worries had already enveloped his mind. It's still the kind of trouble that can't be investigated or solved in a short time. This is really, Qinming sighed, and after repeatedly confirming through the insect queen that there were no clues about the real left path brainwashing psyker in the memory of the recipient, he could only pack it up, follow the passage of the energy supply tower, and return to the surface. Before reaching the surface, he was about to step out of the half-collapsed energy supply tower. Qinming suddenly knelt on the ground again and coughed violently. He felt a sharp pain in his brain. Not in Wuping's brain, but Qinming's own brain. After the protective insect queen swallowed the recipient and controlled An Wuping to come out from the depths of the underground, his mental power was once again close to exhaustion. Even while his brain was aching, Qinming could feel An Wuping's abdomen also feeling a pressure from the inside out. Obviously this was when he was fighting with the recipient just now. The dimensional infected spiritual energy fluctuations released by the recipient had spread to the surface and formed a climate on the surface. When he came up, these spiritual energy fluctuations naturally found him. Fortunately, Qinming had nothing but the recovery speed of his mental power was quite fast. He was able to quickly resist the influence of the dimensional infection and stepped out of the energy supply tower. The moment he just saw him walking outside the energy supply tower, like scene entered his eyes. Countless squirming flesh adhered industrial buildings to other buildings, and countless flesh and blood monsters wandered between the buildings. Obviously, when Qinming first arrived, although many industrial buildings in the industrial zone were temporarily suspended, at least Qinming could still feel a vitality in the entire industrial zone. But now, this vitality still exists. But this vitality is active to a morbid level. If Qinming had come out a little earlier, he might have heard the screams of these monsters walking on the intestines dragged all over the ground. But now, all that is left in the entire industrial area is the sticky sound of flesh monsters roaming around. Not only the industrial area, but also the residential areas for employees to settle outside the industrial area are in the same miserable situation. Even some places in the wilderness have begun to appear in areas covered with blood and flesh. The entire planet has fallen, and all places with living creatures will look like this. This apocalyptic scene deeply stimulated Qinming, giving him a suppressed pain in his temples. This is the first time he has seen in reality the final fate of the leaked area after the large-scale leakage of dimensional infection. It has more impact than any photo or record. The president said that when a planet is infected by a dimension, the number of people who can actually survive may be 0.01%. But after personal experience, Qinming discovered that the president actually hid some information from him. Even An Wuping's body was being torn apart by the power of dimension infection. Why can ordinary people stop this power? A colony in a prosperous star field has a population of at least 1 billion even in this era. Can 100,000 people really survive? Or even, can there really be 1,000 people? Even counting those psychers who arrived on the planet and then retreated safely. Could there really be that many people? No one seems to care. Qinming looked up at the sky and could vaguely see the 5th Legion fleet outside the atmosphere. They did not carry out any rescue operations, nor did they try to eliminate the dimensional infection. They just arranged their fleet and watched from there. Death seems to be really just a number. Qinming remembered that when the president took the initiative to tell him about this matter just now, the president's attitude was the same. President Mingming is usually very willing to protect civilians, but when he told the estimated death toll, Qinming did not hear any disturbance in his tone. Even Qinming has always respected civilians. When he concluded based on the information about the surrounding environment that the entire planet had fallen and the number of survivors might be only 1 in a million, he didn't feel anything at all. After all, this is just a string of numbers. So how can I feel it? But as long as we look specifically at the actual situation on the planet and know that countless living beings and harmonious and happy families have disappeared on the entire planet, we will naturally feel heavy in our hearts. For example, the middle-aged woman Chen Ming met before entering the Earth's core furnace energy supply tower. The bag she was carrying might have been relief items she picked up near the material warehouse after the industrial zone in Yunluoxing stopped working. She was going to cook a dinner for her husband and children when she got back. But now, only nothingness remained. Chen Ming sighed and shook his head, prepared to find an opportunity to leave the planet to avoid being attacked by those flesh and blood monsters. His mental state is not very good. The best way to evacuate the planet now is to steal a spaceship directly. Although Chen Ming could see through the atmosphere that the 5th Legion's fleet had sealed off the planet, it was obvious that the psychers who had left the planet at the last minute would be checked. But as long as he reaches space, he has various ways to escape. And there should be some people who would not watch him fall into the hands of the 5th Army. While Chen Ming was scanning the surroundings, trying to find a suitable spaceship, he suddenly heard a strange noise. Chen Ming immediately turned around. His eyes widened instantly, but his pupils narrowed subconsciously. Because I saw that bag. The bag that was taken away by the middle-aged woman was now hanging on the body of the flesh and blood monster that had just made a noise. This monster is the person he just saw. She was dead and became such a monster in death. Chen Ming lowered his head with a gloomy expression. He really couldn't bear to see this. A small ball of plasma suddenly flew out from Chen Ming's fingertips, completely annihilating the flesh and blood monster. At least this way, her body would not continue to suffer in this world. Only when the plasma dissipates. The bag hanging on the extended flesh and blood tentacles was not annihilated together, but fell to the ground. The food inside was scattered all over the floor. Among the raw meat that had grown some fleshy tentacles, Chen Ming saw a small gift box. A piece of paper attached to the gift box happened to be blown by the seal and fell in front of Chen Ming. There is a line of words written on the paper. Mom's 12-year-old gift, definitely better than Dad's. Chen Ming's movements suddenly froze. He took a deep breath, took 2 steps, and picked up the gift box. After opening it, a delicate and compact spaceship model was lying quietly inside the gift box. This is a model of a Rainstorm-class spaceship. Clearly this is not a handout. It's something that this family has prepared a long time ago. On the birthday of the child at home, I used the excuse of going out to collect relief supplies to wrap up gifts and prepare to take them home. The mother is no longer able to bring gifts home to her children, and the children are unable to wait for their mother, who has yet to return. Chen Ming stared at the spaceship model in his hand expressionlessly for a long time, then put it back into the gift box, and put the gift box into the backpack he carried with him. He closed his eyes. A few minutes later, a ring-shaped plasma swept out of his body, completely turning everything left in the industrial area into dust. Let these people be buried here. Chen Ming opened his eyes again and looked into the distance. There are people living in more than one place on this planet. There are more places. More of the same thing happening. Chen Ming saw with his own eyes the world eroded by dimensional infection, and saw with his own eyes the consequences of dimensional infection. This is the horror of dimensional infection. Chen Ming sank slightly into the space of consciousness. The breath that exudes the scarlet dimension is still giving him the power from the dimension. This power is really heavy. A few minutes passed again. Chen Ming regained his composure, controlled and whooping to enter the insect state, and flew some distance away from the industrial area. The spaceships near the industrial area have basically been wiped out, and the flesh and blood monsters have already destroyed the spaceships. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just left the spaceship alone and just washed the ground with plasma. So next, he had to go to the nearest aerospace airport, where there should still be spaceships left. But just before Chen Ming found the right direction, a shuttle boat suddenly arrived near Chen Ming at high speed. The hatch opened, and a man in military uniform shouted to Chen Ming, "Hey!" and whooping. "Are you interested in joining our 5th Legion? Your mental strength seems to be almost exhausted. Right? Join us, and we will take you away. Answer quickly. We don't have time to wait for you. Unless you want to be buried with the monsters below." The man who spoke was a psychic. Full of pride, Chen Ming took a special look at the shuttle boat. The logo painted on it was indeed the 5th Legion, since everyone inside and outside Yunluoxing is from the 5th Legion. Then if the shuttle boat comes here like this, It must indeed belong to the 5th Legion. But Chen Ming had no interest in the 5th Legion. Their way of doing things was completely inconsistent with his views. Even if Wuping couldn't even stand up now, Chen Ming didn't bother to pay attention to them. Chen Ming landed on the side of the road and found a ground vehicle that had been hastily abandoned without even turning off the engine. He drove the car directly to the airport, completely ignoring the shuttle boat of the 5th Army on the other side. The psychers of the 5th Legion looked at the direction the car was leaving and sneered disdainfully, closed the door of the shuttle boat, and drove the shuttle boat away from the planet. Chen Ming drove alone in the direction of Kongtian Airport for about 10 minutes. The sky suddenly became brighter. Chen Ming immediately stuck his head out of the vehicle window. Outside the atmosphere, the main weapon of the offensive, the thermal pulse laser, had begun to accumulate energy. A crimson stream of light surrounded the muzzle, and in the blink of an eye, the thermal pulse laser, which could take away the cruiser and the shield ship, had already swept towards the surface of Yunluoxing. It won't take long for Chen Ming to be shot. The battleships have already begun to wash the ground. Chen Ming suddenly felt angry in his heart. The people from the 5th Legion just came over and asked him if he wanted to join. He refused. So the 5th Legion chose to directly wash the land? Is it too disrespectful to treat him as a human being? Chen Ming did not question those people from the 5th Legion who had cooperated with him before. These people have nothing to do with the main fleet. He chose to call the president directly. President, why has the 5th Army already started? Already started? The president also asked a question in surprise, and immediately went to confirm the news and said to Chen Ming, it was started by the 5th Legion themselves. They said that their people have been evacuated in order to prevent the dimensional infection from continuing to spread. So it started. Starting when we knew there might be people alive on the planet? Chen Ming's question made the president suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. He knew Chen Ming's situation, and knew that since Chen Ming was willing to selflessly help him deal with the dimensional infection, it meant that Chen Ming must be a good person. The actions of the 5th Army now, and before, were obviously stepping back and forth between Chen Ming's bottom line. But sometimes, they have to make some choices after all. So the president told Chen Ming the truth, when faced with dimensional infection. Even I prefer to resolve the matter early. The threat of dimensional infection is too great. And for the 5th Legion, except for Wuping, no one else is worthy of them taking a second look. The president was willing to reason and explain clearly the pros and cons of a matter. And Chen Ming was actually very willing to accept it. He has never been a pedantic person. But he just saw an extraordinary human tragedy. And later Wuping was targeted by the 5th Army. The two things combined made him unable to suppress the anger in his heart. But he couldn't tell Wuping's identity clearly. So he could only insinuate and say, but they seem to be shooting in the direction of the energy supply tower. Isn't Wuping there? The behavior of the 5th Army does seem to be a bit contradictory. The president felt this. So he simply said to Chen Ming, then let me go and ask. A minute later, the president came back and said to Chen Ming, they don't answer the phone over there. At this time, the flagship of the 5th Legion fleet stationed in the orbit of Yunluoxing, the offensive level command room. The captain of this offensive ship and commander-in-chief of the fleet, Li Sheng. That was the same person who had previously stalled for time with Wu Jing's fleet and drove Wu Jing around. He was silently watching the offensive class cleansing Yunluoxing. There was no emotion in his eyes, as if he had just ordered a small thing to be done. His deputy next to him seemed to want to persuade him, but Li Sheng directly stretched out his hand to block the deputy's face. Chapter 296 Wrong Trust. Right trust. Li Sheng's movement of raising his hand blocked everything the deputy had to say. Since he had given the order, there was no way he could stop midway. Not to mention, I just need you to say that we didn't detect Wuping's biological signal. So is it difficult to judge that Wuping died in the battle with the left path psyker? The deputy felt a headache when he thought that Wuping's death might lead to several parties, especially the Psychic Association and the Auden Star Territory, coming to question him. If there was really clear evidence that Wuping died in the battle, he would have enough excuses to push the matter away. But the situation is obviously different now. It was Li Sheng who ordered the fire to clear the ground, and Wuping may die under Li Sheng's order after experiencing the battle with the psyker from Wu Jing. This is the key. Li Sheng is the commander, and is basically only responsible for combat matters. But as Li Sheng's deputy, he is naturally responsible for civilian affairs, which means that he needs to face the doubts and inquiries of these two families. Forget about the key Auden Star Territory. Auden participated in the Kamo matter purely by shameless means, and their main demands can be blocked. Moreover, The Outon Star territory is not comparable to Kamo Bapolian in terms of location alone. The forces in the Star territory are not doing things nearby. So the Fifth Army does not need to care too much. But psychic societies are different. Although the Psychic Society has always been a loose organization, it has always kept in step with the Empire. There are some people who fish in troubled waters within the association. But most of them are psychics, who are willing to do things that are beneficial to the Empire when necessary. That is, when their own interests coincide with the interests of the Empire. The president of the Psychic Society can currently be regarded as one of the top psychers in the entire Empire. Such a force cannot be sent away directly by anyone. In this incident of Kamo, the main reason why their 5th Legion had the right to speak was because the matter was blown out of proportion, and the emergency situation had to require the support of a legion. If this incident only happened in a few galaxies from beginning to end, and the scale was smaller, then their 5th Legion would not have the advantage at all, let alone take away a certain right to speak from the Psychic Association. You don't need to let the Psychic Association get involved too much. After all, the scope of the matter is too large, and the Psychic Association cannot fully control it. But psychic associations must be respected. The attitude towards and whooping given by the Psychic Association was quite friendly, which was completely opposite to them. Taking all these factors into account, the deputy said to Li Sheng in a very embarrassed tone, "It's mainly because it's hard to explain to others." Others? Account? Account for what? If a person is completely dead, there is no need to explain to others. Of course Li Sheng knew what his deputy was thinking. So he directly used the words of the president to gag him. You know the warning given by the president of the Psychic Association, right? And whooping has experienced 2-dimensional infections. Each dimensional infection is equivalent to providing a coordinate to another dimension. Such a person may still have some value while alive, and someone will protect him. But if he dies, no one will care at all. As soon as the deputy's words came out, he was interrupted by Li Sheng with a hint of anger. The recipient of Zhuijing is dead. His psychic effects have completely failed, and the power of dimensional infection has disappeared. All the losses we have suffered in front of us have been made. All efforts were in vain. In the end, the biggest beneficiary turned out to be Ao Dan, who had nothing to do with anything. Can you accept this situation? The deputy was silent and did not dare to respond. Of course he knew how much their 5th Legion had suffered, and he also knew how heavy such a loss was for Li Sheng. Even their main fleet had a certain scale of civil strife before their trip, and no one could deny their misery. But why is Odin the biggest beneficiary? Li Sheng pointed at the deputy's nose and asked, "Let me ask you. For us, what is the biggest benefit we can get from this incident in the Kamo Star territory?" The deputy didn't pay attention to Li Sheng's attitude. After all, he was used to it. He thought carefully for a while and asked tentatively, "Resolve the left path?" Li Sheng denied. "Resolving Zhuiju is beneficial to everyone. Those research results published by Zhuijing? Our 5th Legion has unprecedented control over the Kamo Star territory. We can rely on the samples left by Zhuijing in the Kamo Star territory for research. Everyone has research plans for dimensional infection. When Zhuijia announces those things, he doesn't care who has access to them. We can't preserve those samples at all, and they will eventually fall into the hands of other forces. Whether it's the Psychic Association or the Fanchao Research Institute, they all have the ability to steal these things from us. And don't ignore one person. Hui. He has a problem with his logic. It's obvious that he has a good overall view, but he tends to make mistakes in small matters that Ansu makes quick decisions. Ordinary people don't do this. Someone is teaching him how to do things behind his back. Hui was taken to another galaxy by Zhuijing before. Like in whooping, Zhuijing used him as a bait to distract our combat effectiveness. The deputy said, "I remember that galaxy. Our fleet lost the battle in that galaxy and left the entire galaxy to Zhuijing. The strongest person in that galaxy is Hui. Before the Psyker in Zhuiji was killed by an whooping, news that the galaxy had been recovered had already been reported there. Who did it? It can only be him." Li Sheng asked and answered himself, and commented on Hui as if he was very familiar with it. The difference between him and an whooping is that an whooping will clean up things that violate human order and good customs. This can be seen from what an whooping did. In all the Zhuijia strongholds he visited, there was not a single Zhuijia alive, and not a single Zhuijia research result could survive. And whooping's attitude towards these things is to completely clean them up, leaving only some paper evidence to prove the existence of these studies. But for Hui, since he was able to cooperate with people connected with Zhuijia before, leaving these samples on the Zhuijia space station now is definitely not a problem. and Hui has never been removed from the Psychic Association. Do you remember how Hui got on the wanted list of psychers before? Without waiting for the deputy to answer, Li Sheng answered himself. Hui took the initiative to assist in attacking Chen Ming, who has a close relationship with the president of the Psionic Association and is also the most outstanding newcomer of the new generation of the Psionic Association. He has not been removed. Think about what's going on inside, Li Sheng said in a warning tone. So we are not the only force that has obtained Zwijing research samples. This is not our greatest benefit. Keep thinking. The deputy already figured out the answer from what Li Sheng just said. Is that Whooping himself? This time Li Sheng did not refute and admitted, it's him. A 5-year-old who has just returned from a disappearance. Has no power affiliation. Can lurk and endure. Has experienced 2-dimensional infections in a row and still survived. And killed the source of dimensional infections. And has the strength to kill multiple high-level Lepath Psychers in a row. Super Psychic. Are people like this the biggest benefit in this matter? Think again about how Whooping came here. According to the recorded content, the deputy quickly gave an answer. After clearing a Zwijia space station in the Audon star field, he ran all the way to Kamo openly. He was framed by Zwijia's design on the way, and got into Zwijia. He arrived at the Kamo star territory. And finally, he entered the hyperspace through his own body, and came to Lucy through some kind of psychic ability. After finishing speaking, the deputy added, only the last paragraph of the record is a bit vague. The rest can be determined. Li Sheng asked, so which forces are involved in this colorful ink incident? None of them. Except for Ao Dan, who was not involved in the Kayamo incident at all. That's right. He helped Audane. And Audane helped him. The last times Zwijing designed him. Audon also had a negative attitude towards his rebellion and joining Zwijing. Just a while ago, Tu and Whooping appeared at Yunlua's energy supply tower. After confirming that one of them was fake, and was disguised as Zwijing. Audon was also the first to jump out to clear Whooping's name. Do you still remember what happened when Audon quietly changed his hometown to Whooping? Audon had already become a joke before, dragging a level 5 psyker who committed a serious crime into his own star field. Who would have thought that we would be the ones who became the joke in the end? I suffered the greatest loss, but failed to get the greatest benefit. There is a connection between Audon and Whooping that we don't know about. So where do you think Whooping will go in the end? Who can get the greatest benefits? The deputy already understood what Li Sheng was thinking. If he can't get it, then others shouldn't want it either. Although a bit harsh. This is indeed an option that can be chosen when necessary. But why don't we try to recruit Whooping? I tried. The deputy was stunned. Why didn't he know about this? Li Sheng explained. I specifically found the people closest to Whooping. They were the ones I sent to find the recipients of Zwijing. You know them. The deputy suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his scalp. How could he not know about the people Li Sheng sent out? All of them are psychics. All of them are arrogant and have extremely poor qualities. If Li Sheng hadn't been helping them wipe their butts all the time, they would have offended a lot of people. It would be okay to give them some tasks such as combat reconnaissance and infiltration. Isn't it a joke to give them the task of recruiting civilians and ask them to find Whooping? The deputy was about to persuade Li Sheng to stop clearing Yunluoxing, and then sent some suitable people to try to recruit Whooping. Li Sheng tapped his fingers lightly on the table next to him. The deputy raised his head slightly and saw Li Sheng's eyes. This look contained complex emotions, but the deputy could clearly see the dissuasion in his eyes, telling him not to say anything. The deputy could also clearly see the deepest ruthlessness in Li Sheng's eyes. He immediately lowered his head and pressed his lips together. The situation was clear. Li Sheng deliberately asked those guys to recruit Whooping. Li Sheng seemed to have some extra purpose. The deputy didn't understand the reason. But Li Sheng was older than him in the 5th Army, stayed longer than him, and made more contributions than him. As Li Sheng's deputy, he can assist Li Sheng in doing things. He should point out questions only when Li Sheng clearly made some fundamental mistakes. This is nothing now. Moreover, when their 5th Legion internally decided whether to obtain the power of infection from this dimension released by Zwijia, this proposal was the most critical vote cast by Li Sheng. It was Li Sheng who took the initiative to let him take command, and took the risk to hold the battle himself. And he also sent important cronies to work on the planet occupied by Lepath, which was at risk of dimensional infection breaking out at any time. It can be said that Li Sheng is greedy for credit. But the danger Li Sheng faces is also real. That kind of people. They will definitely not do anything harmful to the 5th Army as a whole. The deputy looked at Li Sheng with eyes full of trust. Li Sheng also slowed down his tone when he saw this. So this is no longer my own preference. but a problem of our Fifth Army. The biggest loss and the smallest gain. Everyone will see our joke. I'm also reluctant to do this kind of thing. Anyway. And Whooping is a psyker with extreme hatred for Zhuojing. Which is good. But instead of being good to us, his existence will make us lose our prestige. So we have nothing to do. Do we? The deputy suddenly felt that he understood something and nodded. Then let's go and deal with this matter. If necessary. Pretend to be dead and get over it with a few scoldings. Learn from those politicians. Their thick skin is thicker than the armor of a battleship. As long as you are thick-skinned and don't violate the bottom line. What can't you do? The deputy fully understood what Li Sheng meant. Was ready to handle the whole matter. And turned around and left the command room. But just 10 meters after he walked out of the command room, he suddenly thought of a question. What if Whooping is still alive? If such a psyker survived, wouldn't it cause problems with their prestige? He wanted to turn around and ask. But in the end, he didn't turn around. Li Sheng always has his own reasons for doing things. And he should have thought about various possible developments before ordering this matter. Or make a plan so that a certain situation will never happen. He continued to walk out. Li Sheng in the command room looked at the door that had just closed, thinking in his mind whether he needed to replace his deputy with one who would not have so many problems. In the command room, Li Sheng and his deputy explained the reasons for what he did. Qin Ming was still driving on the way to Cantian Airport. However, the speed of ground vehicles is too slow compared to the speed of battleships in space. According to Qin Ming's calculations, if he continued at this speed, he would never be able to get to the airport in time and find a suitable spaceship to escape. If he chooses to enter the insect state, his mental strength will not be enough to support him to reach the nearest airport or directly leave the planet's atmosphere. Even if you dig underground, you won't be able to dig deep enough to withstand the thermal pulse laser. It seemed like it was really too late, and Whooping seemed to be dead. Fortunately, the impact is not too big. After all, and Whooping is just a prosthesis. It is meant to replace Qin Ming to do some dangerous things that he cannot do in person. Death should be the destination of the prosthesis. Just wait quietly for death and get a new one later. It's a pity that the fused origin of chaos in Whooping's heart was a pity. It will be gone before it can be used. Wrong. Speaking of the origin of chaos, Qin Ming suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a spiritual power that could save Whooping's life. The spiritualization that passively transforms the body into a pure spiritual body when the psyker is about to die. Although his mental power seems to be insufficient now. If he accumulates mental power from now on and only transforms part of his body, he should be able to protect a small part of his body. As long as one part can be protected. Such as the core of the Zerg that is integrated with the origin of chaos, which is in Whooping's heart. And Whooping can survive. Although I don't know whether the protective prosthesis will affect Qin Ming's mental state. But how can I know if I don't try it? His ability to perceive danger is not free of charge. After Qin Ming thought of this, he immediately calmed down, stopped all actions that might deplete his mental power, and silently waited for his mental power to recover. While waiting, Qin Ming suddenly thought of another thing. That is, his prosthesis at the branch of the 14th Army was still on the phone with the president, and the communication had not been disconnected. So Qin Ming immediately asked the president a question that he was very concerned about. Who is the commander of the 5th Army who ordered the land washing? Why do you ask? Qin Ming couldn't say that he was looking for a chance to retaliate when Whooping failed. He immediately gave a reason and said, ask me. That Whooping has the same purpose as us. In the end, I was stabbed in the back by this person. And I don't want to follow the same path as Whooping. This answer was reasonable. And the president had no doubts and told Qin Ming the answer. There is a commander from the 5th headquarters named Li Sheng. He was supposed to go to the front line to alternate with the 7th Army. But this time the 5th Army was seriously injured. I estimate that the 7th Army will continue to be stationed on the front line until the 5th Army recovers. The 5th Legion will definitely not be running around during this period. You have little chance to meet him. Even if he behaves like a villain, it will not affect you. Don't pay too much attention to him. New. Qin Ming wrote down Li Sheng in his notebook. Li Sheng has been in the limelight recently, and is definitely not easy to target. But as long as Kai Mo's matter cools down after a while, he will be in the dark and Li Sheng will be in the light. There will always be a chance for him to come back with revenge. Personal matters will be put aside for now. Qin Ming continued to ask about the official business of the Psionics Association. How many psychics have been exposed to dimensional infection this time? Will the pressure on you to prevent and control dimensional infection be too great? Don't worry about this. I've already made a lot of preparations here. And those psychics also know that their lives are their own. And there is no need to fill in the lines for others. Yan Luoxing evacuated many people as soon as problems arose. The number of psychers who were not evacuated who were actually exposed to dimensional infection is not large. And they can all be detected. At that time, the lists of these people will be listed separately. And opportunities will be found for unified management or decentralized management. As long as they are no longer exposed to matters related to dimensional infection. You don't have to worry too much about prevention and treatment problems. The number of people who are exposed to dimensional infection and can survive will be much smaller than you think. Chen Ming interrupted and asked, approximately how many psychics have experienced dimensional infection? There are already more than 20 psychers, counting that there may be more in the future. The total number is not expected to exceed 40. There should be no more than 20 people who survive in the end. Chen Ming asked with some surprise, even psychers have such a high mortality rate? Yes. It seems that many people were exposed to dimensional infection and left alive. But their survival is only temporary. If they cannot use spiritual energy to completely protect themselves until they are out of the area directly affected by the dimensional infection. Even if they only relax for half a second, the dimensional infection will completely penetrate into their bodies. Even if you can get treatment in time and perform organ removal surgery, the survival rate will not be too high. This is because the target of this dimensional infection is the intestines. If it were other organs, the consequences would be more serious and the mortality rate would be higher. These are the results I analyzed through the data model I established. And they should be quite different from the reality. Chen Ming really doesn't know much about how to improve the survival rate of psychers affected by dimensional infection. After all, as far as he knows, he and the president are the only psychers who have survived from dimensional infection so far. Individually, only the president can study this specifically. However, this did not prevent him from coming up with an idea. Can cryosleep temporarily prevent the spread of dimensional infection? No. Dimensional infection does not occur when people are in hibernation. Once a psychic is infected by a dimensional infection, surgery must be performed immediately. A slight delay may lead to comprehensive organ infection and spread to other organs. The effects of dimensional infection have become serious. Psychers are no different from ordinary people. Chen Ming couldn't help but said, this is like a special kind of cancer. Cancer has been conquered long ago. And cancer cells will not get up and fight with doctors on the operating table. So this is another reason that limits the survival rate of psychers infected by the dimension. We don't have that many doctors who at least have certain psychic abilities and can use the equipment I designed to protect themselves. Although it is barely possible to use medical robots in conjunction with ordinary psychers, it will definitely not be as efficient as a dedicated psycher doctor. So there are really very few people who can survive dimensional infection. There is no need for prevention and treatment. At the same time that Chen Ming's prosthetics from the 14th Legion were communicating with the president about the dimensional infection, and Wu Ping had stopped the car and was waiting quietly on the side of the road, constantly gathering spiritual power, preparing for spiritual transformation. Of course, it is also possible that the spiritual transformation will be ineffective and Wu Ping will be directly vaporized by the direct heat pulse laser. After all, black mist spiritual energy can be restricted by strong light. And it is unknown whether some life-saving spiritual energy can take effect under the bombardment of the main-level weapons of the battleship. While Chen Ming was resting on the spot, there were already some flesh and blood monsters around him, following the movements he made and getting closer, wanting to assimilate and whooping into one of them. And further away, the red meteors that are enough to destroy a cruiser with a shield activated in a single shot are constantly leaving horrific scars on the surface. Chen Ming could even see 2 or 3 scattered shuttle boats belonging to unknown forces leaving the planet in a hurry. I don't know if these psychers, who were notified too late and must have been infected by the dimension, can seize this last opportunity. Chen Ming didn't pay attention to them. For him, and Wu Ping's spiritual transformation was the most important thing. Just when he gradually slowed down his heartbeat and completely concentrated his mind to prepare for the coming danger, he suddenly saw with sharp eyes a shuttle boat that was still in the air in the distance. Suddenly he seemed to notice his side, turned a corner close to a right angle, and flew towards this direction at high speed. At the edge of the open hatch of the shuttle boat was Liang Fei, the psyker from the Aodon Star territory, who had chased and whooping all the way. Liang Fei was seen holding the cabin with one hand and stretching out the other hand. A chain made of psychic energy waves appeared from his palm and was thrown out in the direction of Wu Ping. Hurry up! Chapter 297 Emergency. Chen Ming saw the right moment and jumped up from the ground, reaching out and grabbing the chain in Liang Fei's palm. The next moment, he was dragged up by Liang Fei. Chen Ming used his strength to reach the door of the shuttle cabin in one breath, and was pulled in by Liang Fei. Sit tight. Liang Fei pushed Chen Ming, closed the cabin door, and shouted toward the command room, "Let's go!" The shuttle immediately began to accelerate. If Chen Ming guessed correctly, it should be Li Weiqi in the cab. They found him before leaving and chose to risk their lives to save him. Chen Ming didn't say much. He just remembered the matter thoroughly in his heart. He cooperated and sat on the seat of the shuttle boat, silently watching Li Weiqi driving the shuttle boat. He continued to advance and rise around the angle where the offensive stage in space was constantly spraying thermal pulse lasers and a large number of large weapons to wash the ground. As long as nothing happens, the shuttle boat should be able to escape the battleship's range immediately. But accidents obviously cannot be diverted by human will. Just as the shuttle boat was rising, the entire ship suddenly shook violently several times. Liang Fei, who had been sticking to the window to observe the hot pulse laser floor washing outside, bumped his head against the glass and couldn't help shouting into the cab, "Li Weiqi!" Li Weiqi did not respond. At this time, Chen Ming was sitting at an angle where he could see through the unclosed cab door that Li Weiqi was turning his head and vomiting. What he vomited out was not only half-digested food, but also some blood clots and shaking fluids. Organize. There was also a sudden unnatural twitching in his abdomen. Li Weiqi is in a bad state. Chen Ming unbuckled his seat belt and rushed to the cab. The weak Li Weiqi reluctantly set up the automatic driving on the console. He was forced to lean on the seat. His face was pale, and he had lost the ability to move. He slowly said word by word, "I feel like I'm going to die." Liang Fei happened to enter the cab at this time, and became anxious after hearing Li Weiqi's words. "Help take over." He hurriedly patted Chen Ming on the shoulder, and asked Chen Ming to control the spacecraft. There was no way for the autopilot to avoid the heat pulse laser. At the same time, he immediately dragged Li Weiqi from the driver's seat to the rear of the cab. Li Weiqi was lying on the ground, and the abnormal beating in his abdomen was even more intense. Something is moving inside. Chen Ming immediately controlled the spacecraft with his spiritual energy, quietly overclocked the spacecraft, and got out of the position where the thermal pulse laser bombing could hit as soon as possible, and started the autopilot Shidong again, which was actually controlled by him personally. When he went outside, he saw Liang Fei examining Li Weiqi's abdominal cavity with medical equipment. Judging from the screen connected to the device next to him, it can be said that Li Weiqi's stomach is in a mess. The situation is clear. He was infected by the dimension, and the extent is quite serious. It seemed that if the operation was not performed immediately, even if it was delayed for only a few minutes, Li Weiqi might die without even being able to exit the atmosphere. Liang Fei watched Li Weiqi's life breath getting weaker and weaker, and seemed to feel the result. "I don't know whether to comfort Li Weiqi or to comfort myself. He won't die." Chen Ming suddenly thought of what the president said just now. Not all psychers can survive the dimensional infection. Liang Fei's movements stiffened for a moment, and only regret remained on his face. But Chen Ming suddenly followed up with, "But he can. There is still a way to save him." Liang Fei immediately turned to look at Chen Ming, his eyes flashing with anticipation. "What can we do?" "Go away first and prepare the medicine." "What medicine?" "I want any medicine." Liang Fei quickly stood up and gave Chen Ming the space next to Li Weiqi, and went to the rear storage room of the shuttle boat to find some emergency medicines that they had stored before arriving. Chen Ming looked at Li Weiqi, who was already struggling on the edge of life and death, and did not dare to hesitate too much. His left arm entered the insect state. 3 tentacles of varying sizes, made of zerd muscle, waved from his left arm. Li Weiqi fell into a deep coma at this time, and completely lost consciousness. So Chen Ming stopped giving him anesthesia. The sharp horn cut open the clothes, skin, and muscle tissue of Li Weiqi's abdomen with precision, like a scalpel. In his abdomen, the entire intestine was completely deformed, constantly tearing apart the remaining nearby healthy organs and tissues. There were defects and obvious wounds in the nearby liver, kidneys, and stomach. There is a constant flow of blood. Even these injured organs showed signs of infection and assimilation. Chen Ming frowned and inserted the tentacles into his abdominal cavity, using the most violent means to cut off all the intestines infected by the aberrations. At this time, Liang Fei dragged a large medicine box from the back of the shuttle boat back to the center of the shuttle boat. I saw the scene where Chen Ming's tentacles cut off the infected organs and forcibly dragged out the organs that were trying to fight with Chen Ming. He suddenly became anxious. "You?" It's not that he won't let Chen Ming disembowel him, The fact that dimension infection targets organs has long been announced by the president. Eviscerating and removing diseased organs in the early stages of infection is the best way to save life. What he is worried about now is mainly environmental issues. After all, Chen Ming wore An Wuping's skin and used the horns grown with psychic energy to disembowel Li Weiqi in a shuttle boat that was far from a sterile environment. Even if he was rescued now, the infection would still be there later. It might kill Li Weiqi. Don't worry. He won't die. It's just an infection. Chen Ming knew how Liang Fei might react before disemboweling him, and responded immediately. At the same time, his other arm also entered the insect state, with several tentacles extending out. At the end of these tentacles, a living and intact intestine is being constructed out of some gray-green tissue fluid that is a bit disgusting at first glance. This intestinal tract is a complete intestinal system, including the large intestine and small intestine. It looks perfect, as if it was copied from a medical textbook. Apart from the greenish color, everything else is fine. Liang Fei was stunned for a few moments as he looked at the bright green intestine, then dragged the medical kit to Chen Ming's side and put it down. His tone was less urgent than before. What else do you need me to do? Help open the hatch. Several tentacles flexibly swam between Li Weiqi's abdominal organs, relying on Chen Ming's psychic perception to accurately remove all the organs and tissues infected by the dimension and gather them together. After getting Chen Ming's signal, Liang Fei opened the hatch laterally. A strong wind rushed in instantly, and the cold and thin air made Li Weiqi, who was lying on the ground, turn several degrees pale in an instant. Chen Ming quickly threw all the organs infected by the dimension out of the hatch of the spaceship. Before Liang Fei closed the hatch of the spacecraft, he threw a small ball of plasma and followed the organs, cremating them all in the air. Chen Ming conveniently cut out the appendix that the queen had added for some reason, and inserted the entire intestine into Li Weiqi's abdominal cavity. The tentacles entered the wound along with the intestines, fully connecting the organs, nerves, blood vessels, and tissues. At the same time, there are still some tentacles extracting samples from organs that have not completely lost their function, but are only partially damaged. After obtaining the samples, these tentacles on An Wuping's body began to secrete biomass with organ characteristics in the damaged places to fill these damaged organs. Chen Ming reached out and took a needle handed over by Liang Fei, and injected all the medicine mixed with anesthetic and analgesic effects into Li Weiqi's blood vessels. Finally, Chen Ming took out a new empty syringe and created a bright green tube of special substance in it that the Queen of Insects made after testing Li Weiqi's physical condition to provide him with it. The color made Liang Fei feel a little panicked. However, he still maintained his trust in An Wuping. The bright green liquid was smoothly injected into Li Weiqi's body, constantly repairing the blood and energy he lost during the operation, and making up for the invisible wounds in his body. The tip of the tentacles on Chen Ming's right arm secreted a kind of silk thread that could be absorbed by the human body, and the wound cut by the tentacles was completely sutured. There is also a layer of biomass covering the wound to prevent it from cracking again. After Chen Ming finished all this, he immediately looked at the testing equipment next to him. After seeing that Li Weiqi's condition was improving on the testing equipment, Chen Ming finally relaxed a little. Liang Fei on the side finally couldn't help but said to An Wuping, "You." Chen Ming waved his hand and said, "It's just a small trick. This kind of technology that brings people back from the brink of death does not seem like a small trick." Liang Fei knew that An Wuping's psychic effects were from the Thorn Zerg clan. As for the Thorn Zerg tribe, he went out of his way to check the information. This is a creature that, while now close to extinction, was once a worthy adversary to the Empire. It has extremely strong combat power, vitality, and various abilities that made the pioneers of the Empire suffer. There are also things like the ability to evolve to adapt to the environment, and the ability to use biotechnology that is matched with the ability to evolve. The ability to restore damaged organs that Chen Ming just demonstrated is only the tip of the iceberg of the biotechnological capabilities of the Thorn Zerg. No matter how partial a person's ability is, there won't be much difference. And Wuping's ability in biotechnology is definitely on the same level as his combat ability. Liang Fei saw the fighting power, vitality, and technical strength in An Wuping. So what about the most important ability for the Thorn Zerg? Fecundity? And Wuping? Does the Thorn Zerg have the ability to breed an entire swarm of Zerg? Liang Fei felt it was hard to say. But at least there was good news. An Wuping is a good person. Tracking An Wuping for so long allowed him to see with his own eyes what An Wuping had done, which made him believe that An Wuping was a good person. Therefore, after Whooping expressed his attitude that he did not want to talk more about his spiritual power. Liang Fei would not be too entangled in the issue of Whooping's spiritual power. There would be others to worry about anyway. Liang Fei is very cooperative. He reached out and tapped the unconscious Li Weiqi next to him and asked, "Will this organ have any sequelae on people? Or problems?" Qin Ming did not hesitate to answer these questions. Probably not. Everything in my body is this kind of organ. It is stronger and more efficient. As for the intestines, they are probably better able to absorb nutrients from food. And the nutrient conversion rate will be higher. The only problem is that it may lead to weight gain. But the rest should be gone. Actually, I wanted to ask him if he wanted to replace other damaged organs with mine. But it's not easy to ask him in his current state. Liang Fei wiped his sweat subconsciously. Although the technology of replacing bionic organs is very mature now. And Whooping's brutal method of replacing xenogenic organs just now is actually a bit difficult for him to accept. Li Weiqi probably had similar thoughts. Liang Fei just wanted to say something else. He suddenly realized that this was not the time for them to chat casually, and quickly ran to the cab to take a look. At this time, the shuttle boat's autopilot system had left the range covered by offensive-level firepower. It is flying slowly around the planet and can leave the atmosphere at any time. However, Liang Fei did not rush to adjust the trajectory of the automatic driving, but returned to the previous place. Staring at the medical testing equipment, I kept seeing that Li Weiqi's condition was gradually improving. His injuries were completely stable, and he was out of danger. Liang Fei finally relaxed and chatted with Whooping next to him. "Actually, we didn't know where you were before. Although you released a large area of plasma, we did not find you near the destroyed energy supply tower. We thought you were leaving. The environment was too bad, and we had no choice but to leave. But before we left, Li Weiqi was still worried, and said he wanted to look for you one last time. You'll find out later. I saw you there just as we were about to take off. How did you guess that we were coming to find you?" Qin Ming patted the gift box in his small bag with his hand. "It's not a guess. It's just good luck. If he hadn't released plasma to clear the surrounding area because he saw the scene that made him upset, the two psychers who were working in the Auden Star territory with little foundation might not know that he was actually still on Yunluo Star, and they might not come to help him. He can really only bet that the spiritual energy can withstand the attack of the battleship." Liang Fei didn't understand what Whooping meant, but he didn't say anything. Soon, he controlled the spacecraft again and changed its direction, flying out of the atmosphere. On the way from the interior of the planet to the outside of the atmosphere, Qin Ming finally had a moment to rest. But he can't rest during the rest time, because even if the matter in Kamo Star territory is likely to have come to an end, there will definitely be a lot of things waiting for him later. So now Qin Ming wants to summarize his gains this time in stages. Only by understanding your own progress can you make the most appropriate choices in the future. First, the most important takeaway. That is naturally the power belonging to the dimension that Qin Ming obtained after defeating the recipient and relying on the recipient to pull him into the Scarlet Dimension with all his strength. This is a comprehensive improvement in psychic ability, allowing Qin Ming's transformation psychic power to no longer have the original limitations on his ability to transfer anything, especially the Afterglow Core. The blessing of dimensional power allows Qin Ming to transfer the Afterglow Core at will without restriction, as long as he has enough mental strength. An entire Afterglow fleet can appear by his side at any time. Qin Ming no longer needs to hide his body like before. Where he is where his fleet is. He is the anchor point of the fleet and the incarnation of the fleet. However, there are two small problems with the improvement of psychic abilities. One problem is that the blessing of dimensional power has indeed blessed Qin Ming's spiritual energy, but the specific blessing requires Qin Ming to explore and adapt. He still needs time to adapt to this sudden and powerful force. The core of his spiritual power is not only transformation, but also repair and manufacture. These two spiritual powers will definitely undergo new changes with the blessing of dimensional power. Still have a question. It's just that the blessing of dimensional power acts on psychic effects, and the improvement in Qin Ming's own mental power is not obvious. In other words, he still has not broken through the limit of only 9 cruisers that can be directly controlled at the same time. He still needs to keep working hard. When his mental power can break through to 10 cruisers, he may be able to control the battleships in reality without any pressure. The difference between a battleship and a cruiser is much greater than that between a cruiser and a destroyer. As the president said before, a cruiser can be regarded as a level 4 psyker, with the ability to destroy cities by one person. And a fleet of cruisers can be considered level 5 psykers, capable of destroying a planet. And a capital ship that can easily destroy a cruiser fleet is at least the pinnacle of level 5 psychers. Level 6 may not be enough. After all, capital ships are designed only for combat, not for orbital bombing of a certain planet or the destruction of an entire planet. It is not very destructive to planets and galaxies. But this lack of strength is relative. In any case, the combat effectiveness of the battleship is extremely terrifying. Being able to control the battleship is definitely a huge improvement for Chen Ming, although his main ship has not yet landed. But now that he has completely obtained the blueprint of the 5th Legion's giant shipyard, and the blueprint of Yuhui's new star unmanned battlecruiser, well, at least he's got the keys to the capital ship. If that doesn't work, then isn't there still a mechanical race? Isn't the upcoming mechanical war the best opportunity for him to obtain a capital ship? The mothership of the mechanical race is also a battleship. But thinking about this is a little far-fetched. Chen Ming still focused on the present. In addition to spiritual progress, he also gained something substantial. 3 spiritual stones. Obsession, fear and resentment. Fear and resentment are both resonant ectoplasm stones. The ectoplasmic stones left behind after a psyker dies. Counting Chen Ming's previous crazy words that could also resonate. Just 1 prosthesis body is allocated to each. After fear, you have to find an opportunity to resonate. I just resent this thing. Let's face it. Since Zhua Jing's vitality is seriously injured on the surface, then Zhua Jing secretly will definitely not take advantage of this moment to show up and get beaten. It will probably take a long time to find the real brainwashed psyker in Zhuijia, and it will largely depend on luck. Although now even the training effect of the Mad Word Spirit Stone on him has begun to gradually decrease. The effect of the new Resonance Spirit Stone may not be very good, but there are always benefits. And Chen Ming still remembered that his crazy ectoplasm stone was a whispering ectoplasm stone that turned into a whispering ectoplasm stone after it came into contact with a pirate captain who died with hatred. The distorted flesh and blood infected by the lying spiritual stone through the dimension turned into the frantic whispering spiritual stone. It shows that it is actually possible for spiritual stones to grow. He has already come into contact with dimensional power, and he might even be able to reproduce the words of madness on the remaining resonance ectoplasm stones. Moreover, after Chen Ming understood that he was actually a mentally violent entity, he didn't care at all about bringing a few more ectoplasm stones. They would always have some auxiliary effect in psychic training. The physical harvest, apart from the ectoplasm stone, was the 2 psyker prisoners. A black mist psyker who came to assassinate him a long time ago. A psyker who overestimated his capabilities and tried to stop him on the left path station. Black mist psychers have been sent outside the Imperium before. As for the psychic, although Chen Ming had been placed in the freezer of the spacecraft before. However, when Chen Ming followed Qian Mian onto the spaceship on the left path, he had already used his psychic energy to drive the spaceship away from the Empire. It is estimated that it should be almost to the main body now. After the Ling nerve arrives, Chen Ming can finally try to use the Ling nerve extraction device to extract the Ling nerve from psychers. Chen Ming found that his ideas changed very quickly. At the beginning, he didn't want to use these things on other psychers because of his own experience. So Yan Xiong was at least still alive. But later, after seeing more of what Zhua Jing said, it didn't matter what method he used to explain Zhua Jing's words. Then, there is the source of chaos. Needless to say, there is no need to say much about the fighting power and abilities of the Mind Rage entity. The things left by such an existence are of considerable value to Chen Ming. Not to mention in Whooping. As long as you are familiar with the various psychic effects in the source of chaos. This source of chaos is in Whooping's biggest trump card. The core of the necessary abilities to get into trouble and save your life. Chen Ming is not afraid of the increasing number of psychic effects in the origin of chaos. Anyway, in his opinion, he is a mentally violent entity. And in Whooping is also the product of a mentally violent entity. The effects of the source of chaos on psychers are physical. It is matter of various psychic properties attacking each other on the body of the psyker. Since Chen Ming can achieve absolute control over in Whooping's body, it seems that in Whooping's transformation into a mentally violent entity cannot happen at all. Even if it happened, Chen Ming would probably kill the psychotic entity that in Whooping turned into. It would be a big deal to use the source of chaos left behind by the mentally rampaging entity to create a new in Whooping. In addition to these gains, there are also other benefits that are neither substantial nor his own abilities. For example, en Whooping's identity has been completely stabilized after experiencing so many things, with the identity endorsed by many parties. Even if Chen Ming himself suddenly jumped out to question it at this time, nothing would happen. unless Chen Ming comes up with evidence that he is in Whooping. But he's not stupid. So from now on, and Whooping is a complete imperial man. And judging from the behavior of the Auden Star territory, their thoughts are actually quite clear. And Chen Ming didn't mind either. And Whooping was Chen Ming's agent in the empire from the beginning. Of course, you have to develop yourself and find suitable opportunities to improve your identity. Now that the identity has been determined, joining another force is of course the best choice to continue to improve the identity. This can be seen from the experience of Chen Ming's other fake body in the 14th Legion. There are definitely benefits to joining a force. But there are definitely limitations. For example, the biggest benefit after joining the 14th Legion. That is, Chen Ming and Bai Quan can communicate at close range. All kinds of permissions and privilege openings should basically be available. Otherwise, Chen Ming would not have been able to arrange in Whooping's identity so smoothly before. Nor would he be able to easily investigate the identities of many people. All kinds of equipment, including equipment like analog equipment, equipment left over from another civilization, can be used and are available. Especially the catalytic core that I have been studying recently is a good thing. As for the shortcomings, there are definitely some. That is, sometimes tasks are handed down, and he has to do them. Although the tasks given to him so far have been research tasks, providing funds, equipment, and research subjects. He still quite likes them. But there will definitely be tasks in the future that Chen Ming is too lazy to do. Then, there are physical limitations. Of course, this may be because Chen Ming's psychic abilities are too exaggerated. As a result, many people will never be able to have enough trust in him. This is normal. But okay. Chen Ming has long been accustomed to staying in one place, and only doing things he likes. The body he developed outside can stay at the highest point for several months without moving. And the prosthetic body he stayed in the 14th Legion can also stay under the dome. He doesn't care at all. Not to mention that in Whooping's performance has not reached his level. And the restrictions will not be too restrictive. There are pros and cons to joining a faction. In general, it is difficult to choose. But a prosthesis is a prosthesis after all. And it just requires a certain amount of mental strength and concentration to maintain it. With prosthetics, you can choose to join different forces. Anyway, his mental power is always improving. And the number of prostheses that can be controlled without the main body and other prostheses is always increasing. If needed again, just get another prosthesis. Joining Odin is definitely the one. Good choice. It just so happens that Audon is not too far from the Gallows star field. And it is not far from the Edge star field adjacent to the mechanical tribe. By joining Audon, he might be able to provide disguised support from other places for what he wants to do next. Moreover, Chen Ming was also curious about whether there would be any difference between the government and the military in treating psychics. The other gains should be nothing. Chen Ming sorted it out in his mind again, and returned his attention to the shuttle boat that was sailing towards space. Chapter 298 Argument. Shortly after An Whooping's shuttle boat left Yunluoxing's atmosphere, a formation of 3 frigates from the 5th Legion appeared in front of the shuttle boat. They asked the shuttle to slow down and submit to their inspection. Even if An Whooping's current spaceship bears the logo of the Audon Star territory, and even if Liang Fei has the permission of the 5th Legion when he enters the planet, it must be inspected. This is an additional item that Li Sheng has specially added to the President's request to inspect all psychers who leave Yunluoxing. That is, to conduct an intensive inspection of the spaceships in the Auden Star field. He couldn't let An Whooping, who had a chance of survival, leave at will, as long as An Whooping's whereabouts can be restricted. Shouldn't such a psyker with only ability and no background be left to his control? Of course, it still has to be said that it is to prevent the spread of dimensional infection and avoid leaving the population behind. Moreover, the spacecraft that comes to block it does not necessarily have to stop the Audon shuttle boat on the spot. As long as they can delay it for a while, they can wait for other ships in the fleet to arrive. When a larger fleet or cruiser comes over, and Whooping won't be able to leave even if he wants to. Of course, it is impossible for Liang Fei to agree to the requirements of the 5th Army, and Whooping had already explained some of the situation to him while the spacecraft was still in the atmosphere. It was obvious that the 5th Legion did not take An Whooping's life seriously, and Whooping cannot be discovered by the 5th Army now. Otherwise they might do something evil. And Li Weiqi's current status is also a problem. Although An Whooping had stabilized Li Weiqi's injury through surgery. But just now An Whooping only performed a simple operation. And it was also performed in an extremely harsh environment. An Whooping also said that it would be best to find a suitable doctor for a checkup. Of course, Liang Fei couldn't delay the 5th Army here. But there was no point in talking to a few pawns from the 5th Legion here. So Liang directly called his superiors. Boss, the 5th Army Corps is stopping us and not letting us go. Liang Fei did not deliberately avoid whooping, so that Chen Ning could hear the voice on the other end of the phone clearly. What's going on? We received someone. During the evacuation, Li Weiqi was infected by Dimension and injured. And whooping helped stabilize the injury. But Li Weiqi is not completely out of danger yet. We must leave as soon as possible. No. The other end of the phone responded hurriedly. And then, there were the sounds of several people busy. Chen Ning could vaguely hear that they seemed to be asking the president for help. But the president had just been told by the 5th Legion that he didn't answer the phone. And he didn't know if it would work. Chen Ning thought for a while, and simply called the president of the 14th Legion. A few minutes later, Li Sheng, who was on the offensive level, received 2 messages at the same time. One piece of news was that his subordinates had discovered the Auden Star Territory government spaceship, and whooping was suspected to be on board the spacecraft, and they had already chased after it. The other news was sent by his superiors, asking him to cooperate with the Psionic Association's order to release the spacecraft in the Auden Star region. Li Sheng's fleet must allow the Auden Starfield to send out psychers who are seriously injured by dimensional infection and deliver them to the people of the Psychic Association. And the Psionic Association will also be responsible for the dimensional infection problems of the people on the entire ship. This sentence clearly means that even if there are other people on the spaceship, they will all be handed over to the Psychic Association. And the 5th Legion cannot interfere. Li Sheng couldn't sit still. He also took out the terminal and contacted his superiors and asked, "Why are you issuing this order at this time? This is an order from the Empire. Not mine. Don't do unnecessary things." Li Sheng understood. This is because of the president of the Psychic Association. The Auden Star territory has been connected with the Psychic Association before due to whooping. So it is normal to ask for help in emergencies. The president of the Psychic Association had been rejected by him on the phone before, and knew that they had done something to whooping when they had no way to win over whooping. So this time, he contacted Geng Shan directly. The president of the Psychic Association does have the power to snatch people from the 5th Legion. After all, the technology for detecting dimensional infections was first developed by the Psychic Association. So for a person like whooping who has experienced 2 dimensional infections to be named, it is certainly a reasonable request in the eyes of the Empire. It is nothing at all to impose even moderate demands on the 5th Army. Although it is said that generals may not accept orders from outsiders, orders from superiors can be ignored in emergencies. But now that the situation is under full control, only the final finishing touches are left. If you don't accept this kind of order, you don't treat your superiors and the Empire as human beings. Li Sheng could only tell his men to let the people in the Auden Star territory go with a dark face. After whooping shuttle boat got rid of dozens of surrounding spacecraft and started to accelerate again. The prosthetics of the 14th Legion also ended their correspondence with the president. Chen Ning originally came here with the idea of helping Auden Star territory determine the president's attitude. He planned to take advantage of the president's request for help to coincidentally call him to ask questions and confirm it indirectly. However, the president's attitude was quite clear, so he didn't talk nonsense and just listened silently. Anyway, as long as the result is good. And whooping shuttle boat broke away from the restrictions of the 14th Legion and arrived at the edge of the galaxy soon after. There is a high point park here. This is not Chen Ming's highest point. Both of Chen Ming's highest points have gone outside. This is the high point of the Psychic Society itself. When the shuttle boat and whooping road landed on the Supreme Point, the Supreme Point immediately started to enter hyperspace and evacuated the Lucy Galaxy. Chen Ming, who had just stepped off the shuttle boat, subconsciously asked, "Where are we going?" Liang Fei, who had already got off the shuttle boat and was directing the people who came to rescue him to get on the shuttle boat and carry Li Weiqi's body down on a stretcher, said, "Next door Hongimo and Kaimo still have a lot of things to do in the past 2 days, but they have nothing to do with us. Obviously, the Kamo Star territory has been completely controlled by the 5th Legion. It is normal for people in the Auden Star territory to take the opportunity to run elsewhere." Chen Ming nodded and asked knowingly, "Audon has another cruiser coming this time?" "Of course not. I borrowed it from the Psychic Association." Worried that whooping didn't know, Liang Fei asked again, "Do you know about psychic associations?" "I know a little bit. It seems to be a loose psychic organization within the Empire." "That's understandable." Liang Fei nodded, turned around and said a few words to the person who came up to the highest point to help him. I saw them carrying Li Weiqi's stretcher and disappearing around the corner of the spacecraft. Liang Fei waved to An Whooping and said, "Come with me. Let's go meet the president of the Psychic Association." "What are you doing seeing him?" "I'm telling you something very important, related to the safety of yourself and the Empire." "Is the dimension infected?" "Right." The meeting with the president was not unexpected. After all, An Whooping is a psyker who has experienced 2-dimensional infections. It is strange that the president is missing. And there should be many people watching the meeting between An Whooping and the president. Because just now, when Chen Ming was on the phone with the president also sent Chen Ming a meeting invitation link. After entering, you can see that the president is sitting in front of a conference table. A screen is displayed behind the conference table. On this screen, the room of the other party who wants to talk to the president is still empty. From the familiar decorations in this room, it can be seen that this is the interior of a spaceship. And it is also the interior of a spacecraft that he is very familiar with. So it's obvious what this is for. As An Whooping followed Liang Fei all the way into the spacecraft, they entered the place where they were going to meet the president. Chen Ming also saw An Whooping's figure on the conference room screen. Of course, An Whooping's perspective also saw the president on the screen on the other side of his conference room. The president is still the same as before, wearing square glasses and a white coat, looking very stable. After taking a seat, An Whooping and Liang Fei were the only 2 people left in the conference room at the highest point for the time being. It seemed to be a private conversation between 3 people. But Chen Ming knew that there were hundreds of people belonging to various forces in the online conference room listening. Just as the president was about to say something, the terminal next to him suddenly rang. The president said sorry, temporarily cut off the sound on his side, picked up the terminal and took a look. The president frowned, turned off the sound on the terminal and threw it aside. After reconnecting with the sound, he looked towards An Whooping. Although it only took half a second for Chen Ming to see the screen on the terminal. But he could also see that it was the call from Li Sheng, commander of the 5th Army Fleet. Chen Ming took another look at the general composition of the conference room. This conference room is built on a military system, and each participant is given an automatically assigned identity code. So the conference room cannot distinguish specific identities. But through the specific sequence of this identity code, you can probably tell which force a person belongs to. Obviously, there was no one from the 5th Legion in the conference room at this time. However, soon after the call came, people from the 5th Army entered the conference room. But Chen Ming estimated that it was not someone related to Li Sheng, but someone from other 5th Legion who had worked with the president and Chen Ming himself before. Kind of fun. The situation in the online conference room will not affect the conversation between Liang Fei and Whooping and the president for the time being. Liang Fei did not complain about the president's behavior of answering the phone in the middle of a meeting. Instead, he said respectfully, "President, thank you for your help. We have successfully taken An Whooping away. I saw it. Please excuse me." "No trouble." Liang Fei briefly exchanged a few words with the president and then handed over the right to speak to An Whooping. This meeting mainly focused on An Whooping and the president. The president looked at An Whooping with complicated eyes at this time, because An Whooping was a troublesome person in his opinion. Although it is certain that An Whooping is a good person, he is willing and able to deal with Zhuo Yu. But the 2-dimensional infections he experienced were too deadly and posed a great threat to the Empire. So no matter how they communicate with each other later, An Whooping must go through strict inspection. And I don't know if An Whooping will have the idea of resisting. The president did not show these thoughts, but still took the initiative to say hello when An Whooping looked at him. "Hello. I am the president of the Psychic Association." "Hello. I'm An Whooping." The president got straight to the point and said, "I wonder how much you know about psychic energy." An Whooping asked, "What specific aspect?" "Dimensional infection aspect. I know that dimensional infection, the invasion of us by another dimension, will lead to the situation in the Kamo Star territory. Wasn't it all the news some time ago? A large number of newborn babies were deformed. Any more? And that's the monster created by the dimensional infection. I don't know much about the others." After knowing An Whooping's general understanding of dimensional infection, the president did not hesitate and said bluntly, "The most troublesome and terrifying part of dimensional infection is actually the mark." "Mark?" "That's right." The president started to explain in detail after An Whooping asked back. But because the dimensional infection mark theory was originally a theory discussed by Chen Ming and the president, so when Chen Ming listened to this passage, he didn't hear it at all. It wasn't until the president finished speaking that he controlled and whooping and pretended to have a solemn expression, and said, "So what you mean is that my body was marked by two-dimensional infections at the same time. One person in me is equal to two marking point." "Yes, that's what it means. So, you need my cooperation to help you with your research?" Chenming noticed that when he said this, Liang Fei next to him had a worried look. Apparently, he was worried that Whooping would be dissatisfied with this request. Of course, Chenming's attitude is very kind under normal circumstances. He will never look down or disrespect anyone just because he has power. The president confirmed in Whooping's words and said, "You can understand it that way. But what do you think? Let's put the research aside for now. I have a few questions to ask." You ask, "Does marking really only mark the body?" "Yes, but this mark also includes your brain. So the method of replacing the body and bionic organs does not need to be considered. Is there any way to test it?" "Yes, and it's easy to detect." The president gestured to Liang Fei. Liang Fei immediately took out a delicate instrument from somewhere, like a watch, with a green light flashing like an electrocardiograph. He put the watch on his wrist, and the green light immediately turned yellow. Green means everything is normal. Yellow means someone has experienced or is currently infected. And red means there is an outbreak of infection. And Whooping took another watch from Liang Fei and put it on his wrist. The electrocardiograph above also changed from green to yellow. The president explained again, "You are the only example of secondary infection so far, so we can't continue to subdivide it yet." "I probably understand." "Then you can rest assured. I have actually circumvented the mark of the first dimensional infection." "What's the meaning?" And Whooping didn't reply, but just wrapped the spiritual energy wave around his body. I saw many tentacles growing out of his body, and a rough human shape was drawn beside him. Then these tentacles secreted a large amount of gray-green biomass, gradually building a new, identical and Whooping. Liang Fei had already stood up when the tentacles stretched out, and took a few steps back to the wall, his eyes flashing with surprise for less than half a second. After all, and Whooping had just demonstrated his ability to create organs, so creating a new person would just be a matter of repeating the previous steps. After the second and Whooping manufacturing process was completed, two and Whoopings in the conference room said at the same time, "Because I have the ability to create new bodies." He asked Liang Fei for another watch and put it on the new prosthesis. The original yellow light returned to green light again. Immediately afterwards, and Whooping opened the first and Whooping's chest in front of everyone. The seemingly normal heart was taken out, and after gradually replacing the flesh and blood with new flesh and blood, it was stuffed into the second and Whooping's chest. After the whole process was completed, the second and Whooping's watch was still green. "The heart is very important to me, so I can't just replace it." This is what Chenming said specifically. It's both true and false. The origin of chaos, which carries a large amount of psychic effects, has long been integrated with the Zerg core inside this heart, which is indeed important. Therefore, Chenming would deliberately replace the entire heart, including the Zerg core biomass inside, to preserve the heart. But if someone really listens to this, comes and tries to break his heart, and succeeds, Chenming estimated that Whooping would directly turn into a completely mentally violent entity, and might even be controlled by him. He wanted to see if anyone would cause trouble later. If that's not enough proof that I'm okay. The second and Whooping suddenly groped around the first and Whooping a few times, found a few boxes, and stuffed them into his pockets. The new clothes were knitted by Chenming using silk threads from a moth biological gene in the queen's gene. Then the second and Whooping placed a box on the table and opened the lid. The ectoplasm stone inside was exposed, with dark and twisted patterns that resembled the stiff limbs of a dying person. Fear. And Whooping pushed the ectoplasmic stone next to Liang Fei, who was sitting back in his seat, and said, "Try it." Liang Fei nodded slightly, stretched out his finger, and gently touched the fear ectoplasm stone. His breathing suddenly became heavier, and he subconsciously gathered his mental strength to resist this feeling of fear. He said to the president on the other side of the screen, "The resonance ectoplasm stone. The target is in Whooping." And Whooping took advantage of the president to speak and said, "Is there any spiritual power of association on the spaceship? Let others try it too." At Whooping's request, psychers belonging to the Psionic Association soon entered the conference room. After trying it, and confirming that it was indeed the resonance ectoplasm stone, and that the target was indeed in Whooping himself, he withdrew. After getting the verification, Chenming didn't waste any time. He picked up the fear ectoplasm stone with one hand, and a ball of plasma condensed on the fingertips of the other hand. Plasma was stuffed into the first in Whooping's body. Under Qinming's precise control, the plasma burned all the organs in Whooping's body to coke, completely losing the breath of life. The fear ectoplasm stone immediately changed, and a resonance link was formed between the remaining mental power that constituted the illusion and the new Whooping, allowing Whooping to completely control the fear ectoplasm stone. On Whooping's wrist, the display of the watch suddenly turned red. Before the dimensional infection broke out on the corpse again, Qinming used another ball of plasma to completely burn the corpse to ashes. And Whooping proved that he could erase the sequelae of dimensional infection for himself without the need for examination. The president was embarrassed for a while. So the conference room became quiet for the time being. Of course, being quiet in a conference room does not mean it will be quiet in an online conference room. Because just now, the online conference room fell into a brief silence due to Whooping's mitosis. Suddenly someone asked, "Does this mean that Whooping can actually control two people at the same time? What about before?" Originally, it took about half a minute for a message to pop up in the online conference room. Just after this question, the entire conference room entered into a crazy discussion. Even if the conference room is turned into a vegetable market in order to avoid the confusion of voice communication, only text speech is limited. But apparently, the text has now filled the online conference room. Of course, it is not difficult for Qinming to understand everything clearly. Anyway, some people are questioning, some are doubtful, and some are worried. To sum it up, if Whooping had such an ability, then the battle outside the energy supply tower before him was most likely directed and acted by himself. And it was all acting. And Whooping was actually a leftist who conducted an assassination attempt on the leader of the Kamo Star territory. The president can see what is being discussed in the online meeting room. Of course, Qinming had to solve this problem quickly. So in the silence of the offline conference room, Whooping took out a red and blue heart-gathering bead and said, "I know what you are worried about. But I've said it before. There is a psychic code named Thousand Faces in Zhujiao. And this is the product of his psychic powers. This is something that has been solidified in his spiritual energy. So it doesn't disappear even after he dies. As long as you use it, you can imitate other people's psychic effects. Even physical mutation-type psychic powers are no exception. It's just that the ability to change into someone else's appearance is not in this thing. But I won't say what appearance means. Everyone knows the effects of plastic surgery." Someone in the online conference room immediately raised a question. It can only prove that the person named Qianmian Nung became Whooping. But it cannot prove that he did not assassinate the person. With a series of reconciliations, some people immediately retorted, "You can't think on a slippery slope. No one will be a good person if you just slip down the slope." Qinming also sent a few words by the way, and Whooping was able to run to Kamo openly before. Even if the situation is good by then, he will definitely be able to pass the inspection at the Kamo border if he wants to. There is absolutely no need for him to massacre a space station first and pass through the left path before entering Kamo. And if he is really an undercover agent of Zhujiang, wouldn't it better reflect his value if he stays with us and provides more information to the people of Zhujiang? There is no need to assassinate the Star Territory Chief. And Whooping also cooperated under Qinming's control at this time. I know that our meeting this time is definitely not just the three of us. There must be many people watching. There will definitely be some people among these people who doubt me and question me. But I have a clear conscience. So, President, I voluntarily accept your comprehensive review of me. You can interrogate me and ask for information that you think is valuable to prove my innocence. Of course, all these must be handed over to the Psychic Association. I will not accept anyone from the 5th Legion to participate or observe." Qinming saw a person with the identity mark of the 5th Legion speaking dirty words in the conference room and began to question Whooping's words. Then he was immediately kicked out by the administrator. It seemed that some inappropriate people had also sneaked in. "That's it. Let me tell you one more piece of evidence." And Whooping said with a somewhat impatient look, "I have researched on some electronic equipment. So I recorded the entire process of Thousand Faces' assassination of the Star Territory Chief. I left the record deep underground where it happened. You can see what Qinmian did in that video, which should be able to prove in disguise that I was not the one who killed the Star Territory Chief." The president, who had been silent all this time, suddenly seemed to have received some news. He nodded and said, "Since it's already this time, let me announce something by the way. The Star Territory Chief is not dead. He is just a substitute. The real Starfield leader has been sent to other places long ago. When Kaimo's chaos is over, he will return to his post. How could the Starfield Chief die so easily? It's just that the Empire needs to take advantage of this opportunity to expand the influence of Zhujia's incident, so that it can subsequently encourage all parties to clean up Zhujia. Qin Ning was even surprised, because he didn't know about this at all. The president didn't seem surprised. Maybe he had already guessed such a possibility. After finishing speaking, the president signaled to An Whooping, "I'm just going to announce this news. Just keep talking. We are listening to what you said, and we will help you create evidence for what you said." "Okay." And Whooping nodded and continued, "This piece of evidence alone may not be enough. But I feel like I really don't need to prove that I didn't cooperate with Zhuijia. Because I did cooperate with them. They used the massacre of civilians on the space station to blame me and force me to join them, while I relied on them to stabilize my violent disorder and enter Kamo. But obviously, I killed their top brass, the Thousand Faces disguised as me, and a psyker codenamed Jin. I solved the dimensional infection, killed their psyker with brainwashing powers, and suppressed the trouble in the entire star field under the energy supply tower. I don't think there's anything to prove. Right? Who is the person who has accomplished the most in this incident? If anyone still wants to question me, please do what I have done first. At least you must have the same achievements as me. Right? Otherwise, who are you? Questioning me. Are you worthy?" Qin Ning directly controlled An Whooping to fire the map. After all, anyone would be angry in this situation. And the online meeting room was certainly abuzz with excitement. However, the president was not disturbed at all. "Then do as you say and let us, the Psychic Society, examine you." And Whooping suddenly looked at Liang Fei. And Liang Fei said in a very timely manner, "Can I accompany you throughout the whole process?" Can. Chapter 299 Transaction. Invitation. Hui. The meeting between An Whooping and the president ended quickly. The doubts about An Whooping's identity have basically passed. And it can be said that there is no problem. After all, most of his actions have rational justifications. Even if something doesn't make sense or is hard to explain for the time being, it can probably be resolved in the subsequent review of the Psychic Association. Although An Whooping's last few words were indeed crazy, there was no big problem. An Whooping was the one who averted the biggest crisis in the Kamo incident. This is the consensus of most people. Even if someone objects to this, it is impossible to change the result. After the correspondence with the president ended, An Whooping followed Liang Fei out of the conference room. After the inspection of An Whooping, it should be time to invite him to join the government department of the Auden Star territory. Qin Ning felt that he could give a hint in advance to pave the way for things to come, so that things could develop more quickly and smoothly. And Whooping suddenly said to Liang Fei, "What will you do after this matter is resolved?" "What will I do?" Liang Fei turned his head and glanced at An Whooping next to him. Somewhat unaware of what An Whooping meant, said, "I should go back to Auden. What else can I do? I should be able to take 10 days and a half off, and then continue the mission." And Whooping nodded, and said with a hint of expectation in his tone, "I don't know if I can have such a life in the future." Liang Fei unexpectedly turned his head completely. But just as he was about to say something, the two of them had already arrived at the gate of their destination. Push open the door. Qin Ning saw a reception room that was simply decorated but not plain. Compared to the previous conference room, this is obviously a more relaxed environment. A psyker from a psionic society came forward. Qin Ning happened to know this psychic. His name was Nyo Xian. He has always been assisting the president in doing things, and he is basically acting as the president's agent when it comes to Kamo Star territory. Nyo Xian came to take charge, so it was obviously a more private meeting. After getting to know each other, Nyo Xian took An Whooping and sat on the sofa in the reception room. Tea has been prepared on the coffee table in front of you, and the tea leaves are made from fairy leaves, using fairy leaves to entertain people. It can be seen that the Psychic Association's attitude towards An Whooping is quite acceptable. Nyo Xian saw that An Whooping still looked tense after drinking tea after sitting down, so he comforted him and said, "We just have a casual chat. Don't be too restrained. The people in our association trust you." I can see it. Of course Qin Ning could tell. After all, he was not just An Whooping. The president didn't have any overt expression towards An Whooping, but Qin Ning had always had a friendly attitude towards An Whooping. Seeing that An Whooping had no reaction, Nyo Xian continued to say to An Whooping with concern, "You don't seem to be in a good mental state. Did you lose too much in the previous battle? Do you need to take a rest?" "It's not necessary for now. Let's get started directly. Start early and finish early, so that I can really have time to rest." "Good." Nyo Xian was naturally happy to see An Whooping's attitude. He filled in Whooping's new cup of tea with his own hands, holding a terminal in his hand, and asked, "Can you tell us where you were during the years when you disappeared? What happened again?" "It's a long story. Let's start with an insect egg." "Insect eggs?" "That's right." After saying this correctly, Qianming began to make up a story quite smoothly. Anyway, in the background of the fake identity he made before, the bankrupt security company did have records of a group of employees disappearing without any traceable clues. And among these missing people happened to be the CEO of the security company. His disappearance caused the entire security company to fall apart. After a few years, there was no possibility of tracking him. So no matter how Qianming makes it up, as long as it is logically acceptable, it will be fine. Although there is absolutely no such person as an Whooping in that security company. But as long as the story he made up showed that an Whooping didn't go with the security company's troops, it would be okay. Just talk about the reason why an Whooping separated from the large force due to unexpected circumstances and had no contact with each other. Even if the actual situation of that company is really discovered, Qianming can still have an excuse to explain. So on this basis, Qianming also planned to include the insect queen. This can explain an Whooping's spiritual power. It is said that he was stimulated by the thorn zerg and awakened his spiritual power. So he was able to mutate into the thorn zerg. There is another benefit to doing this. That is, when the war between the mechanical tribe begins and the Empire discovers the planet near the mechanical tribe star field that has been completely transformed into an insect nest by the Queen of Insects, it can separate the relationship between this planet and Qianming himself and draw attention to it. Focus more on an Whooping. Help Qianming's body to distract unnecessary attention. Qianming could even selectively expose some of the Queen's abilities, raising the authenticity of what he said to another level. Let more people really believe that the story he made up is true. That's all. A security company organized a team to perform security work on a planet outside the Empire. Then an important person in the company accidentally encountered the Zerg during a certain field work, causing the entire spacecraft to be destroyed. He crash-landed on a planet full of Throns and struggled to survive. And one of the team leaders was there. The story of the Psyker, who awakened the mutant Thrawn's psychic powers, and barely survived when he was about to die, was completely told. Made it up. After several years of struggle on the Zerg planet, and Whooping finally escaped from the planet by relying on the biological spacecraft evolved from the Zerg. Neo Xian was obviously surprised when he heard that the Zerg had evolved a biological spaceship. And he confirmed within Whooping several times that he was right. Can this biological spaceship be fake? This is a good thing made by Qianming's mother. It is also the first step to extend Qianming's spiritual power from machines to living things. Neo Xian originally thought that an Whooping escaped by repairing a passing spaceship or other spaceships that crashed on the planet to build a new one. But the result was very different from what he thought. After all, the concept of biological spaceships has been proposed a long time ago. But no one has studied this thing at all because of the difficulty of manufacturing and research, as well as the lack of decisive advantages over mechanized spaceships. I didn't expect that the Thorn Zerg could actually get it out. How did they do it? Neo Xian asked, partly out of mission and partly out of curiosity. What is the specific appearance and structure of the biological spacecraft? How did you escape using the biological spacecraft? I don't know much about the structure, and it's not too accurate to say that it's using a biological spaceship, because I actually can't grab the biological spaceship from the Zerg. I just said it. The main reason I survived was because the mutation effect of my psychic powers made the Zerg think that I was one of them. A worker insect. If a worker insect does something that harms the entire insect nest, then there is no point for this worker insect to continue to exist. Neo Xian nodded in understanding and asked, "Then how did you get out?" "With my ability to physically enter hyperspace and make jumps." "What?" Neo Xian was a little disbelieving, and made a sound that was even more confusing than when he heard the biological spaceship. His body subconsciously leaned forward, getting closer to an Whooping. Next to him, Liang Fei, whose mouth was slightly open and unable to close, quickly perked up his ears. What an Whooping said didn't sound like a joke. And it probably wasn't a joke either, because I was in Kamo Star territory before, outside the galaxy where an Whooping's coordinates were announced by Zwijia. A spacecraft recorded a video. It was a video of an Whooping in a mutated state, physically traveling in hyperspace, destroying any spacecraft that dared to attack him. At the end of this video, an Whooping destroyed a spaceship and was shrouded in the firelight of the spacecraft explosion. After the firelight dissipated, he completely disappeared. At that time, there were not many spacecraft near an Whooping, so only a few spacecraft recorded this video. This resulted in the video's perspective being incomplete. and it was impossible to determine what happened after the last spacecraft exploded. And Whooping's inexplicable disappearance and appearance in the Lucy galaxy a few minutes later caused many people to have many different speculations. But now, the answer seems to have been spoken from the mouth of the rightful owner. So how exactly is this done? And Whooping saw Neo Xi in shock and curiosity. And he deliberately said, "Do you know the capabilities of the thorn Zerg? We know that by eating the tissues of other types of organisms, the genes of the eaten organisms can be quickly converted into its own abilities, and the genes of different organisms can be connected with each other to create more powerful abilities." As the person who had previously decided to contact and Whooping, Neo Xian would of course also add some knowledge related to the thorn Zerg tribe. So he said this sentence smoothly, "That's just part of what they're capable of. And I've seen a lot more." Neo Xian's curiosity has been completely aroused, and he can't wait for an Whooping's follow-up. And Whooping spoke slowly, word by word. The thorn Zerg can build the insect nest on a spacecraft, and use their biomass to continuously erode, devour, and assimilate the spacecraft. During the assimilation process, they can use their own flesh and blood organs and tissues to imitate or transform into the appearance of a certain part on the spacecraft, gradually replacing the entire spacecraft, replacing steel with flesh. This is the origin of the Zerg biological spaceship. The warp drive has also been converted, of course. So I found a way to obtain some of the genes on the biological spacecraft, and created the special biological organs inside the biological spacecraft that should have been special equipment of the mechanical spacecraft, and implanted them into my body. I used the jump organs to leave the insect. The nest planet has returned to the Empire. Can this be done? Neo Xian really felt a little unbelievable. The Thorn Zerg were actually able to use their bodies to transform a steel spaceship, making the spaceship their property. And in Whooping was actually able to obtain the genes of the transformed biological spacecraft from the Thorn Zerg tribe, and installed the transformed special organs in his body. This is really surprising, shocking, and unbelievable. But only in this way can we explain how in Whooping disappeared from which galaxy and appeared in the Lucy galaxy. At least this explanation is more reasonable than in Whooping being actually a psyker with spatial abilities. Moreover, what in Whooping said really painted quite a lot of details. Unless all the details have been thought out and attached before, it is impossible to have such a detailed description in a short time. Therefore, there is a high probability that in Whooping has really experienced these things. The Thrawn Zerg really transformed the spacecraft into a biological spacecraft through assimilation. From an indigenous creature that could only exist near the star, it once again became a terrifying creature that poses a threat to the Empire. The Thorn Zerg, as a creature that could have had large-scale conflicts with the Empire in the past, must be more vigilant against them after they once again have the ability to threaten the existence of the Empire. Neo Xian's idea is very clear, but it has nothing to do with his current task. He only needs to be responsible for recording the records. Leave other things to others. As for the relationship between in Whooping and the Zerg, Neo Xian felt that it was not as simple as in Whooping said. The Zerg treated him as a worker insect, and the relationship was as simple as non-interference. A person who can survive for several years on a planet full of Zerg. A person who has been staring at Zhuijing since he came back, and who can grow from an ordinary person a few years ago to a person who can kill Zhuijing psychers that even ordinary level 5 psychers don't have the stable confidence to deal with. Such a person, on a planet that is closely related to his own psychic effects, only obtained part of the genes of the biological spacecraft, and evolved a biomass jump engine for escape? He didn't believe this. And Whooping was fully capable of obtaining more from the Zerg planet. And he must have obtained more. It can be seen from the way in Whooping entered the mutation state. He is different from most of the Thorn Zerg in the records. He is going to be stronger. Of course, this is the privacy of personal abilities, and whether you say it or not does not affect the accuracy of other aspects. No one tells the pure truth in interpersonal relationships. This is the basis of their current conversation. Therefore, and Whooping's concealment of his own psychic effects would have little impact. Anyway, the association will conduct a more detailed inspection of in Whooping later. So it doesn't matter if you just talk about it now. After satisfying his curiosity, Neo Xian also restrained some of his curiosity and turned to ask questions about the psychic effects mentioned by in Whooping. That is to say, if you want, you can jump directly to Kamo. There is no need to follow the left path. And there is no need to be so ostentatious in front. Right? His initial swagger was to attract other people's attention and confirm his identity and background that he had established not long ago. He followed Zhuijing behind him to see what Zhuijing wanted to do. and also to try to get more information from inside Zhujiang so that he could attack Zhujiang later. It cannot be said that it is unnecessary. So Chen-Ming immediately denied it and said, "That's not possible. Jumping requires spatial coordinates. It's not easy to jump to places I haven't been to. It has to be at least a star district to deduce the coordinates of other locations in the star district. It's too far. No. Of course, it doesn't matter where you've been." "I see." Neo Xian continued to ask and Whooping a few innocuous questions, ending the Q&A on the background story. And Whooping's complete identity information has been recorded, and the entire missing years have been filled in. The next question Neo Xian wanted to ask was about the situation in the future. That is what happened during the period after An Whooping reappeared in the public eye, including issues such as the relationship between An Whooping and Zhujiang, the process of defeating Zhujiang. Of course, these contents were all stated truthfully. It even adds a bunch of additional information related to the left path. For example, when Qian Mian sent him to the Kamo Star territory, Chen-Ming clearly remembered all the strongholds he stopped at and the spaceships he took. All can be said. Later, and Whooping revealed the process of his battle with Zhujiang's Psyker, his understanding of Zhujiang's Psyker, Zhujiang's Thousand Faces, and Jin's situation. And Whooping was even able to draw the original appearance of Qinyan with the help of an AI auxiliary program. Anyway, and Whooping said everything that should be said. And Chen-Ming definitely didn't mention anything that shouldn't be said. And he wouldn't give anyone a chance to talk about it. After finishing these things, Neo Xian put down the terminal in his hand with great satisfaction. After giving An Whooping a final cup of tea, he said, "Okay, that's about it." He stood up and extended his hand to An Whooping to shake hands, as if the matter was over here. But Chen-Ming wasn't quite happy yet. He got a little too good at telling and making up stories. He even took the initiative to ask, "Don't you need to check my physical condition or something?" Neo Xian smiled kindly at An Whooping and said, "That's best if you wish. But the equipment on this spacecraft is not enough. We have to go to the nearest stronghold. Your condition is indeed not very good right now. Take a good rest, and we'll talk about it in 2 days." "Okay." Chen-Ming agreed and shook hands with Neo Xian. Then he followed Liang Fei and left the reception room. But just when Chen-Ming controlled An Whooping and walked out of the reception room, he suddenly realized a serious problem. That's because An Whooping didn't have the spirit of enlightenment in his mind, just like Chen-Ming's prosthesis in the 14th Army Corps. If this problem is discovered, I am afraid that some people will not doubt whether he is a leftist, but rather whether he is a human being. Fortunately, Chen-Ming quickly thought of a solution, because some time ago, Chen-Ming and Igu reached a deal. Use a piece of more than 1 ton of pure psychic metal in exchange for 2 spiritual nerves, a one-time device for detecting psychic effects, and 3,000 contribution points. If Chen-Ming remembers correctly, Igu will arrive tomorrow. If the spiritual nerves obtained from the transaction are implanted into An Whooping's brain, it should be able to temporarily replace him. There is no need for the Insect Queen to make a fake one with complete inexperience. Chen-Ming felt relieved and continued to follow Liang Fei to the rest room arranged for An Whooping. On the way, Liang Fei suddenly said, "An Whooping, you said before, you want to live a better life?" He mentioned the words Chen-Ming deliberately said before entering the reception room. Then Chen-Ming must cooperate. "Yeah. You don't know how miserable I was during those years outside. And after I returned to the Empire, I went straight to troubles with Jing. I didn't have time to experience many things." Liang Fei carefully confirmed, "What do you think? It's the same as you. After this thing is over, take a rest first, and then find a job. I'm a pauper now. My household registration has been cancelled before, and I've lost my savings card and everything else. I can't keep living off the bounty of robbing pirates' ships and selling their heads. Is there any good job you can recommend to me?" Chen-Ming's words have already been made clear. Of course. Liang Fei also said cooperatively, "Yes. Of course. We will talk in detail later." After talking to Liang Fei about his thoughts, Chen-Ming continued to walk to the rest room. Rest rooms and various dormitories on the spacecraft are generally arranged at the edge of the spacecraft. Chen-Ming also saw the porthole on the edge of the spacecraft after passing through a corridor. Outside is a deep starry sky. Chen-Ming suddenly noticed a problem when he saw the starry sky. The Supreme Point ship he is currently on has left the edge of the Lucy Galaxy about an hour ago. But now, the ship is still lingering on the edge of the Lucy Galaxy, not far away from this galaxy. Doubts arose in Chen-Ming's heart. Immediately afterwards, Chen-Ming used his own spiritual energy to control the spacecraft, and saw that on the other side of the spacecraft, There was also a shuttle boat landing there. The first person who got off the spaceship was Hui, and Whooping's fist clenched subconsciously. Because stabbing Hui was something Chen Ming had always wanted to do. There was no chance before. And Chen Ming also told his boss that it would not affect what happened in Kaimo's star territory. But now that Kaimo's matter is basically over, and Hui comes up at this moment. If Whooping doesn't give Hui a blow, then Chen Ming will simply be sorry for his luck. Of course. And Whooping showed no reaction on the surface at this time. Still chatting with Liang Fei. He pretended that nothing happened and arrived at the room arranged for him by the association. The condition of the room was quite good. As soon as Chen Ming entered the door, he could see some medicines arranged for Whooping by some psychic associations on the table in the room. Drugs that assist in restoring mental strength, aiding meditation, or suppressing madness. He really cares about Whooping. After arranging Whooping's arrangements, Liang Fei moved next door and said he could go to him if he had any questions. Chen Ming put forward his needs directly. Just take a walk around the spaceship. Of course, Liang Fei had no objection. After giving Whooping a way to contact him or Nyo Xian, he released Whooping. After Chen Ming confirmed Hu Yi's location through his spiritual power, he controlled Whooping to take steps. He wanted to find a chance to meet Hu Yi. Chapter 300 Try. And Whooping continued to wander around the spaceship, running around, although he seemed aimless. In fact, he was constantly approaching Hu Yi's direction. But just as Whooping passed by, Chen Ming suddenly saw Hu Yi being invited into a room. Chen Ming immediately controlled Whooping to slow down and change the direction slightly, and went around between the deck where other small spacecrafts were parked at the highest point and the room where Hu Yi entered. Make sure Hu Yi can't get around him and leave the spacecraft. 10 minutes later, Hu Yi walked out of the room he entered, and Whooping also immediately leaned over there. Soon he saw Hu Yi, who was walking in the other direction of the spacecraft surrounded by several people. His back just happened to be facing him. And the moment Whooping saw Hu Yi, he suddenly took a step back and stood at the corner. At the same time, I checked that there was surveillance nearby to take pictures of the situation. And Whooping subconsciously entered the insect state as if he had seen his enemy. And his size suddenly increased to 3 meters. The corridor at the highest point is very wide. So this height can still maintain normal movement in the corridor of the spacecraft. But there was only one psychic beside Hu Yi, and the others were ordinary people. Even if the power of the insect form is only used to target Hu Yi, the aftermath of the attack may hurt other people. Chen Ming knew this before. So he just pretended and immediately exited the insect state. Instead, he used the Zerg horn to create a short knife and held it in his hand. Chen Ming swung his dagger in the military style he learned from Bai Quan and followed quietly. To be honest, Chen Ming did not hurt Hu Yi's confidence without entering the insect state. But due to the limitations of the environment, he couldn't change anything. So at least he had to give it a try. Test some of Hu Yi's psychic effects, and pave the way for the next attempt. And Whooping lowered his voice, lowered his sense of presence, and kept getting closer. It is impossible for ordinary people to discover Whooping. Hu Yi had been bragging to the psyker next to him about what he had seen and done along the way, not caring about what was behind him. The psyker of the society was not very powerful, and could not sense him at all. When he got close enough to explode, Chen Ming was about to take action. But Hu Yi seemed to be bragging too much, and suddenly asked the association psyker, "Did you say before that you want me to participate in the Empire's mechanical war?" Chen Ming was stunned, restrained his movements, and slowed down his approach. The psyker of the association replied to Hu Yi, "Yes. The Empire has openly recruited psykers from the association and other organizations with psykers to prepare to participate in the war. It is said that as long as they undergo a certain period of training, a team with psykers as the core will be constructed to perform special tasks." Hu Yi thought for a while and said, "But I remember that the Empire seemed to be reluctant to use psykers in the past. What was the reason? You can't decide the outcome of a war on one person. I feel like it's the same now. At most, it's just a small-scale mission that uses us psykers. So it's not interesting. It seems a little different this time. And it's just an invitation. It doesn't matter if you don't want to go." The two quickly ended the topic and continued to move forward. Chen Ming silently wrote down this information. He continued to hold the short knife tightly and approached Hu Yi. When Whooping reached the appropriate distance again, he left a shoe print on the floor at the highest point. He suddenly broke out, bypassing the ordinary people who were following him, and stabbed Hu Yi in the waist with a short knife. Hu Yi had already reacted when the vibration of Whooping's tread was transmitted through the structure of the spacecraft. But after all, The spaceship he was in now was the Psionic Association's spaceship. So Hui himself was not too vigilant, and just turned around slowly. And in Whooping's short knife stabbed his waist the moment he turned his head. The expression on Hui's face changed from vigilance to confusion. And finally to realization. He waved his hands repeatedly and backed away. No. 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 I'm just like you. I'm a mole too. Chen Ming ignored him, and continued to thrust forward with the short knife. But just when the short knife was about to stab Hui's body, there was nothing in front of the tip of the knife. But just when the tip of the knife was close, Chen Ming felt as if his knife had penetrated something. And there was a slight obstruction in his wrist. Then the blade disappeared. And a burning smell emanated from Chen Ming's hand. This is the smell of the tip of a short knife made of zerd carapace being burned at high temperatures until it vaporizes. There was a transparent, invisible high-temperature area around Hui, like a layer of entropy armor. And Whooping immediately threw away the half-remaining dagger and made a new one. This time, the dagger flashed with the glow of plasma, which was used to penetrate the entropy armor created by Hui using spiritual energy. However, Hui had taken advantage of Whooping's time to change his sword and completely released his spiritual energy. Although he was completely incomparable to Whooping in terms of physical fitness, his spiritual strength was also something that Whooping couldn't keep up with in a short period of time. The huge amount of entropy built a wall between Whooping and him, completely isolating the two. Although Whooping was the one who attacked Hui first, Wuan had already told Hui about it anyway, so it was of course impossible for him to attack Whooping in turn. And he also understood the reason why Whooping had a stress reaction and wanted to stab him after seeing him. After all, in his opinion, he was the only one who knew that Whooping was a good person. But Whooping didn't know that he was actually a good person as well. The psychics from the association nearby also quickly came up to stop Whooping, and said anxiously, No, 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 no. Hui has no problem with him. Don't fight. Originally, Whooping could easily struggle to overcome the limitations of this not-so-strong associational psyker. However, Chen Ming felt that he had hardly given Hui a blow today. Hui is still a level 6 psyker after all. If Whooping doesn't completely release his psionic power, and has lost the opportunity to sneak attack, it is really difficult to have a chance to defeat Hui head-on. So Whooping took the opportunity to go down the steps, put away the plasma on the short knife, patted the psyker holding him and asked, What do you mean? Hui breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this and explained, It means that you saw me on the left path before because someone was instructing me to do something. The psychics of the association quickly grabbed Hui, who looked like he might reveal something that he shouldn't say at any time. At the same time, he quickly turned to Whooping and said what he could. Hui has a bad reputation because he was slandered by Zhu Jing's Thousand Faces disguise a few days ago. So he has a bad reputation. But a few days ago, he cooperated with a psychic from our association and lurked into the left path to help us with things. He is indeed a good person. And the president can vouch for that. Hui, who was standing next to him, immediately nodded and said, Yes, that's it. I'm really fine with it. Don't give me trouble just because you see me and Zhu Jing staying together in front of you. And you can't beat me? Right? We really don't need to fight. If we fight, we'll have to pay for the association's spaceship. And Whooping's expression immediately turned cold. After all, the truth is the truth. Hui's mouth is indeed a bit mean. Moreover, Hui was completely unaware that he had said something that contained a strong sense of ridicule. In addition, Chen Ming himself was indeed very unhappy with Hui, and he quite wanted to stab him again. Fortunately, Liang Fei Neo Xian hurried over at this time and quickly stood between the two of them, for fear that Hui would continue to make trouble with his bad words. Neo Xian also apologized to Whooping and Hui again and again, and explained the matter from beginning to end. He had roughly understood the situation on the way here, and he also saw Whooping's movements from the surveillance camera, and knew that Whooping was deliberately restraining himself. So at this time, he knew what kind of action could solve the problem fastest. And a message suddenly lit up on Liang Fei's personal terminal that Whooping was holding. After the call was connected, the president's voice immediately came from inside. I'm sorry, Whooping. There are some things I didn't have time to inform you. I want to apologize to you first. Hui is indeed the person we sent out to work as an undercover agent on the Zwapath. He helped us regain control of the galaxy, and also obtained 2 samples of Zwapath's research subjects for our association. There is indeed no problem. I didn't notify you properly, so you misunderstood. People like the president take the initiative to put down their dignity and come over to explain and apologize. It doesn't matter who comes here. So didn't Whooping continue to have attacks? Anyway, if it doesn't work once, there will be another time. At least this time. He already knew that he had a layer of entropy armor that should be passive. Next time you can take action in advance before taking action. Anyway, you can have as many fake bodies as you want. So finding an opportunity to stab Hui is no problem. Qin Ming has always been a clear-cut person with clear grievances and grudges. He would find a way to kill everyone who wanted to kill him. And he did kill several of them. Hu Yi's situation is rather special, because he didn't take action directly before, but only indirectly prevented the boss from helping, which was a stab in the side for Qin Ming, forcing Qin Ming to face the troublesome enemy in person. After that, he took the initiative to reconcile with his boss, and expressed his intention to reconcile with Qin Ming and compensate him. Therefore, Qin Ming reasonably downgraded his hatred. As long as he is satisfied with the compensation results, he will only retaliate in the same way. That is, he will stab Hui when doing something. It could be to trick Hui when possible like before, or it could be to actually stab Hui physically. Almost the same. So now An Whooping put away his weapon, nodded to Nyo Xian, turned around and prepared to leave. Even Hui, who was about to leave on the other side, suddenly sneezed for some reason. He glanced back at An Whooping strangely, and then turned back with some confusion, as if he felt a slight danger. The source seemed to be An Whooping, but it seemed to come from a faraway place. But he was a little confused for a moment. But he didn't care, shook his head, and continued walking to other parts of the spacecraft. Okay, let's go too. Liang Fei took An Whooping back to the previous room. I checked with An Whooping again to see if there were any special circumstances to prevent what happened just now from happening again. After confirming that there was none, he didn't say anything, settled down with An Whooping and left. He should be going to the hospital on the spacecraft. Li Weiqi is still lying in the hospital. However, the association will definitely take special care in the coming time, and will not let An Whooping and Hui meet. For Qin Ming, An Whooping had nothing to do here for the time being. All that was left was to wait until the highest point of the association reached the nearest stronghold. Of course, Qin Ming still has things to do, because the president called and asked Qin Ming to refer to the conversation between An Whooping and Nyo Xian just now. What else can Qin Ming say? If he was talking about it himself, wouldn't he be able to figure out where the problem could easily be heard? Of course, looking for loopholes in what he said before is a matter of finding loopholes. In terms of overall attitude, Qin Ming must be kinder to An Whooping. After all, there is no harm in An Whooping joining the association. And the existence of An Whooping is of great help to the research on dimensional infection. This is not just what Qin Ming said casually, but An Whooping can really come up with something that Qin Ming himself is not easy to come up with to help with research. The president obviously agreed with Qin Ming's statement, so I am also considering whether to invite him to join the association. Qin Ming asked back, but I remember that he seemed to be interested in the Auden Star territory? That's why our association has always been a very loose organization. It sounds like the president's answer has nothing to do with Qin Ming's question. But the president's intention is obviously that the Psionic Association is a loose block. So most other forces won't mind if they join the Psionic Association at the same time. To be precise, since the government and the army do not mind if their psychics have association backgrounds. For example, Qin Ming himself has now joined the 14th Legion as an association. The Nyo Xian whom Qin Ming knew was said to be a psyker under a certain star region government, not to mention other forces. I feel like he wouldn't mind joining the association. Qin Ming said this with a strange mentality, and then quickly said, then after he joins, we should first study the psychic effect of his clear dimensional infection mark. Right? The president didn't notice anything strange about Qin Ming, and just answered Qin Ming's question as usual. I don't think so. Because An Whooping is very special. The fact that he can change his body directly, and without any scruples shows that his consciousness most likely does not exist in his brain, but in his entire body. I even feel that his spiritual enlightenment nerve is not necessarily in his head, but in his heart. Whether it even exists is a question. Qin Ming was stunned for a while. He didn't expect that the president could analyze the words he just said, and come up with an answer that was almost completely close to the actual situation. Is there such a thing? I told you it's just a feeling. The president's words were not fatal, but his psychic ability is definitely not simple. And it is not easy to master. We still have to see how he goes when he is checked later. Okay. Is there anything else to do next? I'm talking about Kamo. It should be gone. KMO only has funeral matters to deal with now. The specific investigation report and follow-up conclusions will have to wait until tomorrow. Okay. The next day came in a blink of an eye. And whooping continued to fly. Nothing happened. Therefore, Chen Ming confirmed with the president early on the follow-up situation of the KMO incident. KMO's matter was completely over yesterday, or in the early morning of today. It can only be said that after KMO's Star Territory came back from the dead and took over the control of KMO again. The efficiency of handling this matter was very high. The current statistics of losses are mainly concentrated in 7 galaxies. 1 Stargate galaxy, 5 galaxies used as bait by the left path, and 1 galaxy that the left path actually occupied. The overall loss should be over 400 trillion. Turtle. Chen Ming couldn't help but make a shocked sound when he heard the news from the president. He himself only has tens of billions of funds in hand. And the 400 trillion is a bit exaggerated. But after all, during the KMO incident, nearly half of the 5th Legion fleet was involved in a civil war. And many foreign forces joined in, resulting in countless ship losses. There was also an industrial planet that was completely destroyed after experiencing a dimensional infection. In addition, a capital ship was also sunk. Although there is still a possibility of repair, the cost of building something like a capital ship cannot be lowered at all. There is also the economic loss caused by the entire KMO starfield being blocked by the 5th Legion during the KMO incident. And many spacecraft were unable to enter and exit at will. These add up to a statistics of at least 400 trillion. After Chen Ming knew the source of the loss, he even felt that the 4 million trillion was a little less. After all, it was a highly developed industrial planet located in a prosperous star field. But this is what the statistics show. He had nothing to say. From the president's mouth. Chen Ming also learned another thing that he was more concerned about. That's what happened in the Benia Star Territory. After all, after the Stargate of the KMO Star Territory was captured, the Prometheus class, or the battleship now named Prometheus Mk2, came from the Bennu Star Territory. Being able to transform the capital ship absolutely requires the cooperation of the entire Star Domain Government Department to achieve it. Therefore, the entire Bennu Star Territory should be captured. However, just yesterday, the Star Territory chief of the Benia Star Territory and hundreds of senior officials committed suicide collectively. It is uncertain whether it was Zhuo Jing's controlled suicide, or whether they committed suicide after being awakened from Zhuo Jing's control and found out that they were responsible for the crime they had committed. No one would have thought that the chief of the Benia Star Territory, who was supposed to be fine, was actually the center of the incident. The chief of the KMO Star Territory, who was assassinated, but actually faked his death. But understanding cannot be revived. Someone has to go over to control the situation in the Bennu Star Territory. And the Benia Star Territory has just begun to transform its capital ships to provide combat power for Zhuo Jing. So the Empire cannot be lenient in its actions against Bennu. They directly chose to let the military force closest to the Benia Star Territory, that is, the 14th Legion in the Gallo Star Territory next door to the Benia Star Territory and the Audon Star Territory, take over the military control. It sounds strange at first. After all, the 14th Legion in the Gallo Star Territory is just a branch. With not many people, it is impossible to control the entire Star Territory that may have problems. So in fact, this task is handed over to the headquarters of the 14th Army. Just like some time ago, the 14th Legion went to the Gallo Star Territory and established a branch due to problems caused by its own people. There are actually some problems with the process of establishing this distribution. But the 14th Army Corps is currently at its peak. And it is also the main frontline force fighting against the main force of Afterglow. The Empire turned a blind eye. The situation now is the same as before. Because the Empire is about to start a war with the machine race. So the Empire needed an excuse to put a force that was strong enough to fight close to the front lines. The most suitable location is near Benia, a star field that is not far from Gallo. The internal problems in the Benia Star Territory can also be regarded as a test opportunity for the 14th Legion. As long as it passes, the Benia Star Territory may even be transformed into a garrison star territory belonging to the 14th Legion. Although it is different from the star field that directly belongs to the 14th Army and directly provides material and logistical support to the 14th Army, it is still quite valuable. At the same time, this can also provide the 14th Legion with an actual combat drill before the war with the machine race officially begins. Something that accomplishes multiple things with one stone. Understand the general follow-up of the matter. Chen Ming didn't ask much. Anyway, Kai Mo's matter was like this. Whether Mo would be affected by this, and become depressed in the future depended on Mo himself. He had nothing to do with Chen Ming. So there was no point in paying attention to it. He had other things to do today. Because Gu is coming to visit the branch today to complete the previous transaction with him. And Whooping may be inspected at any time. Before Whooping could undergo examination. He had to get the spiritual enlightenment nerve as soon as possible. Although the president said that he suspected that Whooping's spiritual enlightenment nerve was in that special heart. It might not be there in his mind. And it might not be possible to detect it through examination. And it might even not be there. But Chen Ming has to prepare something. Currently, there are only 3 people in the entire branch who are qualified to receive Gu. One is the deputy agent designated by Bai Quan here at the branch. And a quite old major general named Jing Xian. One is the psyker who Chen Ming is stationed at the branch and has never seen before. The last one is Chen Ming himself. However, the psyker disappeared every day. And he didn't show up when Gu came last time. So he couldn't be counted on for the reception task. As Bai Quan's deputy, Jing Xian, an old man who had been working with Bai Quan before, was also very busy after Bai Quan left. After hearing that Gu was coming, and it was because Chen Ming was coming, he directly gave Chen Ming some personnel authority and asked Chen Ming to find someone to receive him. He has worked with Bai Quan for so many years. Bai Quan trusts Chen Ming. So he also trusts Chen Ming, completely ignoring that Chen Ming might have the authority to do some bad things. So Chen Ming had nothing to do. He had to go and receive it in person. He had already asked for leave from Cheng Shanghai yesterday. And it was almost time now. Chen Ming stood up and pushed open his underground door in the laboratory. He happened to see someone trying to knock on the door. It was Lu Kong, the previous researcher. And now he has been pulled by Chen Ming to the position of leader of a research team. Lu Kong handed a paper document to Chen Ming and said, "Director, this is the experimental data record file for the catalytic core. Please take a look. Just leave it alone. I have something to do today. If you have any questions in the lab, just call me." Good. Chen Ming patted his shoulder and left the laboratory. Boarded the shuttle boat all the way to the main dome of the distribution. Before Bai Quan left, he had already released Chen Ming's authority in many places. It can only be said that although Jing Xian has the most power in the entire branch, if Chen Ming wants to, he is the one in control of the entire branch. Of course, Chen Ming would not go so far. His relationship with Bai Quan was still very good, and he would not do such a thing. Soon after, Chen Ming stood at the spacecraft landing pad on the main dome and watched a shuttlecraft land here. The hatch opened, and Gu was the first to step out. He was holding a box in his hand and said low to Chen Ming, "Long time no see."